This audiobook contains 176 censored sentences and 303 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. I'm glad that Danu is safe too. Now, let's go back to patrolling. We don't know if the attacks are still ongoing or if they've stopped, but it's better to stay alert. Aang turned around first. Kana tried to stop her, but was unable to, so we were left by ourselves. Kin turns back to me, and, with a more serious and mature look, did you really go investigating something by yourself, Danu? You've always been a bad liar. Feeling a smile creep up on my face, I stare at Kana and smile. Even when you have your more childish personality out, you don't fail to notice the more subtle things. But I suspect you saw Aang's reaction this time around. I went to Skelligrox to meet Jean. Kana giggled at me. To think you would abandon this realm to meet up with a middleman. He's on a real hold on you, doesn't he? Even though you only met up a few times in the past, Danu. I didn't know what to say to her. I'm also curious, however, that can be touched upon in the future. Let's go catch up with Aang, Kana. Okay, the next time I'll see Jean is probably when he takes Aang's request. The date. Celestin, according to Kuntuar, the Slavic realm should be in the Sahaya Mountains, near Lake Tiberkol, Siberia. So, I quickly made my way there. My speed was fast enough that most humans wouldn't be able to perceive me. I did not know much about the Slavic deities until I was informed by Kuntuar, and in turn I was intrigued enough to research them myself. However, this was the same for the other pantheons. I did not know which one I would be sent to, so I gained some general knowledge on them all. Kuntuar mentioned that there is one chief god of the Russian mythology, which is Purin, the god of sky, thunder, lightning, storms, rain, law, war, fertility, and oak trees. However, two others also rule with him. However, they tend to leave the final call to Purin. The other two leaders are Dazbog, who is the solar god, which I interpret as god of light or Sunday. The other is Svarog, the god of fire and blacksmithing. As I thought about this, I quickly approached a large clear blue lake. As I approached this area, I had turned invisible since I decided to slow down and not attract unwanted attention. There's a lake in front of me. Beyond it were mountains, and I could feel a power barrier coming from those mountains. I jumped down from my resting point and land on the rocks below. I do not know if the lake is translucent all year round. However, this area gives a more serene atmosphere, much like the Blue Lake where the Cows Brigade plans to attack. There were few to no flowers growing here. However, there were plenty of green grass around the rocks. It was also cold in the area, but we, the Electa, had been engineered to be resistant to the change of temperature, even without protective clothing. As I made my way toward the barrier, the entire place was mostly silent. The occasional animal's cry, or my own footsteps, but that was it. It was an idyllic moment that I will cherish before I face whatever awaits me beyond that barrier. The Slavic realm. I wonder what it looks like. My hand touched the barrier when I reached it. I was still invisible, but I still looked around me to make sure that there wasn't anyone watching me. I didn't feel other life, energies, near me, or see anyone with my own eyes. So, I nodded to myself before stepping through. Slavic God's realm, this is. I was surprised by the scenery in front of me, but also by the lack of security. Although, I feel like I'm on a cliff edge. It seems like the realm is in a constant state of winter. A slow but cold breeze that carried snow was slowly blowing into me. There were many large and unique-looking buildings, but what stood out to me was some kind of large ice structure. This seemed to be in the middle of some kind of lake. Beyond this city lay a solitary range of mountains. I wondered if there was more to this realm than this city. Currently, right now I could feel 5 gods in this city. Purin, the chief god, may have sent the other deities to help out other settlements in this realm. I sigh. I will find out soon. Looking to my right, there seemed to be a pathway covered in snow. However, there were signs indicating on where to go. Following the path, I slowly descended the small hill I was on. I eventually came across some kind of archway that was also covered in snow. However, there was a lone guard on duty. They spotted me and put their hand up. "Stop, who are you?" I nod and pull out an item that Jean Sama gave me beforehand. I pour some magic into it, and the video plays. Hello, this is the middleman. Anyway, to make a long story short, I can't personally make it to the Slavic god's realm right now, and I sent my subordinate instead. If you could let him through and meet your gods, that would be greatly appreciated. The guard seemed a little stunned, but nodded his head in the end. I see. Yes, Master Purin has been expecting a visit from the middleman. Please follow me. That's to be expected. Gene Sam's fight was broadcasted all over the supernatural world after all. It is inevitable that he will be sought out by certain pantheons. I follow the man who is guarding the gate. Before you ask, I'm not a guard. Master Purin and the other gods, they received a message from the governor of the fallen angels about what's happening, so they were expecting the middleman any day now. I see. It seems that Azazel was helping Gene Sama in his own way. I will put a good word in for him. Gene Sama may reward him with more of those pills. However, may I ask which gods are currently present here today? Sure. They're Master Purin, Svarog, Dazbog, and Mistress Mokosh and Zoria. The other gods and goddesses were spread across our realm after a decision was made about when they would formally invite the middleman here. However, as I mentioned, we received a concerning message not too long ago. He explains, I see. I ask who you are? Me? I'm just a servant to Master Dazbog. Since I was looking forward to meeting the middleman, I decided to volunteer to wait for him. Oh, I'm Alopa, by the way. The man called Alopa has short white hair that's swept backwards, gray eyes, and tan skin. He wore a red plain coat. He wears a black body armor, which consisted of a black sleeveless shirt with silver accents and a metal plate on his collar. He also had black barato that had 2 black straps around his legs, and another 2 strapped around his shins separate from each other. He wears black metal-plated shoes, which appear to be attached to his trousers. I see. Nice to meet you. I'm Celestin, a butler of Gene Sama. Butler? I didn't know the middleman was rich, though, thinking about his job. He must get a lot of money for it, right? Yes, he indeed does. Our conversation stopped there, and we walked through the streets of this realm. However, it wasn't silent, as Alopa was quite well known and apparently popular, as he was greeted multiple times on our journey. Alopa, what's that ice structure in the middle of the lake? I can see others like it in the distance. I have been curious about them since I saw them. They're just old remnants of a prank Master Purin did in our realm. However, the people around here like them, so he didn't get rid of them. They're more like tourist spots, since the inside of them is like outer space or the galaxy, but a bit colder and made out of ice. Each one is a different part of outer space. He himself doesn't know how he managed to create such an effect, but didn't question it and left them there. Do you want to go to one of them? I shake my head. While I'm curious, I have a mission to finish. Gene Sama may want to in the future, though. I will have to decline Alopa. However, I am confident Gene Sama will do so in the future. So, is the tall building across from us where the gods are at? I could also feel their divine auras from there. To this, Alopa nodded. Yes, it is. Although it was built with that kind of aesthetic in mind, there's only one building here that people may mistake it for, and we're coming to it right now. We had arrived in the western half of the city, and there was a building with a large, glowing sphere. I could also feel many people in there and below it, perhaps an underground portion. This is our laboratory or research facility. The governor of the fallen angels isn't the only one trying to do research into creating sacred gears. However, he was the only one that had been successful, not including Cow's Brigade. Our hope is that when we join the Alliance, we will finally be able to perfect them. Well, that's one of the reasons we wish to join. The other is maintaining the peace that Master Purin desires, and even some old gods and other pantheons joined. He saw it fit to do so now. A research facility? On closer inspection, many of the buildings and structures here seem quite unique, almost futuristic, but still reminiscent of an older era. However, they also wish to create their own sacred gears. Although they are not the first, I wonder what Gene Sama will think of it. We were quickly approaching the large ice structure. Even from a distance, I could see the inside was quite dark, and I could see there were some shapes in the ceiling. Interesting. However, we had to turn left, and so I did not see any more. Are you not cold in just those clothes? Jin-sama created these with different temperatures in mind. Currently, I'm quite warm. If I went to the Egyptian mythology, it will change to keep me cool. It's quite convenient. Alopa's head fully snapped backwards as he was only glancing at me. His eyes were quite wide. He was apparently shocked by this revelation. Seriously? That would really sell a lot if the middleman did it in the supernatural, you know? Why hasn't he? I shook my head. I do not know. Jin-sama tends to hold back in releasing many things to the public. As to why, I do not know. He never divulged that information to us. Perhaps Jin-sama is waiting for the right opportunity? Or does he have a larger plan? I'm not sure. We will all just have to wait, Alopa. I see. It's unfortunate, but I think I know why. A lot of companies in the supernatural world will try to copy him, and he probably doesn't want his potential earnings to take a hit. I couldn't help but chuckle at his reasoning. Yes, it would make sense if Jin-sama wanted to do it for profit, but he can basically create money and also go to the pocket dimension to earn more gold to exchange for currency. Alopa looks confused. What's so funny? Jin-sama isn't worried about making a profit. With his job as the middleman and other ways of making money, he's essentially a trillionaire already. I'm also sure he can stop any others from copying it. So, if he were to truly release that, then it would probably be because he just did it on a whim. Nothing more, nothing less. Trillionaire G's. I can only imagine owning that kind of money in my dreams. Alopa and I spoke more about Jin-sama, but we eventually came to a small bridge and crossed it. To our immediate right was the building where the divine aura of the gods were. There were more guards there, and Alopa saluted them and nodded. They did the same thing to him. I wasn't stopped as I was with him, and we walked into the building. Like the rest of the realm's buildings, the interior of this building was of the same design. Of course, it had furniture in it, but they were mostly made out of Russian birch, also known as Baltic birch. They're in the middle tower at the very top. I followed Alopa. However, I was expecting to climb upstairs, but instead he brought us to an elevator. It was a modern one, but powered by magic. We both stepped on it, and he pressed a button that was numbered 0. The elevator quickly shot upwards, and a few seconds later we arrived at the top. The doors opened, and we stepped through. This floor was much more professionally done. It had some vending machines, landscape paintings, illuminated by magic lights, and other decor that made it look like something from a rich person's home. We walked forward because not too far from us was an ornate door with many beautiful designs on it. Once we were in front of it, Alopa pushed it open. We stepped through and were in the room. There was a rectangular-shaped table that was in a vertical position. At the very top of it was an intimidating-looking man. His eyes glowed blue, as did the jewels on his armor. He wore a golden crown, golden fingerless gauntlets, belt, pants, and shoes. He had long white hair and a long white beard. To his right was a woman who had Merlot-colored hair. It was just like red wine, hence the name. She also had cerulean eyes. She wore a unique-looking toga that was green and white in color. She was also covered in some vines and plant life. Beside her was another woman. She had light gray hair and dark gray eyes. Her haircut was in a long ponytail. Her outfit was a one-piece that consisted of white, black, blue, and silver. She had some sort of shoulder guard on her right shoulder with a large wing design that reached to her waist. Across from them was a man who wears a sunflower-patterned haori and a large, woven hat with hanging floral wind chimes. He has long, black hair coupled with sharp eyes and distinctly shaped, thick eyebrows. Also, beside him was a man with golden-colored hair, golden-colored eyes, a golden-colored robe, and some sort of spikes protruding from his head. He also had gold clouds constantly circling him. "Alopa, you have returned," the golden-haired man says, and Alopa nods. "Yes, I have, Master Dasbog. I brought one of the middleman's subordinates." Alopa turns and nods at me, so I took a step forward and bowed. "I am called Celestin, one of Jin-sama's subordinates and butler. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am here for business. However, I trust you all know that already." They nod, and the man at the top of the table grins. I bring out the device I had earlier and play it. They all watch it silently and finally nodded in the end. "I see. As unfortunate as it is, we are glad to have you here, Celestin. I am Dasbog, as you heard earlier. The grinning buffoon is our chief god, Purin. Ignore his childish way of looking intimidating. Dazbog said, making the Purin stop grinning and frowned at him. I wanted to surprise him, Dazbog. Why must you ruin it? Gah! Nevertheless, I welcome you to our realm, Praia Celestin. Thank you for coming. It hasn't been long since the governor of the fallen angels contacted us. Before we get to it, the man beside Dazbog is Svarig. The lady beside me is my wife, Mokosh. The one next to her is Zoria, the goddess of dusk and dawn. All of the gods and goddesses present give me a curt nod. Now then, not all of the gods here are present. Many of them are in different parts of Praia, as we decided to have some of them protect the smaller towns and villages outside of the city, since we do not know where Cow's brigade will attack. Will you be assisting us? Yes, of course, that is why I am here. However, a fellow subordinate and the Vanishing Dragon are protecting a different part of Russia that Jean Sama suspects they may attack. So leave it to them. I will leave it to them then. All that's left to do is wait. I nod and put my hand up, which confused them. I smile and create a barrier around the building. Cow's brigade may already be here, so this may be worthless, but it will give them some relief. I also hope they only attack this city and not the other towns and villages spread across this realm. That would make it easier for me to defend, although I won't have any problems traveling to other places if the need arises. They were looking at me curiously, and I explained to them what I did. Ho ho, to think you could do something like that, interesting. So we can suspect that the middleman can do the same thing. Purin asked, and I nodded. But please keep in mind that they may already be in your realm, so all I did was prevent them from getting more reinforcements, so we still need to defend your home. I see. Nevertheless, it is still appreciated, Celestin. We spoke for a little bit more, although only the male gods spoke with me as the goddesses opted to stay silent and listen in. However, Purin did elicit some soft giggling from his wife, Mokosh. Goddess Zoria, on the other hand, stayed completely silent. They even commented on it. As she usually does speak, I also found it fascinating, but I had left the building and was currently walking around the city. I wish to know the layout and hopefully come across some Cow's brigade members. Although it is very unlikely, since the majority of them have likely consumed some of Azrael's blood, so detecting them will be impossible. As I walked through the streets of this city, I came across a multitude of people and some food vendors. I approached a certain street vendor and inquired about the food he was selling. These? You must be new here. These are called pierogi. Pierogi are either fried or baked. Mine are fried. They come in sweet or savory varieties, and mine are sweet. Mashed potato, mushrooms, boiled eggs, and cabbage are the fillings in mine. Would you like some? Pierogi, I see. I am interested. I can analyze it and recreate it back at Jean Sama's home. After that, the recipe will be shared with Grafia and Sharon. Of course, Jean Sama will also be interested in it. Perhaps he could add it to the menu of his restaurant? Yes, if you don't mind. How much can you give me now? How much? I can make around 30 of them for you. After that, I need to restock my supplies in that grocery store over there. He was a little surprised, and then points to a grocery store behind us. I nod, then I will take all 30. Will this be enough? I present to him around 2,000 or 126,015 Russian rubles. The man's eyes bulged out of his sockets before going into a coughing fit. I offer him a handkerchief, and he accepts it. He eventually stops and starts to wave his hands in front of him. This is too much. Please accept it. I won't be taking it back. He tries to give most of it back, but I stayed firm, and he eventually accepted it all. But he was quite enthusiastic in making my food. If you don't mind me asking, why is someone that's as rich as you in a place like this? While our realm doesn't have low class or high class, there's a disparity in wealth. Is that so? I am here in behalf of my master, Jean Sama, the middleman. Excuse me, are you all right? Why yes I am. I'm sorry, give me a moment. The man puts down the food he had on his hand and runs away towards the large lake. He then screams for a few seconds. This action attracts a few eyes to him, but he ignores them and runs back, panting quite heavily. Did you get whatever you had out of your system by doing that? Thank you for coming here. After that, he kept on asking me about Jean Sama and about myself. He was just trying to fill in a gap of silence, but he didn't need to, but it's appreciated. The food was eventually finished, and I summoned a bag to store them in. Thank you very much. And no, thank you. See, come again if you or the middleman are back in the realm. Yes, of course. I finally left him to his own devices and walked away. I took a piece of pierogi and took a bite. These are quite delicious. Jin-sama and everyone else will definitely enjoy them. I summoned my smartphone and Googled a few things. It seems like you can add different fillings into it. I can experiment with this. I will also tell Graphia and Sharon this. We'll create our own version. Our own, in terms of Jin-sama's unique way of cooking things, at times bananas with oyster sauce, strawberries and mayonnaise are a few examples. Certainly they are unique, but he doesn't force anyone to eat them. Rather, he's his own guinea pig when it comes to them. Now, we wait Mard Gear's ready, yes? Yeah, boss. Good. I heard from Lapis-sama that Frisia-sama is also here in the Slavic gods realm, so we may have some more help. Let's commence the operation now. Yes, boss. We, the Monkai Association, are currently in the realm of the Slavic gods, Praia. Some members had already infiltrated it months ago. They have been gaining the trust of the locals and assimilating into their main city well. Our target is the main city. We need to collect those ice structures. According to Lapis-sama, her mother was responsible for making them. If we collect them, we can make attracting the false king here much easier. The real targets are the Blue Lake in the country of Russia. In the human world, it has a core that is buried underground. There are also icicle structures in Praia, the shrine dedicated to Amaterasu. Additionally, the ancient statue is buried deep within Skellig rocks, and the second core is sealed deep within Egypt's pyramid line. If we can acquire the statue and core, then the other two can be acquired at later dates. Rizavim is already working on unsealing Trihexa, the beast of the apocalypse. Lapis-sama said she could do it easily, but told Rizavim to do it himself. For what reason? I do not know. No one knows. Lapis-sama is sometimes eccentric and chooses to do things without rhyme or reason. Nevertheless, we will persist. Boss Margir, another subordinate of mine, a kangaroo Yukai. He had a run-in with the middleman a few months back. He has drank even more of the red vial and has gotten stronger. However, his sanity has gone down. But he can still act normal for certain periods of time. What? One of the middleman's subordinates is here. This may make the mission a bit difficult. Only one? Igriagajis. If that's the case, we can simply overwhelm him or lure him out to fight Frisia-sama, so we can focus on our objective. Get to it. Take some divine beast with you if you must. Why, yes, boss. He is right. This will make it more challenging. However, if we can lure him away and have Frisia-sama fight them, then it will work in our favor. If I trust that stupid kangaroo's word, then the middleman did not send any other reinforcement with his subordinate. Perhaps we can even capture and use them? Only time will tell. I close my grimoire and start walking away until I come across a fellow. Oh, Kyoka, are you here to assist us? No, I am here to tell you that he is headed to the Blue Lake. He is in Reverie. He's heading there. Rest assured he's powerful. I know about him, but he's Reverie, the first to be given a new kind of magic from Lapis-sama. He has not mastered it, but the new magic is foreign to this world and is quite powerful. As I mentioned, he has not mastered it, and he can only unleash powerful spells and nothing less. God Slayer magic. The magic to be able to kill gods, different from sacred gears. I do not know if Lapis-sama can do that casually, but I will inquire about gaining new magic from her in the future. It doesn't matter, as long as he kills whoever gets in our way, we win in the end. Very well. Celestin rumble. 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 As I was trying out more foods in the realm, the entire city began to shake. So it started, huh? I look below me and at the 20 shadow knights assigned to me. I nod and they leave my shadow. I will leave it to them to keep the residents here safe. Suddenly the gods I met earlier appear beside me. Celestin, is this? Yes, it seems to be starting. I will fight whoever appears. Please, I also have some shadow knights that are here to help. Please keep that in mind. I tell them before jumping into the sky and flying towards the source of the shaking and rumbling. How calmed on. I block the punch. Looking at the culprit, it was Frisia. What's he doing here? I have to tell Jean-sama. Ho ho ho. No need to contact Papa San. Let me have a bit of fun, Bam. Don. I cut him off by kicking him on the side and followed it up by punching him in the face. This sent him far away from the city, and I quickly followed him. I must leave it to the Shadow Knights to defend this place. Jin-sama. Frisia is Russia Albion. I look upwards as I saw a large black ball of flames. What the hell I was about to move when Edel beat me to it. She gestures with her hand, and a large amount of water suddenly shout out from her palms. Boom! The two attacks collided and they canceled each other out. However, the collision created steam and it covered the sky. Earlier, we covered this area with a barrier, and Edel used some kind of hypnosis magic to make normal humans avoid this area. I wish I could do that, but I'm quite limited to what I can do. I should ask Jean and giving me some new powers, Albion-chan. Focus. Right? I refocus on the situation as the steam finally disappeared. Once it was gone, we saw just two people there, a man that has long and spiky blonde hair that reaches down to his lower back. He has a psychotic grin on his face as he shows his teeth. His red pupils consist of several concentric circles, which further enhances his crazed appearance. He wears a yellow and dark blue skirt-like armor with a red waist ribbon that exposes the right side of his chest as well as his right shoulder. The one beside him was one of Jean's children, that's Maruam, one of Jean Chan's children. Albion, I will deal with him. Unfortunately, you aren't near his power level yet. Please deal with the other fellow. Leave him to me. I'm a heavenly dragon after all. As much as what he said hurt my pride, I couldn't deny that. I and everyone else that's close to Jean, with the exception of the Electa, are just universal. And from what Kantuar said before, all the children are peak multiversal. I'm at the low end of universal. So I would just die. Quite easily, Jean would probably revive me just to beat me up for doing something reckless. Fwash! Both Edel and I appear beside the two invaders, and they were visibly shocked. I kicked the blonde-haired man, and Edel slaps Maruam away. Hi ha ha! As expected of the vanishing dragon. Make this exciting for me. This man looks like Zankro from Fairy Tail. Drake had forced me to read the entire series with him up until the 100-year quest sequel. I have yet to read that, however. If I had to guess, this guy is Fire God's Bellow. The Zankro clone fired a large mass of black flames toward me. I already touched him, so divide. 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 Using divide 4 times in a row made the attack weaker and smaller until a small speck hits me. However, the man in front of me just grinned. He wasn't bothered by what had just happened. No, this reminds me of how Drake and I used to be. We just enjoyed the fight in front of us. Perhaps I could do the same here in Reverie, Fire God Slayer. Nice to meet Cha, Vanishing Dragon. Albion, Vanishing Dragon and White Dragon Emperor. Enough chatter, come. Hell yeah. Dawn, 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 Dawn. Reverie and shot forward and exchanged punches. However, he was significantly weaker than I am, but he made up for it by imbuing his fist with Fire God Slayer magic, and they hurt a little. Censuredo, this caused the young man to quickly plunge into the water below us. However, after crashing, he quickly recovered, and he spreads his arms and legs and unleashes a giant ball of black flames around himself. It kept expanding until he sent it towards me. Reflect, I slapped the attack back toward Reverie, who wasn't expecting that. However, he dodged it instead of trying to eat it. I appeared beside him and kicked him on his ass and launched him into the barrier. The barrier was significantly stronger than I was, so it didn't break after Reverie hit it. If I remember currently, don't Slayers eat their own element, but I guess Natsu Dragneel did say that they don't eat their own flame since it's weird. Also, this is the Draconic Dais, not the world of Earthland. Maybe it works a bit differently? Reverie spins around with that grin of his still present. Reverie starts to do some motions with his hands, and then molds a scythe out of the black flames. An even crazier grin appears on his face as he swings it towards me. I dodge it, but slice. 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 Boom. Boom. The attack passes by me, but slices and destroys the trees around us. It also feels like his power is slowly increasing over time. If he keeps going like this, he may get to a point where a hit from him may deal some damage. It's better to end this now. I put my hand forward, divide, 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 and use divide on Reverie. After his powers were divided 5 times, Rever's body slightly slumped and he had a hard time looking up at me. He was sweating quite profusely and seemed unsure in what to do. Vala Lucifer, I will take this move from you. Even though you took it from a different character's move set, I gather a large quantity of draconic aura around my right fist. Reverie notices this and tries to flee, but his body does not respond, so he was stuck to the spot. He gathers a bit of black flames around his fists in a desperate attempt in defending against my attack. The draconic aura had encompassed the area around us, as the attack had finished charging. I then rush towards Reverie as he thrusts both his hands my way. I, however, dodge them with minimal movement and punch him in the chest. Haughty Nova Boom. A large explosion of white draconic aura covers the barrier. After my fist made contact with his chest and the subsequent explosion, his body disappeared. Once the attack is finished and the white explosion is gone, Rever's body was also gone. I did not feel his presence anymore. However, I do not know if he is dead or not. His body just disappeared, so I'm not sure if someone teleported him away or something else happened. I will ask Jean about it later. All that's left is, I turned to face where Edel and Maroon were, and they had only been staring at each other. They had not fought yet at all. Edel, after I sent Maroon away, I assumed that he would immediately start attacking me since I attacked him. But it was not like that at all. He just floated there and stared at me. I could not read his emotions since there were none to be found. Are you not going to attack me? He did not answer and only kept staring. It also seems that Albion Chan has finished his fight. However, the way his opponent disappeared seemed bizarre. I will consult Jean Chan after. Finally, his body twitched. Why? Huh? I was confused. Why did he ask why? Did he not come here to try to take over this lake? I tilted my head in confusion. So he continued. Why do I need to attack you? Because we're enemies? Did you not come here to attack this lake? You came together with your other members, did you not? He merely dragged me with him and said that he wanted to see me fight. However, I do not have the desire right now, since it does not benefit me whatsoever. To your other point, yes, Lapis has mentioned this place's importance. However, I do not participate in any of their experiments or missions because I do not see a reason to do any of them. I merely wish to find a purpose for my existence. After he said that, Albion Chan joined my side. He's certainly interesting. Yes, finding a purpose for his existence. Jean Chan and Ignia Chan did say that he may be easily influenced if done right. Is he questioning why Nyarlathotep created him? And what purpose does he serve other than causing chaos and pranking Jean Chan? Fwash, would you like an answer to that? Maroon? Jean? So you're done with Egypt and Ireland? Yeah, I am. Suddenly, Jean Chan, Reiko Chan, Rosweiss Chan, Ine Chan, and Lavinia Chan appeared. Instinctively, I floated to Jean Chan and hugged him from behind. He chuckled at this. Not the right time. But alright anyway, how about it, Maroon? Jean skyward before I teleported away from Skelligrox. I received a message from Celestin that Frisia was in the Slavic god's realm. I was planning to make my way there, but noticed that Albion and Edel were currently engaged in combat. I had watched Albion, and he definitely killed his opponent. His attack was just that powerful. However, what caught my attention was Maroon. From when he was first introduced to his universe, he was quite violent and cruel. He saw himself as above everyone else and killed anyone that defied him. He only became a bit wiser and calmer after meeting Kamugi. He does not have that person here yet. Well, not that I think so. So why is he like this? You have the answer for me? Answer? Probably not, but I could put you on a path that might eventually lead to one. Edel lets go of me and floats beside me. Maroon looks down at the lake below, seemingly thinking about what I had said. If what Ignia said were true, then I could gain a useful ally while also taking away firepower from Cow's brigade. However, I would like you to think about it for a little while longer. No, more like try to find it yourself for a little longer. Once you can't find me, and I'll put you on that path. Oh, humor me for a second. Why are you so calm? I expected you to be a bit more violent. He finally looks up and stares at me without changing his expression or emotions. Very well. I also wish to try to find that answer myself. But when the time does come, I will. Perhaps I was like that when I first woke up from my slumber. I did fight Frisia and Ignia to a stalemate, but I also continued this when we headed to Cow's brigade. There were many who were prideful and arrogant, so I taught them their place. Their place was below me, now and into the future. Of course, the ones who did not bow down were killed. I do not need disloyal followers and henchmen. However, I started to question my own existence after watching the events over the last few months. It will be inevitable that we will die if we stand against you, but I have not found my purpose, so I would rather not perish before then. If accepting your deal means that I get to live a bit longer, then I will accept it. After saying that, Maruam disappeared. He's certainly interesting. In our short interaction, it seems that he doesn't share much of his thoughts with Ignia or Lapis, so I can trust he won't mention this to Lapis. Anyway, let's go to I will stay here. No, let's keep the Shadow Knights here. We can deal with the rest in the Slavic gods' realm. I interrupt your interruption. I pointed at Elle before she starts giggling. Albion just sighed beside me, and the rest were just confused. Oh, come on, we have a JoJo equivalent in this world, and you don't know. If Rias was here, she would definitely join in Jean. Did you not run into Chow Chow in Egypt? Where is Aurelia? Also, hey, race the deal. I told them that Cow's brigade was planning to attack Japan as well, so I sent Aurelia, Scat Hack, Leanne, and Celine over there. It may be overkill, but it won't hurt. Also, they each had some Shadow Knights in their shadow, so it's not just 4 of them that's going to be a slaughter yet. Anyway, let's go to their realm. Celestin told me where it was. Pravia boom. 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 Ha ha. Perish. When we arrived in the realm, I saw a very familiar face that I failed to capture back when we were dealing with Diodora. It was the kangaroo Yukai. He was floating in the air while laughing, and to my surprise, his power had shot up to the peak of true Satan class. Oh, right, partner. What's up, Drake? So, Avetsa managed to change their vial, and now they can take a lot of it, making a lot of them even stronger. We really need to target her soon. But the problem is we don't know where she'll show up, or if she would even show up again. No, we can get Ignia to lure her somewhere to talk. That may work since he's essentially her boss, you know? Oh yeah, that doesn't sound terrible. Okay, let's find a way to do that after all this is over, right? I focused back on what was in front of me. Even though there were a lot of explosions around the city in front of me, there were virtually no casualties. This is because of the Shadow Knights protecting the citizens and other people helping, who I assume are the gods. I raise my power, and they all notice me. A large and buff-looking man with white hair and a beard approaches us. The middleman. I'm glad you made it. As you can see, Purin, right? Don't worry about it. We'll help. He nods and flies away. I send the remaining Shadow Knights to the girls' Shadows and Albions. Drake also comes out of the boosted gear to assist us. All right, let's do this. Yeah, 2 dragons rush off to help. Or perhaps they just want to fight some of them. My attention turns to the girls with me. Ine and Reiko, you 2 watch each other's backs. The Shadow Knights will step in and protect you if necessary. Rose, Lavinia, can I leave you 2 here to oversee everything? I'm going to go join up with Celestin and deal with Frisia myself. Yes, of course, Jean. Oh, right. Keep the kangaroo alive. They both answered enthusiastically and nodded at the same time. Before I left, Edel decided to go back into my ring. I located Celestin and finally joined him. Don, ugh, Yotin-sama. I had appeared near them and immediately punched Frisia in the gut and sent him away. Celestin was doing well from the looks of things, but Frisia was already in his golden form and was relentlessly attacking him, but didn't land a hit. Sup, leave him to me. Go help everyone else, Celestin. Very well. I wish you luck, Jean-sama. Celestin then left. Frisia looked at me with a cruel smile. I'm glad you could join me, Papa-san. Let's finish what we started, shall we? Yeah. Don. SWHSHSHBSBSB. I punched Frisia in the gut again, but this time I teleported us away from the realm and back to Earth. I then put more strength into my punch and launched him into outer space. Frisia's body crashes through Jupiter and creates a large hole through it. I quickly flew around it and repaired the damage I caused. Hey, comptoir, make sure you repair any collateral damage that may occur. Comptoir. Answer. Affirmative. Frisia finally stops himself and looks at me with even more rage. However, he calms himself and begins to chuckle to himself. Haha, I will at least make this entertaining for myself and destroy as much as I can. He then starts to transform. Frisia's lower body, neck, tail, and arms become dark in color. His shin and arm guards and most of his head turn a dark silver, the former two continuing their new color onto Frisia's hands and feet. The rest of his torso and lower face region remain mostly unchanged, retaining Frisia's purple shoulder sections. So he's using it, huh? His black Frisia transformation, he then gestures to me. Nah, I'm good. Don. Without warning, Frisia appeared in front of me and tried to punch me in the gut. Probably trying to get some payback, but I catch his punch before he reaches it. His power, speed, and overall stats have jumped up by a significant amount. Right now, he was at the very lowest of Omniversal. I knee Frisia and follow it with a kick in his face. Frisia once again flies backwards, but quickly corrects himself. However, even though he was grinning, his anger was slowly rising. It would be a safe play to get him away from here. Who knows what he'll do? FWSHB Don. Using a speed that was beyond Frisia, dare I say, beyond the speed of light, I punched the psychotic alien in the face and punched him throughout the galaxy. Since Frisia was removed from our neighborhood of the universe, I kept up with him by using more speed. We passed by many planets that haven't been named or haven't been discovered yet. They vary in shape and size. Frisia finally slows himself down and flies towards me while yelling, "Rah! Don! 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 Don!" Our punches collide, and the space around us shakes, distorts, and breaks. Anything that was destroyed was immediately repaired by Comptoir, per my request. Each time our fists met, Frisia would cringe in pain. But he kept on going, the desperate attempt of a soon-to-be dead former conqueror. Even though they weren't the same person, they were modeled after them to a certain degree. Whether this Frisia is stronger or weaker than the original, it remains to be seen. I should have just created a Goku Electa to see how that would turn out. Frisia uses his right leg to kick me, but I do the same with mine, so they clash. A large gust of wind is created. Frisia scrunches his face up and scoffs before disengaging. He summons hundreds of large balls of ki and throws them at me. I extend my right hand and snap my fingers. This destroys them all instantly, pissing him off even more. Once again, Don. Don. Bam. Bam. Bang. Bang. Both of us disappear from our respective spots and clash at multiple points around space. The planets we came close to were destroyed, and Comptoir repaired them. Cinchureto grabbed the arm he punched me with and forced him back. He staggered away, clearly hurt from the impact. He summons some fire and cauterizes the wound. Frisia grits his teeth as he patches up the injury he just received. Do you know why I'm doing this? Frisia? Silence, monkey. He then continued to attack me, but I avoided it all and decided to continue. However, since Frisia only had one arm left, he was a bit less effective. It's just like Shalba. He'll extend it a bit more before showing you this. None of it matters in the end. Honestly, it's probably just you and Lapis who will meet a horrible end. Even Ignia took steps to prolong his own life. Depending on what Maruam picks in the end, he may also live. I cocked my arm back and punched in front of me, destroying most of what was in front of me. Swash him. Boom. Comptoir. Answer. Repairing damage done. Previous punch destroyed 40 of the plants and stars in that direction. My bad. They'll keep that in mind. However, Frisia was finished off by that punch. It's just like how he ended up back when Goku first went Super Saiyan. It's almost poetic in a way. Barato, which direction has the smallest number of plants and stars? Also, please don't worry, it'll help with the repair process. Comptoir, behind you. Most of them are just space debris. Roger that. Suddenly, I appear behind Frisia and kick him in the direction I was previously in, with only one arm left. He didn't have much of a choice, and he was likely dying even before I kicked him. I still win. What? Before I confronted you, I set up a delayed ball of ki to manifest just above the Earth. Right now, it will definitely collide with the Earth and destroy it. I will win in the end, monkey. Your precious planet will explode. He said that with elegant rage. Instead of just lashing out, he was quite calm about it. But now I'm good. After the meeting of the Youth Devils, I set up a barrier around the Earth. Lapis has zero idea why you did that since you went MIA and were basically acting independently without Cow's Brigade's help. I also don't remember who mentioned it, but whatever you guys used to bypass, it was only small enough or powerful enough to let you four in. So I won't need to worry about the Earth exploding, though comptoir. Answer: no need to worry, Jean. The humans won't see it. Is that so? Thank you. I turn back to Frisia and smile. No, you lost way before you did that, but I want to elaborate on that. You lost and did nothing of significance, Frisia. Pointing my palm towards him, I prepare to use Hakai on him. With the remaining energy Frisia has, he just chuckles despairingly. It seems that you gaining that first requirement was our downfall, wasn't it? Perhaps we should have done more before it happened. It's our own fault. Is that so? I activated my Hakai, and Frisia slowly started to disappear. A low purple glow emanates from him before it fully consumes him, and he disappears. I turn back around. Now, then, shall we go home? I don't even know where the hell we are, comptoir. Please ping Earth so I can get back to it. Comptoir. Answer: pinging complete. Thanks. Japan ISC. Mia, Prefecture Lian Sandlot. I did not think Jean would send some reinforcements my way. I was reading on a nearby bench, as the area had been cleared earlier. I had used a bit of magic to make it like that, so no humans would be hurt in whatever was coming here. However, Aurelia, Scathack, and Celine suddenly appeared and approached me. To think you would be just relaxing here, Leanne. I am simply waiting for them, Aurelia. Join me while we wait. Scathack didn't mind, so she sat beside me and summoned her own book from her ring. Celine was next, but she summoned a teacup and drank from it. Aurelia looked flabbergasted at the scene and shook her head. However, she also joined us. We would be approached by males if you didn't put up a barrier around us, and as well as that spell to prevent humans from coming here. I glanced at her and nodded in agreement. The three of them are quite beautiful, and from what Gina has said, I also look quite beautiful. I would say otherwise, however, I will take his word for it. As if on cue, all of us look towards the sky and silently stare in a certain direction. It seems like one of Nyarlathotep's children is finally deceased. 3 left then. Aurelia says before closing her eyes and crossing her arms. This is a normal occurrence between the 3 of us. If we do not have a topic to discuss, we can enjoy each other's company without needing to converse. It seems like Celine may join our group now. Oh, that's right, Leanne. Yes? I turn to Aurelia as she calls out to me. Her eyes were still closed, but she does eventually open them up and stares at me with a smirk. Have you made any progress with Jean? What do you mean by that? Romantically, physically, emotionally. Pick one. Scathack stops reading her book and looks at me. Celine also stops drinking her tea as one eye opens to glance at me. We have not progressed much. A few weeks ago, we spent some time together, but nothing happened. Well, we did share Barato, but that was the extent. Why do you ask? This happened after his match against the Bale Devil. However, Jean seemed a bit preoccupied during those 2 weeks, as if he was reorganizing his own thoughts and feelings. But it was probably due to him remembering his name and moving forward. I see. No, I was thinking of asking Jean out soon. Now that I think about it, we haven't shared a proper moment together yet. Censurado. But we should always ease into it, Aurelia. However, I would also like to get closer to Jean, but the way he goes about romance is a bit slow. Perhaps we may need to be a bit more direct about our feelings and intentions. I did make a small amount of progress back in the pocket dimension. I was a bit awkward during that moment back then, but it hasn't happened since. Aurelia looks at me and smirks. That time I see. Yes, I remember. It seems like a lifetime ago. However, that was the Barato I Barato Jean. We have done so a few times since, but it's not to the degree with the women in his circle. Does that mean that we, the females of the Electa, are not seen as? I'm stunned by the revelation I have just received. Leanne, is something wrong? I look back at Scat Hack and nod. I also tell them about the realization I came to. Aurelia was also a bit shocked. However, Celine did not. She finally opens her eyes fully and chuckles. We look at her a bit confused. Is it not obvious? Jin-sama created most of us during a period of time when he was at his lowest. He may have no. He definitely created us with a large amount of affection towards him. However, I believe it's not to the point of being hopelessly in love with him. He certainly doesn't just accept the affection we show him and just start a relationship with him. If he did, would that mean that both Aurelia and Leanne would be a part of it already? However, Jin-sama hasn't shown it yet. She looks at Scat Hack. So, by the process of elimination, Scat Hack should be the closest among us. Of course, you're no Electa, but in this group, I am the closest. Scat Hack looked at us with a victorious grin. I felt a pang of pain in my chest, and seeing Aurelia's reaction, she felt the same. However, she tried not to show it. Fufu, do not be too distressed, Leanne. Jin-sama seems to be attracted to blondes. We both are, so we needn't worry. Censuredo, this works in our favor. We are also in that category. Even though it is true, I don't like being called an old woman. An even larger smirk appears on her face. I don't like where this is going, that's why I propose we all attack High Boom. A large explosion occurred, and that stopped Aurelia from continuing. After that, multiple magic circles started to appear everywhere, and many cryptids started to come through, and some yokais and monsters. The yokai and monsters did not feel natural, as if they were artificially created. We can continue later. I will go ahead and kill them. Aurelia summoned her weapon and rushed ahead of us. Many of the cryptids were cut down instantly. However, there was only one individual that stood out that came through the magic circles. A tall, young and slender man with golden hair and purple eyes. He wears orange, gold, or bronze armor with a matching crown underneath a large, gold-trimmed, white shoulder cape that in and of itself features exaggerated, pointed shoulders. The cape features a golden emblem on its left side. The outfit is finished with matching white and gold boots. He sees us and smirks. He feels like that's a dragon, but he feels different. Celine says as she stares at the man floating in the air. The man then opened his mouth. This is a losing battle. I will retreat. My life won't end here today. And with that, he disappeared. However, in his place appeared several more cryptids, some resembling small dragons or wyverns. Why did he appear and then leave so quickly? If he was a dragon, he must belong to the Monkai Association, or he may be part of the new generation of divine beasts. We met some of them in Ireland. Jin-sama has made them into his shadows. This one seems to be more intelligent than the other two. Perhaps he is from an even newer generation? Celine stared with interest at where the man once stood. So, the leader of the assault here gave up? It was an unexpected move, but Jean won't need to worry much about this place then. However, are you planning to help so we can make this faster? Or are you just intending to sit there? Aurelia appeared near us again and seemed a little irritated. She can get rid of them herself without any help. However, I do agree. I get up from my seat and don my armor and summon my lance. Very well, let me help. Scat Hack did the same thing and summoned her spear. We looked at Celine. However, she was in deep thought. It does not look like she will be helping us. We will be fine. Let's clean up and inform Jean. All three of us set out on our overexalted cleanup mission without another word. Praya Rosweiss Shing. 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 Boom. 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 And please get behind me. Some of these are a bit too powerful for you. Yeah, I tried to attack one earlier and my light spear just bounced off. The assault on the city was still in full swing. Rosweiss was helping defend it along with Reiko, Celestin, Lavinia, the gods, and Shadow Knights. Many of the residents here have started to fight back too, but they were few and far between. Celestin arrived not too long ago and said that Jean was fighting Frisia instead. Hi-aha, that's it. Destroy everything. A lone kangaroo yokai was just floating and laughing to himself. However, he was quite strong, but nothing comparable to me and Lavinia, but still above Ine and Reiko. Both Draig and Albion were somewhere else, but the constant explosions and powerful bursts of wind indicated they were still nearby. Lavinia summoned her ice dolls and let them deal with any enemies that came close to the citizens too. Jean said to keep the kangaroo yokai alive for what? I don't know, but he'll follow his orders. I summoned several magic circles behind me and fired them toward the laughing yokai. He was alerted and dodged some of them, but boom, boom. Ugh, you jerk. I'm going to destroy you. No, Jean likes these. As if I would let you. I shield myself in disgust at his comment. He rushes towards us, but bam. Crash. He came across a shadow knight who accidentally slapped him down to the ground and knocked him out. He's useless. And be nice. Although he is an enemy, be careful not to take it too far. We still need to capture him. Yeah, Jean did say that. With Ine in tow, I land beside the unconscious yokai and use my own magic to summon some magical ropes to tie him with. I strengthen the ropes even further, just in case, and put some weights on his wrists and ankles. Finally, I ordered a shadow knight to watch over him, and they dutifully did so. I went back up with Ine and could see that the numbers were slowly dwindling and everyone was starting to relax. But the attacks have been somewhat weak. Even the ones in Egypt, or is it because Jean took care of most of it along with Aurelia and the other Electa? Regardless, the area was suddenly engulfed in a bright light, and a large cube appeared in the sky. What is that? I don't know, Ine, but please stay close to me. It's ominous. Even Lavinia Sand thought it was a bad thing. I felt the girl grip onto my clothes tightly. I fired a large ball of fire towards it, but to my surprise, it was absorbed by it, and the cube grew in size. Fwash, that thing, did it just absorb your attack? How much power did you put into it, Rossweiss? The two heavenly dragon appear beside us and look towards the cube too. Reiko and Celestin also joined us. It appears demonic. However, it's a bit different from the devils of the underworld. Perhaps that thing was artificially created? But to be able to absorb the attack from Rossweiss, Celestin says, and looks at the thing with concern. I used the power of a dragon god on that attack, just now. Is it safe to assume that it is of that power class? It doesn't feel alive as I finish saying that. Celestin shakes his head. No, it's definitely alive. It's like a floating fortress that's alive, but I do not feel any other life forces from within it. It may have been sent here as an experiment, just like the latest generation of divine beasts. However, this one doesn't seem sentient at all. Celestin nodded at my account of what we saw at Skelegrox. I see. If we assume that it is a new generation, then it may be powered up by more blood, but with no sentience, it may be just following preset orders from someone. But God! Suddenly a mouth appeared in front of it and multiple tentacles. Centrado Draig and Albion just burned them away with their fire, and Lavinia froze the ones around her. We all flew into the sky. However, the citizens who weren't near the Shadow Knights were captured by them, and they slowly started to turn into stone. The Shadow Knights defended those near them by not allowing the tentacles close to them. Even the kangaroo yokai was turned into stone. The Shadow Knight, protecting it, had departed to another area to help the other residents here. I summoned thousands of magic circles and fired them all towards the cube-like enemy. Some of the attacks were absorbed, but just as I thought, it couldn't absorb them all, and it started to take damage. Once the smoke died down when it made impact with the cube, to my horror, it started to regenerate. What? How is that thing's regeneration on par with the dragon gods? How? Then how about, just as I was about to summon even more magic circles and use more power that was called Universal by Jean, Celestin stopped me. Rossweiss-sama, it seems that the attack and power you used just now is enough. We do not want to destroy this realm. However, I have some anti-healing magic. It's the same as Jean Samus, so let me apply it to it first before we attack it again. He turns to everyone and nods. I will attack first and apply my anti-healing to the enemy. Everyone else, please get ready to attack. Celestin flew towards the cube at an impressive speed. The tentacles that appeared on the ground tried to attack us during that time. However, the Shadow Knights were there to help defend us, so we could focus on this more. He didn't tell us what kind of signal head give, knowing Celestin he'll inform us in some way. Do not fret, Draig. If not, Draig cups his hands. And seriously? God, an otaku dragon, how embarrassing. Shut up. Leave me alone. It's cool. Albion sighs again before cupping the sky with his right hand and creating a large white ball of draconic aura. Dre gained a grin. That's just the spirit bomb, you hypocrite. It is not. Why was there a pause in your reply? You two, enough. Focus on this, and not on your arguments. I scolded them, and they begrudgingly agreed. Beside me, Ine had created a large light spear, but she looked quite exhausted after doing so. Do not push yourself, Ine. Any amount is fine. Yet she seemed disappointed with herself. She may feel useless right now, since she didn't fight in Egypt that much, or Ireland, and now the enemies she's facing here are much stronger than her. Reiko felt the same, but had her katana ready. Reiko-san, is that yes, it's the Dejidri Yasitsuna. I will assist with this. She readies her sword in a stance, and a large amount of electricity started to gather around the blade. Reiko had a very serious expression on her face. She was planning to put most of her power into this attack. It was quite admirable. Perhaps her desire to accompany Jean may have her jump up in ranks by a large margin when we go back to the pocket dimension. All the gods present also avoided the attack, and they apparently heard our plan since they were also preparing their own attacks. Then Lavinia, who was silently looking at it, created a gun. As she saw my reaction, she smiled. Cow's Brigade and the Monkai Association. How wicked. You harmed our realm, and for it, you must perish. A bearded man said. The others with him silently agreed. Doom! Bang! Bang! A large shockwave occurred, and a single large firework was shot up into the sky. Is that the signal? It's the signal. Fire! All at once, everyone unleashed their attacks toward the cube, and I too joined in. They quickly approached it and hit it, but what stood out more was how large Lavinia's attack was. Even the gods who were with us were in awe. Boom! Another explosion occurred. However, this one was much larger, and it's working, Ine says tiredly beside me while pointing below us. I follow her finger, and the tentacles below us started to disappear, and the people who were turned into stone started to transform back to normal. Cuckoo. It seems the experiment turned out well. A voice echoed throughout the area. A lone magic circle appeared and showed the face of a man. He was also smirking quite widely. Thank you for destroying the first version of the cube. We learned many things from it. Even though this failed, it's a learning experience, and we can improve for the future. Although we did lose a faction in our organization, perhaps it will give birth to a new one. Fufu, maybe? Maybe not? Only time will tell. They plan on attacking again? Farewell for now, DXD Alliance. The magic circle disappeared, and just then, I was late. Jean appeared. Jean Sky were my bad damn. I shouldn't have gotten distracted looking at those plants and stars anyway. Rose, Lavinia, can you two update me? I was making fast progress on getting back home, but got distracted by certain planets I saw. That was the furthest I had ever traveled in space. Even further than when I first became an outer god. A planet full of unusual features, and one that was made out of jello. Yet there were no inhabitants there, as Barato had claimed months ago. Wait, does that count? No, if Barato said. So then, pinch, listen me, Jean. My bad, I had started a monologue and ignored the two of them, which resulted in them pinching me. So, I listened into what had happened, and my gaze slowly drifted to the still knocked-out kangaroo Yukai. I see, well, let's clap. Suddenly we hear clapping, and from a magic circle came a person. He had 16 pairs of wings. Some were white, while the others were black. He had red horns, white hair, and wore some unique-looking armor. This had to be MK Chell. He had a calm look on him and was floating a reasonable distance away from us. His back was also adorned with a large sword. I was expecting him to look more dignified, but MK Chell. Oh, the middleman knows me, huh? Imhano, I put my hand out and stopped him. Just like his two fellow fallen angels, I froze him in time. I slowly floated towards him. What? I said nothing as he struggled to move. His panic was rising quickly, and he was using every ounce of power he had to try to break free, but it was futile. I then read his memories. I see. So those spots had their own uses, huh? They'll go back to that blue lake and put a barrier around it. The same for this city. Hell, since I'm here, I might as well. I snapped my fingers, and an invisible barrier appeared over the city. But they also have new generation divine beasts like we suspected, and new types of artificially created sacred gears. Even Ares has one that's an independent type. But what had me concerned was Ain. She showed up in the memories. Some independent or rogue members wanting to cause their own chaos made contact with Ain. They plan on working together with her to expose me. But they had their own reasons for helping her. To influence her mind and to use her for their own purposes. They even revived one of her old husbands. They plan on doing something between them, Alil Alam. Beyond that, only vague topics are mentioned, such as future world events, so nothing too significant is mentioned. Their plans with Grigori are going to be thwarted, but since the others are missing, well, Satinel is still a factor, since he's definitely building up his Abyss team. They may not be normal humans anymore. I saw them being forced to drink the vial. For now, it'll turn him into another insider, so he'll have another one. So in total, it's Yaku, Kubota, Pluto, and now MKHL, not including Ignia and maybe Maruam in the future. In addition to the betrayal thing, I will also warn Azazel about the higher-ranking Fallen, and we'll take it from there. I felt a hand on my shoulder and looked up. Partner, is something wrong? The face you were making is pretty intimidating. You mean scary, right? Drake? Aka. I'm not the type of person to get scared in a... Tiamat. Shut up. No one asked you. No, it's fine. I just saw a few things. We'll tell you guys about it when we get back. You'll need to inform Azazel about something. Anyway, I'll be taking that kangaroo yukai if you don't mind. Purrin. The Slavic gods have been watching silently until now, and I called out to the chief god. He nods and comes over. He puts his hand out, and I shake it. Feel free. It is up to the Alliance to deal with him. Your subordinate Celestin was accommodating. We wish to join the Alliance, Jean. Please come back here in the future. Yeah, I will. I need to go visit 2 other places first, though. You need not rush, young one. Thank you. Purrin then proceeded to introduce me to the gods that were currently here. They all seemed unique, but Zoria had been intensely staring at me during all of it. It was a bit unnerving. Purrin notices this and chuckles. If you want to speak with him that much, go ahead, Zoria. No, it is fine. I will speak with him when he comes back. Zoria turned away after saying that, and Peru shrugged. Is that so? Very well then. There wasn't much damage here, probably due to everyone defending it. However, I put my hand up and repaired whatever damage was done, and I received a thankful nod from Purrin. I finally land in front of the kangaroo, just as he was beginning to wake up. My group joined me, although Albion and Draig retreated back into their respective sacred gears. Why you? Yes, Imjin. The kangaroo yukai was confused by this, so I took another look at his memories. No, nothing useful. Just him going on crazy ramblings. We did drink more of the blood, and that made him at least Satan class. But that really doesn't mean much since a Shadow Knight accidentally knocked him out after reading his memories. I sealed his powers and made him float beside me. The next thing I need to tackle is Avetsa and getting her out with Ignia. After that, I can focus on Ain and whatever else happens in Ireland. But for now, okay. We're heading home. Everyone gathered around me as we said our goodbyes to the Slavic gods for the time being. And even now Zoria, for whatever reason, was staring at me. What does the goddess of dusk and dawn see? They'll find out in the future. Well, if she tells me that is. Japan. Cool, a few hours later, yeah, thanks. Okay, go and tell them that. Thanks, Azazel. A few hours had passed, and we were all at my home in Kuo. The 4 women who were in Japan had also just recently come back. They said they took off on a small shopping spree after they finished their job. I just finished speaking with Azazel and told him about the 3 Fallen and the potential traitors in Grigori. He was a little upset, but understood and would wait till I get there since he wants to interrogate them. Also, I don't mind the girls doing some shopping, but I kind of wanted them to be back earlier since I needed to know some info, so... Tell me what you found out. Nothing much, Jean. However, there's an interesting character that showed up briefly and then left. I wait for Scat Hack to continue. She then proceeds to tell me his physical appearance, and my eyes widen. That description looks like the person I saw in MKHL's memories. The person they saw by ISC was probably Ain's former husband, Alil Alam, but Celine mentioned that he felt like a dragon. Did they revive him using a divine beast made out of a dragon's flesh or something? These next generation's divine beasts are annoying. I audibly sigh. I see. Thank you. I slumped back down on the couch. Aquino and Lavinia were hugging both my arms, so I couldn't really move. All right, let's contact Ignia. Ignia? Father? What's up? I was wondering when you were planning to get the hero faction members. I have them with me, oh, right, that yeah, I'll come get them soon. Anyway, do you know where Avetsa is? Avetsa? No, I can't say I have. She tends to stay in her own lab at our base. Why? Ignia didn't seem to be lying. Is there a chance for you to, lure her out? That's not likely, but why? Do you have plans for her? Yeah, well, that's not good. She's quite paranoid and won't go out unless it's needed. I mean, you took care of Azrael, Kokabeel, and all the other things recently. Lapis also confirmed that Frisia is dead, so we're in chaos right now. Heh, chaos. Cowsy likes puns? Nice, no wait, focus, Jean. But that means you'll need to wait for her to come out herself before I can change her entire existence. Now that's just frustrating. Well, get that chance sooner or later, partner. Don't worry. Drake is right. Do not rush, Jean. Right, I see. Anyway, let's meet up where we fought before. He'll hand them over to the Alliance afterwards. And we can fight, but not now. Nice. Also, I want to fight that God Serena person. That guy broke my arm. I want some payback. Is that so? I see. We'll bring him with me when you want that sparring match then. Cool. He'll get going. We're having another meeting of hero faction. Oh, that's right. I have the true Longinus now. To whom should I give it? I looked around the room, and there were only a few spear users. But I also want to give it to Kanami. Maybe she can make a new balance break. She sees me staring at her, and she smiles at me. Natsum sees this and looks suspiciously at us. Kanami giggles and whispers something to Natsum, which makes the girl blush and punch her sister on the shoulder. So, the immediate danger has passed, but they still have more plans, Jean-sama. And Terry's? Is something wrong? How is it on your end? It has been quiet, but I contacted Croatia, and we wish to stay here longer. Okay, now that was a curveball, why? And why is that? Call it intuition, but protecting this place may help us in the long run. However, if you need either of us in the future, we can leave our armies here and return to you. Intuition, huh? And Terry's is smart and cunning. If his intuition is telling him that, then he'll leave it up to him to decide. I see. Very well, permission granted. Thank you very much. Aquino leaned in close to me with a playful smile, and I turned to look at her as she just giggled at me. You've been staring at the ceiling. Your call ended, right? Relax a little, she said while giving me puppy dog eyes. Chiron and Ravel then jump onto my lap while glaring at each other. Yeah, they'll do that. I need some downtime before I go charging into whatever mess is waiting for me. I also felt Rias and Shigen's gaze on me since I've come back. Although, when we did teleport back a few hours ago, she greeted me quite cutely. I wonder what they're looking for. What do they actually want? Rias, I get, but Shigen, unless she's the type to want to? Or does she just want to get spoiled a little more since we're dating? I'm mulled over these thoughts and the previous ones for the rest of the night. Jean's soul. Shay. My soul is exhausted. You're exaggerating. I say that while Velgrind rested her head comfortably in my lap. Everyone was obviously surprised by this development, but I accepted it. I get to enjoy a hearty dragon leg, so I'm not complaining. Ridra was quite amused by this. However, I looked over at Barato, and she was looking at the scenery in front of us. She has barely spoken to me since I came here. Everyone was curious, but in the end, they didn't disturb her. Poke poke, if you're curious. Go speak to her. Velgrind pokes me on the forehead and nearly my eye. So, I got up from her lap, and for some reason was upset. Pick one woman. I either stay there and keep you company, or I speak with Barato. Velgrind quickly left and joined Ridra and stuck her Barato out of me. He sees this and chuckles. Well, so much for development. I walk over to Barato and join her side. Hey, is something up? I finally looked at her, and what? Why are you crying? Tears were silently streaming down her cheek, and she sounded genuinely surprised. Despite touching her cheeks and wiping them away, she didn't stop crying. I'm sorry, but I don't know what's wrong with me, Jean. Why am I crying? Yeah, I'm also confused, Barato, what's up? But seeing as how it wasn't stopping, I just hugged her. I'm Sully. She repeated again. In response, I squeezed her tighter. Don't worry about it. You helped me when I was down in the dumps along with everyone else. I can at least hug you in return, right? Even if it's something small. She didn't answer me, but gently rested her head against my shoulder. We stayed like that for a short while, all the while I felt Velgrine's gaze on my back. Chapter 4, Part 1, Slice of Dragon's Life. Human Problems in a Fallen Takamagara. Slam. Amaterasu Sama. The shrine dedicated to you in a human world was recently targeted by Chaos Brigade. However, it was defended by the middleman's subordinates and an Irish goddess. I was having tea with Raijin and Jin and chatting about pleasant topics when the door to the room slammed open. Sarah, a Tengu, came in looking a little flustered as it looked like she was running. Why would they? Is that what it meant? I took out my smartphone and took a look at the message I received a few hours ago. It was from Jean. Shrine. Attack. Defend. Not to worry. Although the message puzzled me, I didn't worry too much since Jean told me it was being defended. I glanced back at Sarah and nodded. Yes, I am aware, Sarah. Jean told me not too long ago. But thank you for informing me. Oh, is that so? Then excuse me, Sarah bowed before leaving the room. I put my PHR, Jean. Please give me back my phone. Raijin took my phone and started to look through it. I believe she's looking at the text between Jean and I. As far as our texts are concerned, we are setting up a meeting time and place when I go to Japan. I don't think it's too controversial. Raijin squints her eyes while looking through it. Why are you asking him what to wear? You are a goddess, the leader of our pantheon. Wear whatever you want, and something that shows your dignity and magnificence. That would be a bit too much for modern-day Japan. Perhaps in the past, but now she huffed but gave my phone back. She didn't try to refute my answer. I finally put please give it back. Jin takes it this time, and she scrolls through my messages. However, unlike Raijin, she has been more supportive of Jean as of late. I wonder what happened when they saw each other during that small meeting. Wear what you want, Alma. Perhaps something comfortable and stylish. I noticed him glancing around the room during the meeting, so he seems quite observant. He definitely lives up to his reputation as a sharp and perceptive colleague. Senshirado, the West Yukai faction leader, is quite smitten with him after all. It makes you wonder why, don't you think? I wish to know that, so I want to speak with him more. Raijin rolls her eyes at Jin, and in turn she just laughed again. However, I do agree with Jin. We know little about him, even though the reason for him being the middleman is widely known already. I do have a reason as to why I'm heading there. You two we know. I tell them, but they also answer me at the same time. These two were just worried about you, Alma. We've been together for the longest time. Now this new red dragon shows up and starts trying to unite us all. It would be strange if we weren't on guard. I do agree with Raijin's viewpoint, but Jean, although he was only here briefly, he has been quite honest with his intentions, so I don't suspect he's lying about anything. Well, I don't think he's human, but the fact he's hiding that makes sense. Chaos Brigade and other enemies he has made, they would surely use that as some kind of weakness. I will understand more about him once I meet up with him in Japan, and also meet up with Suzako Himejima. Yes, it should be soon. Japan. Kuo Academy. A few days later. Smack. Smack. Bam. Bam. I give up. You shouldn't have tried in the first place. They are immune to your anger, Sona. A few days passed since then, and life had returned to normal. Sort of. I had gotten the members of the hero faction from Ignia, and he fought with God Serena. He lost, but was satisfied with it. Right now, they're all in Grigori, and I seal their powers. Now back to the present day. School hadn't started yet, and I, along with Sona, Tsubaki, and Ingvild were in our classroom. I arrived here with Ingvild earlier, and it started out quite normal. The guys complaining about my ever-growing group of friends, their silly talks, and whatever else they do, but smack, smack, smack. It slowly turned into the guys throwing scrunched-up paper balls at each other. Right now, the room was in a complete mess. Sona and Tsubaki eventually came into the classroom, scolded them, but to their surprise, they kept on going. Sona had been scolding them the entire time until she finally gave up just now. The guys are tough. They become unfazed by Sona. I don't know how I feel about it. If something a bit more serious happened. Then what? Will they follow her instructions? Although Sona wasn't really trying too hard since it was morning and probably didn't want to expend too much energy yet. Why are they doing this? Well, it's quite obvious Gasper looks absolutely amazing. You dumb idiot, it's Riaswani Sama. Zenobia. Asia Sama. Ravel. Jean. I felt my entire body shiver, and the guy who said that immediately ran out of the room. I turned to look at Ingvild, who had been by my side and cuddled up to me. Her expression was complicated. She then turned to me. Jean, you're not bice. No, I am not. Stop right there. After saying that, she giggled, and the guys resumed trying to murder each other with paper balls. But holy cow, Ingvild. Just because a gay or bisexual person may have a crush on me doesn't mean he'll share those same feelings. And what about Kiba and Gasper? They're just joking. You didn't know Gasper has slowly stopped doing that since he's been seriously thinking of asking Coriana to be his girlfriend, you know? Kiba still keeps it up, but like I said, Cinchuredo. Rias was then immediately hit by a paper ball. She looked confused rather than angry or irritated. She looks at the ball, to me, to Sona, and to the guys who had frozen. Seeing the sight, she just sighs, shakes her head, and walks to her desk. Aquino, who was behind her, was just giggling at it all. So what's happening? The guys noticed Ria's reaction and continued. After she asked me that, I just gestured to them, and she shook her head again. The typical. I can see that. After saying that, she gets up from her seat and comes over to me. She leans in and quietly speaks into my ear. Jean, C, can you come to the rooftop during lunch? Make sure no one follows you, sure? I was confused by her sudden hesitation and embarrassment. However, Ingvild quietly giggled to herself. It seemed like she knew what Rias was planning. The rest of the morning continued like this until homeroom started. Bam. The day was in full swing. The serious students worked hard, the slackers just messed around, and the rest tried their best. It was a typical day until the other door suddenly slammed open, and in came Azazel, who looked irritated. He was looking at me with both annoyance and resignation. Why though? I haven't done anything of significance in the last few days, as you know. Your English teacher is on leave at the moment, so a new teacher will take over teaching that subject. Arg anyway. Come in. As soon as the woman came and the guys cheered. I sighed, and the devil groups just stared at me. Why is she here? I looked back at Penemu as she happily smiled at everyone. Hello, everyone, I'm your temporary English teacher. Call me Penemu Sensei. Let's all get along, okay? Yes, Penemu Sensei. The guys cheer in unison, making her giggle. Azazel sighs beside her and begins to walk away. That's all I came in here for. Good luck. You aimed that good luck at me, didn't you? First Lisa, and now Penemu. Who the hell is next? Also, she didn't tell me about this. No, wait, I turn to look at Rias, and she nervously looks away. Maybe I should just go traveling and stop going to school. I say to no one in particular, and a few heads turn my way. He's finally aiming for an international adventure. Way to go, Skyward. Boo! Najima screams before a chorus of boos come my way from the guys. I sigh and just put my head down on my desk. I'm not sure if he'll miss this or not. Ho-ho. Now, everyone focus please. Thankfully, she decided to be professional on her first day. I can only hope that stays the same until I graduate. Lunch. Hey, Skyward Sama. One of the guys called out to me. It was lunch, and I was just sitting in my seat, eating a sandwich I brought from the cafeteria. The Grimmery group was in the Occult Research Club room, but I didn't want to go there today. I know Rias told me to go to the rooftop, so they'll do that soon, but what's up? Do you want to vote on our next list? I squinted my eyes at him suspiciously, and he continued. It's who has the best fee. Okay, I'm out. I immediately got up and left the room. Sweet Lord. Wait, they have pictures of that. What kind of dedication do you need to get pictures of that? I mean, if we think about it, the number of opportunities someone in this school takes off their shoes is so low, it's really hard to even get that kind of shot. And that's even rarer. Who the hell, you know what? I'm not even going to try to find out. I sigh and slowly make my way up to the rooftop. When I got closer to it, I noticed there was some kind of magic around the place. One that prevents normal humans from going there, and a small noise cancellation barrier. Why do I hear boss music? I chuckled to myself and finally entered the rooftop. I've only been here a handful of times, though my most notable memory was Aquino whispering something playful near my ear and seeing Motohama and Matsuda being smacked by the kendo club. Rias was near the edge as she was looking down at the school. She hears the doors open and turns to it. She sees me and walks over to me. She seems a bit nervous, but also excited. So, what did you call me up here for, Rias? However, Rias did not answer me verbally, but her face slowly turned crimson at the question. I chuckle and wait for her to answer. And, after calming down, she looks at me, although she was still blushing. Baby, blob, blob. Blob, the vanquisher of slimes? Rias looked dumbfounded by my response, but I was just playing along since I had an idea of what she wanted to say, or ask me who the heck is Blob? No, I want to thank you properly. Centurado. I gesture for her to go ahead, and she nods with a lot of determination in her eyes. Limestar, I summon some pillows below Rias, and she looks at them and nods. She kneels down and takes a deep breath to steady herself. Before I start, I want to say that I'm glad we can spend this quiet moment together. I would like to spend more time getting to know each other before we get serious, she says, glancing around. And I don't want our special moment to be rushed. I nod. Well, yeah, that makes sense. But I want to make good memories here. So, in the future, you want to hang out here at school more often? She shyly nods. Well, I guess that's fine. I was never against it. But I'm surprised that the girls haven't asked me to join them yet. The others also want to get involved at school too. So, don't hesitate to ask them in the future. I'm not the only one who's interested. We'll be in the college division starting next year after all. They'll keep that in mind, Rias. I was getting a bit impatient. Centurado, her diligent nature is really showing through. She does exactly as she's told, without trying to improvise. Even if it's just a simple task. How am I doing? Compared to your usual standards? She looked rather expectant. She wanted some sort of praise. Even though I gave her some instructions, Centurado, right? I thoroughly cleaned myself. She giggled and shook her head. So can you give me an honest answer, Jean? Rias continued as she waited for an answer. She did say to give her an honest answer, so I did. Compared to the people I train with regularly who do this for me, you're still pretty inexperienced at it, but with enough practice you can get better. So, I need more practice? Would a training dummy be a good item to practice on? Or should I just ask Aquino and Ingvild for more tips? Centurado, then how can I say no to it? Thanks. I appreciate your help. Like this? Tell me if there's anything else I can improve. Okay? She gives a gentle, supportive gesture, and her soft touch feels reassuring. Centurado, I love your expression right now. She glances up at me with a warm smile. I feel overwhelmed with emotion. Maybe it's because I finally get to share this special moment with her. Her earnestness means everything to me, and I try to stay composed. Centurado. Not many people can say that they can stand before the Switch Princess and the future head of the Gremory clan. Lick, well, you have a point, but it looks like lunch is about to end soon. But you can keep going indefinitely. Centurado, Sona, and Tsubaki were mostly confused as to why Rias was blushing and why I was in such a good mood. After school occult research club, Jean Senpai. What's up, Kiba? We were in the club room after school, and everyone was here, well, except for the teachers, so it was just us the students. I would guess that Penemu was being welcomed in the staff room like Griselda, and Rose was in the beginning. Kiba came up to me and held up a contract with a big smile. Would you like to do this contract with me? It's different to my usual ones. They want some help at a high-class restaurant in Tokyo. What? I look at Rias, your flyers, even make it all the way to Tokyo? Yes, they're spread everywhere in Japan. As a lover of Japanese culture, I wanted to be summoned to as many places as I can. She says quite enthusiastically. Centurado, but doesn't it say to have at least 3 people, Kiba? Yes, that's why Zenobia is joining us. Zenobia comes out of the other room and crosses her arms while looking at me proudly. Looking at it again, it says to have at least 2 servers and someone who can work in the kitchen. I'm all right, so how are we playing this? You, and I can be in the kitchen, so one of us has to join Zenobia on the floor as waiting staff. Why can't I be the one to cook? Kiba and I look at Zenobia with a questioning look. Ahem, Rias coughs, and we look at her. Zenobia, in secret, has been learning how to cook with Sharon and Grafia. I believe she can cook up a decent meal, Jean. I see. But no offense, Zenobia. The cooking in places like those can be quite stressful, and they have high standards. Are you that confident enough for it? Zenobia frowns, and I see Rias nods. That's true. What do you say, Zenobia? There'll be wait staff then. They'll go wait with Zenobia too. I don't think I can keep up with the high demand and pressure of kitchens like that. I may be able to cook, but Kiba trails off while having a complicated expression on him. I nod. So, in kitchen staff, then we gather around Kiba as he teleports us away. Tokyo-o. So it is real incredible. The moment we teleported into the place, we were surrounded and treated like zoo exhibits. Kiba and Zenobia go on to explain how this works while I stand to the side and wait for them to finish. I see. So who's doing what? The man that looks like the head chef asks. Kiba. Anyway, this girl is Zenobia and the man over there is Jean. The two of us will be wait staff, and Jean will be helping in the kitchen. The chef nods before telling the other wait staff to get our attire. He turns to me and examines me up and down. You know your way in a kitchen, kid? Yeah. Show me the way, chef. He snorted and nodded before turning around and walking through a door. I glanced back one last time, and the entire place was already ready, but no one was there yet. Balloons and other decor littered the place. It's almost like, is this a wedding party? Yeah. How can you tell? Oh, just the decoration and feeling. He grunts before pushing another door open, and quite a few people were already there working away. He points to the right. You'll be responsible for cooking these. Memorize them and get started right away. We can't fall behind schedule, even more. I take the piece of paper from him and give a once-over. It was a few dishes that range from main dishes to some desserts and other items. They were easy enough, and I quickly arrive at my station. Don't slow us down, kid. Don't plan on it. I snapped my fingers to change clothing. The few who saw it were amazed, but I ignored them. Hey, Race, wait. When did he get changed? He just snapped his fingers and changed into our uniforms. Magic and devils are pretty wild, right? No kidding, I took a deep breath in before starting on my work. Kiba Yudo, this fits fine. Thank you. Is the work just the regular? Yeah. You have done this before? We had a school festival not too long ago, and I was part of the waiting staff. Good. You have experience in the other one? She won't break or let anything fall. That I can promise. The staff member in front of me shook his head and left. Although I believe I kind of exaggerated that. Zenobia has gotten more delicate or gentle lately. Probably due to Jean Senpai and the other girls influencing her. But if you ask her about it, she'll say I'm still a muscle brain, or something like that. But with all the cramming for the finals and general study, she's gotten a lot smarter. I sigh and left the dressing room and stood waiting for her. I took a glance at my uniform, and it looked quite professional, even more so than what we wore for the cultural festival. It was mostly red, white, and black. I heard the door open, and out came Zenobia. She looked a little uncomfortable. How is it? Horrible. How can Grafia wear something like this all the time? Be careful. Grafia Samus' intuition is quite scary. Sometimes, you know. Zenobia shivered at the thought and shook her head. But I need to tell her some things before we start. Zenobia. Before we go, I know. I can't go losing my temper or starting fights. I'm not that bad, Kiba. Honestly, we should worry about Jean. If someone from the staff or the customers bothers me or something like that, she trails off and looks at the other door where the kitchen was. I felt my mouth twitch at the thought. Jean Senpai can keep his calm, obviously, but at times he shows a more immature side and a protective side toward the people he cares about. Centurado and Zenovia's intimidating look she gives the guest prevents anyone from doing anything to her. I go back through one of the doors to get a small breather and sigh heavily. Zenobia joins me and gives me a pitying look. Do you think Jean Senpai will tell them to stop? I look at her for an answer, and she sighs too. I don't see why not. You are a precious friend to Jean. Well, if you can tell him about how difficult tonight has been. She smirks. I guess your charming looks are causing quite a stir tonight, aren't they? The older guests have been very forward. At least things have stayed manageable. As I stared into the distance, I felt my mouth twitch. W8 and men too? Kiba, a contract is a contract. A job is a job. Let's get it done. Zenobia, she nods and heads toward the kitchen. I also follow her. Perhaps this was some kind of divine intervention. Are they telling me to calm down with my teasing towards Jean-senpai? I wish things were different. Zenobia looks back at me with a questioning gaze, but I just shook my head. We reached the kitchen, and it was mostly busy, but most of the attention was towards a certain corner of the room. Centuredo, even though he was making it flashy, he was doing them at a fast pace that was keeping up with the rest of the chefs. Oomph. I guess he does know his way around the kitchen. All right, show is over, you lot. Get back to it. Even if they guests have slowed down in their orders, there may still be some that want to order, the head chef says, and everyone gets back to what they were doing. He looks at us and nods. You two take a break. You're the only ones who haven't since you started. I gotta say, though, you devils have a lot of stamina. Huh? Including that one over there. Jean-senpai? He's not a devil, actually. We just asked him to help us, since he wants to start his own restaurant once we graduate. Is that so? So, he's human? He certainly has skill. No, he's a little more special, but I glance at Zenobia and she nods. It won't hurt to tell them who he is by that. I mean that he's the middleman and his current goals. Once I was done telling him that, he started to laugh. The others who heard were staring at him in shock and awe. A big group of followers for peace? Ha ha! Now that's one hell of a goal. I can bravado that. The head chef walked over to Jean-senpai, who was busy working, and started smacking him on the shoulder, and that got his attention. Huh, big following and peace. You sure are ambitious. Jean-senpai wryly smiled. Keeps working and also speaks with the head chef. Zenobia and I listen in since we were on break. She taps me on the shoulder and hands me a bottle of water. I accept it, and we sit around for a while, chatting with the staff, but we eventually go back to our jobs. A few hours later, Jean skyward shake. I don't know what you did to our food, but the guests loved it, Jean. I would hire you if you weren't still a student and were a local. It's unfortunate. But hey, listen, I heard you wanted to start your own restaurant. Listen here, I'll recommend it. Tell me its name. The head chef took me aside and told me this. I was a little surprised, but appreciated it. Thank you. So it's called after I told him the name of my future restaurant. He had a giant grin on his face and started smacking me on the back again. Is it now? Ha ha ha. That certainly fits you. All right, I'll tell my customers if they're over in Kuo. All right, now get out of here, you lot. Even though he said that, he spoke with Kiba and Zenobia for a little bit before they came over to me. Jean-senpai, I'm sorry for all the teasing I did. I have learned my lesson. Kiba bows to me, and I'm just confused. Zenobia leans over to me and tells me what happened to him. I look at him in pity and sigh. Kiba, you could have told me. I could have done something, if you say it like that. I tell Elle, make my heart race. Okay, we're leaving. Kiba chuckled at me before we left the place. Zenobia had held onto my shoulder. I sensed that she wanted to ask me something. Kuo Occult Research Club. Welcome back. We're back, President. Rias was still here. She was reading a light novel, but put it down once she saw us come back. Kiba and Zenobia walked over to her and told her what had happened during the contract. She nods and says it's fine since it lasted quite a long time. They'll be heading back now, President. I'm worried that Gasper Cohen hasn't eaten, yet don't worry about it. He went over to Jean's home and had dinner there with everyone else. I went back to grab a bite, too. I trust all of you ate yet? Yes. Nope, the three of them turned to me and looked shocked. I chuckle and shrug. Usually chefs eat on the go when making things in the kitchen, so we don't get the downtime to eat slowly. But I gave the guys there a chance to do that and only work during that time. You do have endless energy after all. Yeah, also that I don't need to eat, so don't worry about it. That's beside the point. Jean reassighs and moves back to the other room. Kiba chuckles before teleporting away. Zenobia comes over to me. Jean, can we talk? Sure, what's up, Nova? When do you plan on going to your next request? Next request, it should be Yane. After that? Hell if I know. No one has requested for me yet, but that might change in the coming days. I should be heading back to Ireland soon, but that request requires only for me to be there, so I see. Then, for the ones that others can go, may I, Asia, and Irina go with you? I know Reiko, Ine, and Raswai Sensei will travel with you already, but yeah, I have a lot of people with me now. Although I'm not sure about Rose. I know she says she's my secretary and all, but she won't come with me everywhere. If I need her, I could just call her the church trio. Huh? Well, sure, if you three are sure. Centuredo. But Nova was blushing at me a little. This does not mean anything more between us yet. No one said it would. We both laugh. That felt more like some kind of planned skit. However, Zenobia gives me a quick peck on the cheek before leaving. I sigh and go to Rias, as she had come back out with a plastic container. Smells delicious. Is this dinner? She nods. Yes, Grafia and I had the same thought and prepared some food for you, although she added a bit more since I may get hungry too. Rias blushed a bit after saying that, and then her stomach growled, which made her turn even redder. I guess she was right. I chuckled, and we brought the container to the table. I summoned some chopsticks for us, and we ate together while chatting about the day. When we were about to be finished, Rias fell silent and seemed deep in thought. Rias? Are you feeling okay? Bonk. I tapped her on the head, and she held it, looking at me angrily. No, I am not. Perhaps you are? Didn't we always hang out during school lunch? I thought you were. See? You're acting suspicious. She points at me. I step back a little, and it goes flat. She becomes quiet and finishes her share while blushing. I notice she might get a bit too comfortable with this new hobby. Gotta do something about that after we finish up. I store our things after we clean them up, and we check over the club one last time before heading home. Skyward household were ho yank. Scat Hack san. I didn't get to finish my sentence when Scat Hack just grabbed me by the collar and dragged me away. I turned back to the people watching me, especially Rias, who was shocked at the sudden turn of events. Before I was dragged upstairs, I saluted her. I could feel other auras upstairs. They were in the bath, and Scat Hack was dragging me towards the place. So, do you mind telling me why I'm being treated like this? Do not mind it, Jean. We merely wish to speak with you in regard to a few things. Perhaps even entertain you while we chat. I see. Centurado. Seeing as how she's skipping the cleaning part, I'll assume she already did it, so I do that really quickly and join her in the indoor open-air bath. As I looked up, it looked like the night sky of Yurikyoto. This was the right choice. I like the view back there. I looked back down to see the others there, not including Scat Hack. There was Celine, who had opted to stay in my home and not in the ring. Leanne, she mostly comes and leaves as she pleases. Aurelia, she's self-explanatory. And finally, Reiko. She was the odd one out, as she was the only one blushing at the situation. She looks over at me, blushes even more, and averts her eyes. Why would you drag this poor woman here? She's clearly not ready for this kind of event. I finally joined them and sank into the water. Ho, old man skyward. Scat Hack and Aurelia both say the same thing at once, and I snort after shaking my head. So why was I brought here? Scat Hack nods and turns to me. I was just Now, I was joking, Jean. Leanne scoots over to me and leans against me and then speaks. We spoke about this when we were by the shrine of Amaterasu. We wish to get closer to you. We notice that you don't show the Electa the same care as you do to the others, even though you made us with certain qualities in mind. However, we understand that you made us during a difficult time. So that's what they're talking about. I mean, yeah, I guess so. That was probably me just getting ready in the back of my mind the small chance of them leaving me, you know? But, I haven't been neglecting them that much. I sigh at Aurelia as she had started to nudge my leg with her foot. Though I don't stop her. I see. Well, Cinturado and Scat Hack joins Aurelia, and they both start to playfully interact with her. Reiko, who was the outlier, was away from us and blushing while taking glances at us. Scat Hack stops what she was doing and appears beside Reiko, startling her. Wait, as Scat Hack say hiya. Scat Hack brought Reiko towards us and pushed her to me. She stumbles a bit, and I caught her as she falls on my lap. Why am I getting deja vu right now? Something similar back in Takamagara happened with Shizuka. Reiko says, looking flustered and embarrassed as she quickly adjusts her clothes. And I felt someone take my towel as well. Reiko looks down at herself in shock, and then to me. Her face turns bright red before she passed out. Leanne points out, she indeed did pass out. I guess the whole situation was just too overwhelming for her. I sigh and make her float to the side where she could cool off for a bit. I look back at Aurelia, who was the one that had my towel now. Don't force her to do things, Scat Hack. Also, don't take my towel, Aurelia. Very well, I won't. However, you're blushing, Jean. I mean, with all the teasing. It would be weirder if I wasn't. I stare blankly at her, and that makes her laugh. They did say they spoke about this, but to what extent? I don't know. But both Aurelia and Scat Hack approach me from either side with determined expressions. I felt Leanne and Celine grab onto my arms firmly. They insist I stay put, Cinchuredo. The way you do things is a bit too old school and traditional. Some of them have been quite obvious with their feelings toward you. Just accept it. You spent 20 to 15 years with them in the pocket dimension. That's enough time. Did you not do that with Natsa Managawa? I mean, I guess so. Ha, sure. Cinchuredo. I got dressed and followed after her. She brings me over to Penemu's room. She pushes open the door, and we enter the room. Penemu looked a bit disturbed. She looked up and smiled at us. She gestures for me to join her, and I sit beside her on the bed. It was the Barado I had been in here, and I quickly glance around, and her room was quite plain, not as plain as Greyfire's, but it was mostly books on shelves and a few papers on her desk since she did become a teacher. So Penemu didn't say another word and thrust her phone towards me. I took it from her and wait, what? Something on the screen caught me completely off guard. You're amazing, beautiful. Please be my girlfriend. I've been thinking about you nonstop today, you know? I just can't get enough of you. God, you're incredible. The next text was an image of a photo. And some marks on it, see? My devotion to you is all over it. I sigh and scratch the back of my head. This is a stalker? And on the very first day, no less. That's quite extreme for stalking. He's already obsessed with her. Shouldn't we report this to the authorities and the school? Yeah, I was about to say that. I'll look at the time the messages were sent, and these are quite recent. How did they get her number? I don't know. That's what's a bit disturbing. I didn't share my contact details with anyone at school, not even the other teachers. Of course, Azazel, Rossweiss, and Griselda already knew of it prior to me joining. Well, logically speaking, we take this up with the school and go from there, but seeing as how both of them were looking at me, I guess she wants me to deal with this now? Comptoir, can you track this? FWSHH, Comptoir came out of my soul and manifested outside. That's rare. Ja no kidding. But what I wasn't expecting was for Barado to lean over me and then take the phone from me, is this really necessary? She didn't answer me, but the phone started to glow for a few seconds before it went away. Connor gave me a kiss on the forehead, but handing the phone back to me and disappearing back into my soul. I look at the phone again, and it listed the name, address, real phone number, and other credentials on this person. Poor dude. But he was a fellow third year, and he wasn't in my class, but I had heard of him. This is, have you met him or interacted with him much? Yami Endo, a fellow third year, and also quite known throughout the school as a natural genius at using the computer and other tech-related things. He's the one that's usually called on when the I.T guys in the school can't fix the problem. He's also created a popular app for smartphones that's making him money on the side, and has apparently been sought out by the equivalent to this world's Google. So, this guy does have a future. So why the random obsession with Penemu all of a sudden? Partner, love is weird, or whatever sick twisted one he has. Like you said, it's obsessive. Indokun. Yes, I taught his class English today. We didn't speak, but I did feel his gaze all throughout class. But I thought it was just because I was new. I mean, it was like that for the rest of the school, right? Ross Weiss and Griselda told me so. Yeah, like Rose and Griselda, you're beautiful, so you would attract attention just like them when you first joined. But no one has stalked them. Well, as far as I know, okay, I have to ask them after this anyway. We have evidence now. We can go through legal channels to sort this out. I look at Grafia, and she nods before leaving the room. Get in contact with Surzex or Ziaticus. We can't have someone being stalked on their first day in their new job. I finally look back at Penemu, and she was blushing? What? You cheese. What? Amorous is grilling cheese. Can't you smell that? Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, partner. Gotta go. I wonder what Drake was going to say also. Amorous can cook? Penemu, what's wrong? Nothing. Anyway, yes, let's do that. I will just have to change SIM cards. How troublesome, as if prepared for something like this. She strolls over to her desk and takes out another SIM card. You sure are prepared. She said nothing but gives me a small smile and a nod. I shake my head and get up. They'll go ask Rose and Griselda about this. They'll see you around, Penemu. Pulgyum, won't you help me out? I was pulled back and embraced from behind. Geez, woman, I seriously doubt you're genuinely fearing for your life. Well, I guess I can play along. Oh, is the great and almighty Penemu-sama fearing for her life? I am. I chuckle and turn around, and she fully embraces me when I did so. She starts to rub her head on my chest. Geez, no wonder they mistake you for your age. She stops and glares at me while smiling at me. Right, I forgot about that. No, nothing, my bad. So, Cinchuredo, close your eyes and cover your ears. Also, sit fully on my bed. Don't just dangle your legs, okay? So, I scooted more into her bed and basically sitting cross-legged on it, close my eyes and cover my ears. What's her plan here? That woman, Penemu, has become more proactive. Hasn't she? I was told about your previous relationship with her by everyone here. This is certainly an interesting development. Yeah, it's night and day, although you're also pretty talkative nowadays, Velgrind. I will meet you one day, and I am merely taking steps into bettering our relationship. Cinchuredo, she is definitely trying to get my attention, Penemu said, looking up at me with a small blush. Hey, is something wrong? Could you help me? She wasn't too far from me, so she walked over and placed her hands on my shoulders, looking up. Could you? Azazel. You liar. This woman definitely knows how to do this kind of thing. Are you dumb? I felt my entire body twitch. What the hell do I do here? Go for it. I mean, that's the most logical thing to do now, right? I hugged Penemu tightly, and she gave a small surprised gasp as we shared a quiet, heartfelt moment together. Her eyes remained determined, expectant, and had a tinge of hesitance. But overall, she wanted to do this. Perhaps she has been thinking of a way to get me alone, and this stalking incident provided her with that opportunity. Whatever the case, maybe I was brought out of my thoughts when our lips touched. Penemu seemed a little awkward, so I tried to take the lead in the conversation. Hey, G and I heard from GRA, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. As we were slowly getting more into our discussion, the door opened and Rias walked in. She looked startled and apologized before walking away. However, due to this, we broke our bravado. Era, I guess that's it for now, huh? Poke. Hoo-hoo. I guess doing this was worth it, right, Jean Jr.? Penemu looked amused with herself as she playfully poked me. I was interrupted earlier and interrupted again. Everyone has been in a cheerful mood today. Cinchuredo. All the while she giggled behind me. Darn, my own rules backfired on me there, didn't it? A date, huh? How many do I have to take with me? I know Natsum wants to go on one before we move forward. Rias also wants to do the same. I look back at the closed door. I can assume the same thing for Penemu. Huh? What about Scathack? No. She said before that she didn't care too much, but I'll take her on one that's more, I guess, activity-filled paintball, rock climbing, and other physical crap. You technically sabotage yourself, partner. Shut up, Drake. He said nothing else, but just cackled at me. Cinchuredo, both Rose and Griselda pointed at themselves, and I nod. Ever experience any stalking since you started school? Please be honest with me. I take a seat beside Rose and wait for their answer. I mean, I'm both worried and not worried. They're strong and can deal with normal humans, you know? And the majority of the supernatural, but it would be unfair of me not to act the concerned boyfriend part, even though Griselda isn't no. But I've seen a lot of the males in the school looking at me with strange eyes, but they're teenagers, so I can excuse it. However, it is still inappropriate. Rose says with a huff, to this, and Nate just laughs at her. What? Pretty cheap coming from you, Rossweiss-san. You're dating Jean, aren't you? That's like super taboo this, and that are two different things. She quickly says back, but Ine just laughed again, making Rose turn red. She leans against me and nuzzles her face against my shoulder. And being bullied there I pet her to comfort her. I wonder if she does this on purpose, just so I can spoil her like this? We turn to Griselda as we wait for her answer. She seemed to be in deep thinking about it, and looked quite serious. Cinchuredo, but to the supernatural world, I am a big deal, but in the normal world, I'm just a student, and Griselda is a teacher. What can we do? Scare him? I look down at my shadow, and some purple eyes look back at me. Tug, you're making a scary face right now, Jean. What are you thinking? I look back up and see Rose looking at me with concern. The rest of them felt the same. I sigh and sit back up. No, I was just thinking about how to deal with this. Penemu has a student who's stalking her, so I was just thinking of having the administrators deal with it. As you know, I'm just a student to them, not some big deal like I am in the supernatural world. And now I learned about this from Griselda. Rias, can anything be done? Father and Oni Aisama have yet to answer us, but apart from the staff that we know are part of the supernatural, the rest are just normal humans. This includes the principal. So, whatever answer we get from my family, we can move from there. I also informed Sona about it, so she might have an answer tomorrow. She says and sips on her tea. I glance at Grafia, and she also confirms it. Sona knows, huh? They'll speak with her about it tomorrow then. Hey, Griselda, what's this teacher's name? Hataka Nakamura. I usually refer to him as Nakamura-sensei. He's the current P.E teacher. P.E teacher and school computer genius, huh? Next day, Jean, when are we going on our date? On the following day, I was on the top of my home, and I was staring at this text from Aine. Even after finding out, she was working with Cow's brigade, though it was for her own benefit to try to expose me. I wasn't sure how to respond to it. Grief and hate can do weird things, partner. Some spiral out of control. And Aine is clearly not moved on at all. Danu asked me to help her, so I will, but Aine will need to face consequences for this. She did betray the alliance. What will you suggest? It won't be easy for her, and it will definitely take her a while to recover, even with some guidance from me. Are you going to swoop in and save her? Huh? No. I'm no hero, Drake. Like what I did with Aquino and Lavinia, and just needs that last push to take those necessary steps forward in moving on from her past. I bet many tried in the past. Maybe that's why she became a wanderer? Whatever the case, hopefully I can help poke Jean-san. I look up from my phone and see Asia there. I gesture for her to join me, and she sits beside me. What's up? I know this may sound rude, but may I go with you on your date with Aine-san? She's quite bold. Asia, may I know why? Woman's intuition. Well, they all have that one way or another partner. I don't mind, but I'll need to tell or ask Aine first, do you mind if someone tag along? She really wants to experience Ireland. I text to Aine and wait for a response. In the meantime, Jean-san, will you be joining a club in the college division? I don't know. My avatar will mostly be attending for me, since I'll be focusing on my own restaurant and job as the middleman. However, I may just join the one Aquino, Rias, and Ingvild are in. Well, assuming they all joined the same club, if I remember correctly. Rias and Aquino toured the college division of Kuo Academy and didn't find a club they wanted to join. Therefore, they founded a society that focuses on researching Japan and its culture. It's called the Japanese Culture Research Society. If they do make it, we'll all be invited to join, when others start graduating as well. I see. So we'll be together there too. She sounded a little relieved. Are they that worried about us graduating? We're not that far from the high school division, and we also live in the same house. I felt my phone vibrate and checked it. Can I speak with them? Okay. My phone then began to ring, and I answered. Hey, Race Asia. She wants to go with us, right? She nods and takes the phone from me. She gets up from my lap and walks away and speaks to Aine. I watch from afar and decide not to listen to their conversation. It's safe to assume that some sort of attack will happen during our date. I can trust Asia can hold her own. She has her own shadow knights and the others in my shadow and the Electa. Do you want us on standby, partner? Yeah, that would be the right call. But we'll probably be fine on our own. Eventually, Asia comes back looking happy with herself. She handed me my phone back. She's okay with it. We'll have a fun day ahead of us, Jean-san. Kuo Academy 2 classes had passed, and for some reason the school was in a buzz. For what? I don't know, but it looked like Najima and Kuda knew the reason, so I approached them. The next teacher was usually late, so I wasn't too worried. Hey, Najima, Kuda, what's up with the school today? Oh, Jean. Yeah, you were late, weren't you? That's not like you anyway. Some weird stuff has been happening. Kiba Yudo, the prince of the school, had his desk drawn on. The same with Gaspar Vladi, a first year. Kuda explains. What? Like the Japanese bullying thing? He then continues. This is my own theory, but I think whoever is doing this is targeting the guys in the occult research club. It's a miracle yours wasn't vandalized. This isn't a coincidence. I know for a fact that Penemu and Griselda left early today, followed soon by the Gremory group, but they usually stay in their own club until school starts. I didn't get time to talk to Sona since I was late. Why was I late? Hoo-hoo, it's quite easy. Scat Hack wanted to set up a date soon, so I got caught up in conversation. She wouldn't take the "let's talk about this when I get back" answer, so I had to speak with her. I should have made a time dilation barrier. That was my own oversight. Rias, Natsum, Penemu, and now Scat Hack. Busy days ahead of me. If I include my job, as well I see, they'll talk to them about it. Knowing those two, they won't be too bothered by it. I mean, if it was Gasper at the start of the year, then yeah, he'd be crying his eyes out or scared out of his head. However, he should be all right. Kiba isn't bothered by this kind of thing, but checking on them wouldn't be a bad thing. But Gasper has Ravel and Chiron with him, Kiba in his class. He has no one, but he has the church trio to talk to since their second years, thanks for telling me. Sure thing, Skyward Sama. Anyway, you were terrible last night. Did you even practice being a jungler? Man, forget you. I have. I'm just bad at the role. I walk away as they talk about some MOBA they were playing. This time I approach the two devil groups. First, Sona. Hey, got a minute? I'm finished preparing. How can I help you, Jean? Tsubaki was close enough so she could hear us. I leaned down our desk and whispered to her what I heard from both Najima and Kuda. Sona grew concerned. It's like that Chase guy with Aquino last year. She told me about it, but she dealt with it in her own way. Apparently Sona sighed after I said that, but nodded in the end. Yes, we would have preferred if she told us and let us handle it, but what's done is done. Sona looks at Aquino, who is smiling back at us. Yeah, that also ties into what I want to talk to you about during lunch. They'll stop by the student council room. She gave me a questioning look, but didn't ask about it. I see. We can talk about that topic during lunch then. I nod and go to the Grimory King and Queen plus Ingvild. Did you hear about what happened? I ask Rias, but she shakes her head, so I told her. Both Ingvild and Aquino listened in. They were clearly angry about it, especially Rias. Although she only frowned, it was evident that she was annoyed. I'm speaking to Sona about it during lunch. Do you want to join, or? I will try to contact my father and Oni-sama again, and hopefully end this. We already have the supernatural aspect to deal with. Adding this drama in the human world is just unnecessary baggage. Agreed. Let's work on our ends then. At times like these, I wish I could just use brute force or scare tactics. But that makes me a little childish, however. Let's be a bit more methodical about it. If the two that I discussed last night are the culprits, then Yami Endo, the school computer geek, and Hataka Nakamura, the P.E. teacher, so much for resting until I take aim on that date. I inwardly sigh lunch Rias. Aquino and Ingvild headed to the club room as soon as lunch started. Sona was called to the faculty room, and I was walking to the student council room with Tsubaki. The guys made a small fuss about it. Najima and Kuda got glared at by her since they said another one in his harem or something like that. Do you know why Sona was called to the faculty room? It might be related to the current events at the school. Doing something like that is not tolerated in Kuo. They don't want something like last year to repeat, so we are cracking down on all types of bullying from this year and onwards. In the college division, you may have a chance of being outright expelled. She says it in her usual stoic way. But damn, outright expelled? That's kind of hardcore, but Aquino did tell me the stalking was a bit much last year. You're quite calm about it, partner. I mean, I was mad when I heard about it, but what's done is done. I can't really change it. And also, am not a child who'll respond by throwing a tantrum at every little thing. Drake, I know. I wasn't saying you were, I just meant you're quite calm at the current situation. Isn't that better than letting my own emotions run amok? Getting evidence and exposing them to school and then having them fired or expelled would be better. And if they keep pursuing after they are expelled and fired, I look at my hand and clench it. Then it's fair game. They're messing with them outside the safety of the school. They'll traumatize them for life. Sheesh, a bit hypocritical there. I'm a walking contradiction. Drake didn't answer after that. Tsubaki and I eventually reached the student council room. We both enter, and everyone was already there. Smack. Genkan. Wait, I haven't done anything though. As soon as we enter, I see Jinchuru Saji being smacked by his girlfriend Ruko Nimura. Tsubaki, without missing a beat, kept walking. Is this a regular occurrence? A Jin-senpai help, trying desperately to crawl towards me. He was dragged back while screeching like a banshee. I just gave him a peace sign and kept walking to traitor. Jaya. A loud thud then occurred. after which silence followed. I sit by the chessboard and wait along with the rest of the peerage. Momo smiles and walks over to me. Jean-senpai, are you here because of the rumors? Yeah, pretty much. By the way, what the hell happened with those two? Saji, who was knocked out, was being dragged by Ruruko. She propped him onto a chair and waited for him to wake up. Momo nervously laughed at my question. However, Ruruko turned to me and answered my question instead. Listen to this, Jean-senpai. As I mentioned before, I don't mind Jin-chan having a lot of admirers, but he hasn't given me a reasonable enough answer yet. Today before we arrived here, I saw him looking at another first-year girl, and she wasn't part of the supernatural either. That requires divine punishment. She says quite proudly, I'm sorry, man, but good luck. I'm thankful every day that none of the girls react this way. The door then opened, and in came Sona. She quickly walked over to her desk, and Saji miraculously woke up. I'm sorry for the delay. I was in the faculty room, as you know. Thank you for coming, Jean. At any rate, let us begin. She turns to me, and I nod. Before I say what I know, can you share yours, Sona? There's been a case of bullying, and, as you know, this school does not tolerate it. Sona goes on to say the incident from last year. No, it wasn't just one, but a few. Some got out of hand, and a female student tried to take her life. I see. So that's why they're so harsh on the punishment. But something appears to be happening on the teacher's side too, although I wasn't informed of it. Do you know, Jean? I nod and tell them about Penemu being stalked by Yami Endo and Griselda's troubles with the PE teacher, Hataka Nakamura. I see, so who is that student? Truth be told, he has stalked people online before. However, he only did it to scare them and also troll them. But if he has taken it into the real world, then it's troubling. However, Nakamura-sensei has a clean sheet. He has never had any type of complaint filed against him. However, there's always a first time for everything. Jean, I will inform the school about it. Rias told me a little bit about it last night, but not in detail. She said you would approach me about it. I trust you, but do you have evidence? I nod and hand over some screenshots I had printed out from Penemu's phone, and the weird stuff he sent her. Tsubaki looks at it and frowns. Sona had a slight look of disgust. I see. And for Nakamura-sensei? Nothing. Griselda only told me about her experiences, but I'll keep an eye on him just to be safe. I know she can defend herself, but you know, I'd rather have my bases covered. Anyway, Senshiredo, does Penemu-san want to press charges? Press charges? We kind of forgot about that part, because other things happened, I have no idea. They'll ask her about it, even though it may feel like nothing to you, Jean. To humans, it's quite a significant event to deal with. Yes, she's right. Maybe I'm just desensitized by all the potentially world-ending stuff I've seen in the past year. But Penemu and Griselda are still women, Jean. These things may affect us just as much as normal human females. Sona sighs before turning back to everyone else, and they begin discussing more student council topics. I fell out of place, so I left. Once outside, I walked around the school while thinking about what she said. Those two did say they were fine. I didn't feel they were lying last night. I'll just have to check those two out, Yami Endo and Hataka Nakamura. First, the computer wizard. He's a third year, so we'll check out the third-year floor first. I made my way there and found many still in their classrooms or just in the hallways talking to other students. I had observed actively on and looking at each male student, but it didn't take long for me to find him. Together with other students, he was in his own classroom. When I stopped outside, I saw his name. I leaned back on the windowsill and took a peek at his stats. Nothing too noteworthy except for INT and some interesting titles. Will of a Nerd God, Stalking Champion, God of Trolls, self-proclaimed, and finally Future Penemu Husband, self-proclaimed. Comptoir. Can you analyze him? Comptoir. Answer. Yami Endo, 18, third-year student in Kuo Academy, high school division, computer genius, stellar grades, and internet troll. He mostly keeps to himself out here in the real world, but becomes someone else when online. Takes pleasure in making people upset online, and has some kind of business online that makes him some money. Comptoir. Answer. Nothing else notable, and no prior complaints except being a bit antisocial. His classmates don't bully him because of school rules. Senshiredo Albion. Suddenly, a teacher came over. Oh, it was Sadako-sensei. He reluctantly goes over to her and sees me. We make eye contact, and I feel a smirk make its way onto my face, but I quickly get rid of it. However, he sees this and glares at me. He'll go to the club room then. Gotta check up on my juniors. Occult Research Club. I grabbed a bite to eat on the way to the clubroom. Once I was there, they were already discussing things. "Oh, Gene, I'm glad you could join us. Azazel, Ross Weiss, Lisa, Griselda, and Penemu are in the faculty room. Rias greets me, and so does the rest of them. Is that so? I saw Yami Endo going with Sadako-sensei, you know. Maybe they'll confront him? Maybe Sona informed them using magic or something since they were still in the student council room. No, it was me. Kunwar gave me copies of those screenshots he took. I just forwarded them to Azazel, and he said he would take care of it. He's also Penemu's boss, after all." Rias nods approvingly. "I guess Ash Crow can show his caring side to his subordinates from time to time. Huh, though I already know that, but it's nice to see it firsthand." I turn to Gasper and Kiba, who were quite relaxed about the whole thing. The only thing left to do is wait. "So, how are you two holding up?" They both look up and nod. Kaneko-chan and Ravel-san were very kind and helpful, but I wasn't that bothered by it. We got my desk cleaned up in no time because of everyone's help. He was fiddling with his phone. I can guess Coriana also helped me through it. It happened at the start of the year for me, but it quickly died down. So, I was used to hints why it didn't bother me at all. Gene-senpai. Kiba quickly brushed it off and goes back to eating. "Well, at least my juniors are dealing with it while bullying, huh? Were you bullied in your past life, Gene-senpai?" I look back and Kiba asks. Everyone turns to me curiously. I haven't told them in detail about that, huh? I nod and tell them the story so far. Wait, you remember your name? You haven't told us yet. What is it? Aquino lunged at me, and I caught her. Geez, I didn't think she'd react that strongly. Yeah. My bad. A lot of things happened shortly after I remembered, so I didn't have time to tell you guys. Anyway, my past name was Aaron Toole. Aaron Aquino repeats it and looks at me closely. I wryly smile and take a seat. "So, what do you want to be called as?" "I don't mind, but try to call me Gene in front of people who don't know the truth about me." Past life? Aaron? What are you all talking about?" Ravel raises her hand, looking very confused. I haven't told her yet. I chuckle and tell her what the deal is, who I am, and what the deal is. By the end of it, Ravel was completely shocked. Outer God, multiverse, other life. This is a lot of information to deal with. She clutches her head and takes a few minutes to process it all down. Once Ravel was done, she turns towards me. "I will still support you regardless. To think that there are more powerful beings across such a vast place. It's quite an exciting thing to discover. However, is the training facility just a downgraded version of your pocket dimension?" "Yes, basically. I still need to tell Anae and Reiko about this, although I suspect that they have some suspicions about me being human," and all that. Ravel nods sagely, takes out a notebook, and starts writing a bunch of things. When she's like that, no one can really interrupt her. So, I left her to her own devices. We had a more light-hearted rest of lunch, but the teachers didn't come back to us either. Therefore, there was still a little bit of tension for the Grimoire group. Near the end of the day, we heard a lot of screaming and shouting from a male student who stormed out of the school. My classroom was near the entrance, so I got a front row seat on who it was, and Yami Endo was the one leaving the school. It didn't take long for rumors to spread that it was him who did the writing on the desks of Kiba and Gasper. However, there was no confirmation to the students about this, and I doubt they would release that. But we'll ask Rose and the rest about it when we get to the clubroom. I decided to arrive last in the clubroom and hang back in the classroom. Since the guys of the Occult Research Club were being targeted, I waited until everyone left the classroom and turned myself invisible. I leaned up against the wall at the back of the classroom and waited. Time slowly ticked away, and eventually a lone male teacher came into the classroom. And not to my surprise, it was Hataka Nakamura-sensei. He had a bunch of markers with him and started scribbling on my desk. I had my phone out and was recording him. Though it's a bit silly of him to do this when the heat was still hot, I guess he took the chance of Yami Endo getting kicked out or expelled as a way to mock the school by saying, "I'm still at large, you idiots. You expelled, kicked out the wrong person." But he didn't expect the supernatural to be real or me being here to record him. But I was betting on this. I had no guarantee that I was right, so if he didn't show up today, I would have tried a different day. But I do have to thank him for being stupid. Once he was done scribbling random things after around 15 minutes, he gathered up his items and left. He was giggling like a schoolgirl while fleeing. Cinchuredo, shrugging my shoulders, I sent a text to Aquino saying he'll be late since I just got this evidence. Next stop, Sotan. Student council. I had canceled my invisibility before leaving my classroom, so I was now in the student council room. This is twice in a day, Jean Senpai. This could bring us fortune or a bad omen. After saying that, Saji was lightly smacked by Ruruko. However, they seem to be on good terms now. Maybe they made up after I left. Jean, why have you come here? Do you need something? We were about to start our club activities. Oh yeah, I thought I would show you something interesting. Sona furrows her brows, and I pull out my phone. I tapped it, and a holographic screen appeared above it. It was quite large, and then I pressed play. It showed the PE teacher Hitaka and Nakamura scribbling things on my desk with a marker. They all watched with mouths agape, except for Sona and Tsubaki, who looked unamused by the whole thing. By the time it ended, the king and queen of the peerage sighed a heavy sigh. What the hell? Why would he do that to Kiba-kun and Gasper-kun? I can understand why he would do it to Jean Senpai, but not to them. Saji said furiously. Hey, what do you mean by that? Oi, I don't mean anything bad by it, Jean Senpai. He puts his hands up in an apologetic manner. Then what the hell do you mean by it? A good way? How? I sigh and look back at Sona. Would you like a copy? I can send it to you in any format you prefer. Enough. I will. Thank you, Jean. She cuts me off, and I grumble a bit. I create a copy of the file, as well as a disk copy, and give it to Sona. She gracefully takes it, and I start walking out of the room. Jean, wait a moment. Huh? I see Sona get up from her desk and hand me a letter. Then she goes back to her desk without saying anything more. Saji then falls to the ground and on his knees. It's over. President Sona gave Jean Senpai a love letter. Aruruko-chan, help. My soul is breaking. He was genuinely crying, and I was looking at the guy in pity. I glance back at Sona, and she rolls her eyes. Yeah, this isn't one. Saji, without saying anything else, I left the room. I was walking away from the room and began to open the letter when I heard the door open and close. Footsteps were quickly approaching me, and I turned around. The culprit was Momo, Sona's bishop. She reaches me while panting a bit. Momo, what's up? Are you free this weekend? Weekend, I'm not entirely sure. He'll be away from Saturday, since I have a request from the Irish Pantheon. If all goes well, I can get back before Sunday. Why? Momo deflates a bit, but shakes her head, looking at me with weird conviction. If you get back by Sunday, then, can you come with me? I mean, can you accompany me? I have a friend on the volleyball team, and they're looking to buy some new gear since theirs is a bit worn out already. So I put my hand out to stop her, as she might just ramble on if I don't. If I can get back on time, then sure. If not, we could do it before I go. How about Friday? If your friend isn't busy, that is. Momo immediately takes her phone out and starts to frantically type on her phone. After she was done, she heaves a sigh of relief and waits. Partner, you can't look at this any other way than I know, Drake. A date. She's basically asking me out. Eventually her phone vibrates, and she takes it out. Her face brightens, and she looks back at me. They're fine with it. I see. They'll see you after school on Friday, then? Unless you want to go get changed before we go. See, change. I want to change. I mean, if you don't mind. Jean Senpai, well, I did suggest it, so sure. Let's text the details, all right? Why, yes, thank you. She ran away after that. I watch her reach the door, briefly look at me, and wave before stepping in. This'll be an interesting time. I wonder if it's all a setup? Or is this friend real? Wait, do we even have a female volleyball team? I only saw guys playing volleyball there. It doesn't matter. Nighttime Skyward household the letter. It wasn't anything serious. It was just Sarah Fall saying she missed me. I called her through a communication circle and asked why not just call or text me. She said that her phone broke and she didn't have time of getting a new one. Anyway, we had finished having dinner and were sitting around the dining room. Most of the household members were informed of what had happened and were also curious as to what had become of Yami Endo. So we all stayed there waiting for Penemu, Rose, Lisa, who had joined us, and Griselda. Sister Griselda, what happened? Irina couldn't wait any longer. She raised her hand and just blurted that out. She sighed in response, but answered her anyway. It's not as you expected, unfortunately. Yami Indo-kun has been temporarily suspended for a few weeks. This is something they want to keep investigating. That's what Surzek's Lucifer told Azazel, and that's what the principal heard. However, they are confident in finding that evidence, and he may be expelled by the end of it. A few of the girls frowned, as well as Kiba and Gasper. He may just delete them all, you know. He has his computers and other tech-related items in his home. I point out, but they shake their heads. Afufu, the great Devil King. Lucifer Coin had some devils go to his home before he got there and confiscate all of them. So, they're probably sorting through all of the things he owns as we speak. Lisa smiled at me, and Rias nodded along proudly. I see. Well, if that's the case, then it's hook, line, and sinker. It's a done deal, this is over, but I also got evidence on the one writing all that foul crap on Kiba and Gasper's desk. It wasn't no coin? Nope. I brought my phone out and showed them the video. Safe to say they were shocked, especially Griselda. This is enough for him, right? I gave it to Sona. That's why I was late for club today. I create another copy and make it float to Grafia, who accepted it and left the room. She's probably going to contact Surzex about it, or Zeoticus. He really messed up, Kanami says as she eats some cookies. Natsum smacks her, and they lightly glare at each other. I swear those two are slowly turning into a comedy duo also. That sounds like a meme Drake. Hey, don't blame me. Okay, I might have shared a lot of memes with everyone over the 15 years we spent in the pocket dimension. But still, Grafia comes and she nods. We will have our answer by tomorrow. I see, thank you. After a few more minutes of talking, everyone disperses and leaves to do their own thing. Natsum looked at me for a little bit. Let's go on a date soon, okay? She seemed a bit surprised, but happily nodded, skipping out of the room with renewed energy. The only ones left in the dining room kitchen were Grafia and I. I stretched a bit before deciding to join the others. They were probably in the living room or something. However, I felt someone grab my arm, and I looked behind me, and it was Grafia. She was blushing a little and said nothing. But around a minute later, she finally sighs and looks up at me. This might be a little selfish of me, but please spoil me for the rest of the night. I feel a little neglected, Grafia, indeed. I feel like we haven't seen each other that much as of late. She did ask to go with me on one of my visits, maybe when I go to Praia again. I step forward towards her and bring her into a hug. By spoil, do you mean? Why, yes, if you don't mind. Also, I mentioned before that I wish to accompany you on one of your requests or visits to another pantheon or faction. I nod. Sure thing, Grafia. Do you want to come along to the Russian mythology when I go back? She doesn't answer me, but simply lays her head on my chest. Seeing this as some kind of sign or signal, hey, Aquino. He'll be with Grafia for a little bit. Can you stop some of the girls from going up? Sure thing. Cinchureto Chapter 4. Part 2. Jealousy. Momo and back to Ireland Skyward household. Jean Skyward Grafia and I arrived in my room, and she changed out of her outfit. While she did that, I put a time and sound barrier around the room. Cinchureto, this was such an absurd situation that I began to laugh smack. Sorry. However, it was short-lived since Grafia smacked me on the head and glared at Seraphal, making her flinch. Grafia points at the ground, and Seraphal immediately shifts into the Saiza position. Her head was down, and she looked apologetic. And what might you be doing here, Seraphal-sama? Grafia asked in a slightly irritated tone, making the magical girl flinch. I want to see Jean. It's been so long since I last saw him. I even gave Sotan a letter to give to him, since my phone broke. BBB, but I can't believe I would come here to find you two about to cause such a commotion. Seraphal was still clearly flustered by the whole thing. Grafia put a hand on her head and sighed heavily. However, before she could speak, Seraphal continued. Now that I'm here, let me join the fun too. Both of us were left utterly speechless, but without missing a beat, Seraphal removed her gear as well. When she was showing off her form while striking poses to challenge me, I felt my expression twitch, but my resolve strengthened. I glance at Grafia, and she nods. I'm not against it, and my time with Seraphal in the Greeks realm, Cinchureto, since you asked for it, Grafia gave me the go-ahead and didn't mind waiting. He'll make sure to give Serafal a proper experience. This may sound selfish, but I want to treat my maid to something special before I continue with you. Centurado, Centurado, Centurado. Centurado, hey, come on, focus. Serafal had been pacing back and forth for some time now. She paused, catching her breath. Looking back on it, this whole plan had come together pretty quickly, hadn't it? Sera, just to be clear, are you absolutely sure about this? We could always take things a bit slower, you know. It's fine. Plus, I finally get to take down Gabriel-chan. All right? She's still fixated on that, isn't she? I confirm her question with a nod, and she pumps her fist. Although I do need to do things with Gabriel too, even though she lives here now. She's mostly up in heaven. Even now, she hadn't come back down. I should make another Electa to take her place, an angel Electa Jean. Focus on me. Serafal sounded a bit sad while saying that. I looked back at her, and she was giving me the teary-eyed treatment. My bad, here I go then, Sarah. Serafal urges me on and nods slightly. Centurado, Centurado, Centurado. Right? I reach over and put a hand on her cheek, trying to calm her down a little. Yeah, I will. Don't worry, and relax a little. She nods but looks a tad hesitant, but I know what she wants me to do. Being careful to stay steady, I lean forward and whisper in her ear. I love you, Serafal. I love you so much. She feels deeply moved after hearing those words, and tears well up in her eyes. Me too. I love you too. Let's stay together, Jean. I nod and pull her close. The moment is filled with overwhelming emotion between us. Centurado, Sarah, why are you so cheerful right now? Her breathing is quick, but she looks up at me with a calm, trusting expression, clearly ready to begin. Does it hurt? No. I've been through much harder things before. But I feel really comfortable right now. Jean, I love you. She closed her eyes and smiled softly. Since I was still quite close to her, I smiled back warmly. Serafal leaned in, and we shared a gentle, brief moment together. It wasn't a passionate moment, but rather a calm and peaceful one. Deliberate bravado, an expression of love without words. We shared a tender bravado, savoring the closeness between us. Jean, after a few more seconds, we separated. I finally pulled away. Jean, Centurado, 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 Centurado. She lay there peacefully, fast asleep after the exhausting event. I gently moved the unconscious Serafal aside and laid her down on the bed, where she continued to rest quietly. I didn't think she was the type to be knocked out after a single round, although I didn't expect her to be that lovely-dovey either, so I guess she's still full of surprises. I turned my attention to Grafia, and she was already lying on the bed instead of sitting. I go over to her, and once I arrived, Centurado Grafia welcomed me warmly as we reunited. Not long after I'd spent time with Serafal, being with Grafia felt especially meaningful, as if she were embracing me with great affection. Centurado, 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 Centurado. You know, I choose she interrupted me and looked at me with determination. She smiled at me softly. Forgive me, Jean-sama. That wasn't what I meant. I just want her love, that's all. So please, using all the force I can muster, Centurado, Centurado Grafia. Jean-sama, I've been feeling overwhelmed since you came into my life. I think you've changed me in ways I never imagined, and I can't imagine being without you anymore. Oh, the joy I feel is building up, Jean-sama. Centurado, Centurado, for someone like her to only show this side when it's only the two of us. She let her deepest feelings pour out in a passionate, devoted confession to Jean-sama. She was still hesitant even now. Centurado tears streamed down her face. She couldn't take it anymore. In the future, please give me your child. She pleaded desperately. I didn't know Grafia wanted a family with me so badly. I wondered why all of a sudden. I'm not against it, so I agreed. Centurado, Centurado. After a few hours together, Grafia had tired herself out and was sleeping soundly. You're awake, aren't you, Sarah? I was found out. I scooted over to Serafal, and I brought Grafia with me, as she was using my bravado as a pillow. I didn't think I would hear Grafia-chan be all that lovey-dovey but she wants her children that badly, huh? She looked at Sarah Fall with an amused smile. I guess so, but it's not the first time she's mentioned it. Oh, do you know why, by the way? She shakes her head. No, unfortunately I do not. Perhaps it's just her love for you that is so strong. She did tell me during our time in your pocket dimension that she's immortal and will stay with you, right? I know Aquino-chan, Lavinia-chan, and Asia-chan are part of that right now. Ah, so you know about that? Who else have you made immortal since then? Or have you asked anyone else? She looks at me curiously and then leans her head against my shoulder. I told Rias, Griselda, Irina, and Rose about it, and recently I asked Natsum. She has yet to give me an answer. Griselda and Irina aren't part of my circle, so do you think they'll say yes? I don't know, but at least I hope they'll ask me to extend their lives. Having everyone around is a lot more fun, right? Oh, maybe, hey, why don't you make me immortal then? Sarah, I appreciate you saying that, but I don't want you just making spur-of-the-moment decisions like this. Don't rush, and take your time to think about it. She pulls away from me and puts a finger up and shakes it side to side while saying no. That's where you're wrong, G-Tan. Didn't I tell you already? Grafia told me about it during the 15 years, so I had a lot of time thinking about it. Her usual playful demeanor was absent, and she was looking at me seriously. She took my left hand and held it with both of hers. Please, but make sure you add Sotan to your team and make us both immortal. The tender moment was ruined by that, and I just laughed. They'll assume her love for both Sona and I are equal. Don't look. I love both of you, but I can't stand the thought of Sotan dying off before me. I mean, I don't want either of us dying, or you. As I kept laughing, she started to lightly hit me on the side. However, I stopped and nodded my head. All right, I get it, Sarah Fall. Using my left arm, I brought her into a hug and made her immortal. Once I was done, I let her go. I don't feel any changes. Do you want an obvious sign to confirm it? She looked horrified and shook her head. No, that's weird. Never mind, I feel immortal now. Sarah Fall eventually calms down, and we fall back into silence. I stroke Grafia with my free hand and look at her. Kids, Centuredo, and they're still reviewing the recording you made, but there's a high chance I'll be fired and banned from teaching for the foreseeable future. I already informed Sotan about it, so you might be called into the principal's office along with either Zyataka-chan or Surzek-chan, and of course Sotan and other officials early in the morning. She said that in one go, without stopping. Once she was finished, she let out a satisfied sigh. Well done, but seriously? Oh boy, I do hope he doesn't blow up and lose his temper with me. Why? I mean, they'll sit him down if he does. It's self-defense at that point, you know? He might try to use the "I was recorded without permission" angle. Sarah, how will that play out? I mean, technically he's right. I think the issues of vandalizing school property and threatening several students and harassing a fellow teacher might take precedence over being recorded without consent. I nod. Well, I guess you have a point, but he may still try to play that card, you know? Surzek-chan will shut it down. You already have support from all of us, the majority of the teachers there, and I don't think the principal hates you. Well, I would hope that they don't randomly hate me. After telling me that, Sarah Fall then deflates and flops down back on the bed. She then sighs tiredly while looking at the ceiling. This is a drastic change in mood. What's wrong? I did say that I missed you, but after tonight, they'll be leaving again, and who knows when I'll see you again. She said in a tone that indicated that she wanted a certain answer out of me. I mean, my house has space, after all. Do you want to move in? Gyushi regained her energy and hugged me. I knew G-Tan would provide the right answer. I mean, you weren't exactly being subtle about it. I also have infinite space here, so I was just waiting for you to say something about it. She gasped dramatically and looked appalled. Why you weren't planning to invite me unless I said I wanted to move in? Sarah Fall is shocked. Why did you just say in the third person? Anyway, I should just go back downstairs and let Grafia sleep this off. I try to get up, but she stops me. Hee. Even while sleeping, Grafia-chan remains cute. She's telling you not to go, to not leave her. You didn't need to narrate that. Sarah, she stuck her tongue out at me, and I canceled the barrier around the room. I'm not against it, so they'll have an earlier night tonight then. You want to joy Pomf? Instead of answering, she just stood up and jumped onto me. I had to move out of the way so she wouldn't body slam Grafia. Why did you avoid me? Sama, behave yourself. Zzz. We both looked at Grafia, and she was still asleep. I guess you heard the woman. Cinchuredo, a Satan sitting in a Siza position and looking down at the ground. But what they're saying is true. She did interrupt the schedule. Grafia was the one leading it. She was part of the schedule last night, so she didn't break it. However, there was just one extra person last night, so it's not that big of a deal, well, to me anyway, but I guess it's different for them. Nudge, nudge, Ophis, who had come out, was shoving a spoon towards my mouth. I open it and accept the food. She smiled and was satisfied with herself. Irene also came out to have breakfast with us. Also, sometime in the early morning hours, Gabriel came back home. Cinchuredo, how about excluding her from the list for a week or two? Lavinia suggests with a bright smile. Seraphal looks up and is horrified at the female magician. Her face said it all. It was basically saying, please don't. However, Lavinia held her ground as she smiled at the Satan. Cinchuredo, as chaotic as usual, guys. Keep it up. I felt Ophis nudging me with the spoon again, and I ate the food. Irene silently watched them. She saw me looking at her, and she avoided eye contact with me. Please don't tell me she's having the Ophis phase, as I would like to call it. I glance at the time on the clock and notice that I have to get going. I need to be early after all. I tap Ophis on the head, and she looks up at me. I got to go. After nodding, she swallowed the rest of her food in one gulp, surprising me, and then delved back into the necklace. Irene notices this, pinches my cheek, and slips back into the necklace. The hell was that about? She's at Sundara, partner. Cuckoo. Silence. Drooling dragon emperor. I didn't expect Irene to quit back at him like that. As I try to get up, Gabriel looks at me teary-eyed. Please don't do this to me. You're killing me here. As I stare at her, I get an idea. I lean down and kiss her on the lips. This temporarily stuns the seraphim, and I step away from the table and snap my school uniform onto myself. Jean, where are you off to? It's still quite early. Aquino asks me, and I turn to look at her. Everyone was looking at me at this point. Seraphal can explain. I gotta get to school early. All eyes are on Seraphal, and she begins to explain. I started to teleport away, so after we got together, bonk. Ow. Take this seriously, she was hit by Grafia. That was the last thing I saw before leaving. Kuo Academy Occult Research Club, oh? You finally made it, huh? When I teleported into the club room, Azazel, Rose, Griselda, Lisa, and Penham were already there. They did say they needed to be there earlier than me, but I didn't think they'd be here of all places. Sup? Did you guys eat yet? Also, why here? Aren't we meant to be in the principal's office? Azazel nods and answers me. Well, yeah, but we don't start for another 30 minutes, so we're just relaxing here. All right, that reminds me. Zeus was planning to send a request in for you. Honestly, all the Pantheons were in alliance with her asking for you, so you have a busy time ahead of you, middleman Cohen. Is it about the damage done? And whatever aftermath? Pretty much, but some have other requests for you. I see you'll take them all then. I took a seat while I answered Azazel. He just gave me a strange look. Are you sure? Yeah. I mean, you'll need to do them eventually, right? So I might as well take them all now. He shrugged to my response and contacted each leader of the Pantheon and told them I would take their requests. We made idle chatter until the start time arrived. We had arrived at the principal's office. The teachers went in first, and then I walked in. Sona was already there with Sabaki. Surzex and Ziaticus were also there along with Hataka Nakamura, the PE teacher, and Yami Endo with his parents. Hataka had a look of surprise on his face when he noticed me. Yami also glared at me. Sheesh, I sure have a lot of hate towards me. Ah, Shevar-kun, welcome. I'm glad you could make it, and I apologize for asking you to come in so early. The principal greets me, and I do the same. Ah, it's not any trouble. So why was I called here for? I glanced around the room. Both Grimories had amused looks on their faces, while Sona rolled her eyes. Tsubaki remained the same, and the teachers had varying degrees of reactions. Have you heard about the rumors lately? I've heard of one, the desk thing, right? You're still new to our country, and you probably don't know, or it was different in Ireland, but bullying here is a little more subtle, so it's a bit difficult to crack down on them. However, after last year's incident, we have started to take them even more seriously. This is because we don't want a repeat of it. He looks down sadly and shakes his head. We do not want a repeat of that. Anyhow, allow me to introduce to you to Zeoticus Gremory and Surzex Gremory. Zeoticus is an administrator of our school, along with his son Surzex. And yes, they are related to your classmate Rius Gremory-kun. I see. I glance at them, and they wave at me. If I may interrupt Hiroshi Kocho-sensei, why have we been called in here? I understand why Endo-kun may have been called here, but why am I here? I have my P classes to prepare for. Now, Nakamura-sensei, this won't take long. The principal Hiroshi turns to Endo, and he looks away. His parents didn't look too happy with him, and didn't seem to be defending him. Endo-kun, after a lengthy investigation overnight, we have found a lot of evidence against you, I'm sorry to say. We have to expel you. Harassing and stalking your teacher is a very serious crime. However, Penemu-sensei won't be pressing charges against you. What Hiroshi puts his hand up and brings up a remote and clicks it. A projector starts and shows a massive screenshots of his troubling online activity and behavior. I could tell that he was seriously pissed off. Finally, it showed the messages from him to Penemu, and he looked mortified. Do you want to say anything, Endo-kun? He remained silent and kept his head down. Both of his parents looked disgusted at him. Yeah, I don't think they'll be helping him. Principal Hiroshi nods his head and looks over at Penemu, who also nods. That matter is settled then. Endo-kun, you will be expelled. I take it your parents do not have a problem with that? No, we don't. I'm sorry for our son's actions, Hiroshi-sensei, Penemu-sensei, and thank you for not filing any criminal charges against him. Penemu just smiled and nodded. Hiroshi gestured for them, and they left. I guess they'll talk more about it after the next part, because I don't sense them fully leaving, and they were just outside. Our next topic is the vandalism of school property and the mystery bully. Principal Hiroshi says, and Hataka Nakamura has a smug look on him and interrupts the principal. I see. So, the culprit is Gene Skyward-kun? I didn't expect that. He's been mostly an excellent student. I'm very surprised by this sudden development. Are you not part of their club? Skyward-kun? Why did you target your fellow members? That's not very nice, you know. You could be looking at an expulsion, too. Nakamura said it in a way that would rub salt into an open wound, aka really annoyingly smugly. Censuredo freezing up like a scaredy cat. Drag, language. P-partner. Hello. We curse a lot, you know. W, why are you doing this to me? Doing Yoma. Welsh Dragon, please be quiet. As you can see, Nakamura-sensei, we have a recording of you doing this to Skyward-kun's desk. Care to explain yourself? I won't even mention the foul language you use, however. Nakamura didn't say anything, but his body started to shake. He was clearly pissed off. I wonder if he'd explode. He finally looks up and looks at me. Bruh, his eyes look so dead and ready to kill me. He points at me and then laughs. Why do you even exist? He asked a single question that confused the room. Everyone started looking at each other, clearly confused. He laughed again and continued. It's not only me, Skyward-kun. Many of the male students in this school envy your position. Personally, I think you look average. However, you still manage to attract many of the females in this school, including the teachers. He stops and glares at Rose, Lisa, Penemu, and Griselda. They don't show any reactions and just stare back at him. What draws them to you? Certainly not your looks. So why? You don't do any sports. Apart from helping some clubs every now and again. So why? What's so good about you? For some reason, even Raswai-sensei, Lisa-sensei, Penemu-sensei, and Griselda-sensei highly favor you. What makes you so special? He goes on a weird tangent about something that I decided not to listen to. So, in summary, he's jealous of me? I know some guys are, but to take it this far. Also, aren't you an adult? So you're jealous of the attention I'm getting? Griselda-sensei comes over to our club room from time to time and may have mentioned some attempts by a certain teacher to ask her out on a date. Why don't you just ask her if she's dating someone or if she's interested in someone? A sigh escapes him as he looks at Griselda after clenching his fist. The principal looked like he wanted to say something, but decided to stay quiet. Griselda, now in the spotlight, stared at Nakamura dead in the eyes. I am not dating anyone, but I am interested in someone. Unfortunately, I can't reciprocate your feelings, Nakamura-sensei. Forgive me. She even added a bow at the end, as expected of a former nun and now reincarnated angel. Always so courteous. It'll add the final blow, then I'm not really doing anything except living my own life. Nakamura-sensei. What I do with my own romantic life has nothing to do with you, and vice versa. I have no interest in yours, and it certainly isn't my fault that you can't find a partner. Ahem, I finished, and Azazel snorted but quickly composed himself. Both Grimory men looked at him with a questioning look. Being jealous, I get, but doing this petty nonsense is weird. I'm not Japanese, so even if I found out about this scribbling thing at a later date, it wouldn't affect me apparently. That was what made him erupt as he lunged at me. He tried to grab me, but I dodged him, so he started to throw punches my way. And Nakamura-sensei, please stop. This is assault. The principal tries to explain, but it falls on deaf ears. And what am I supposed to do? He's like an immature child having a tantrum. I look at everyone else, and they shrug. Seriously? You're leaving this up to me? I look at the principal. Hiroshi Kocho-sensei, if I fight back now, it's self-defense, right? Before the principal could answer yes, I would say it would be, wouldn't you agree, father? Surzex asks Zeoticus, and he nods. The principal looks at the two of them before sighing. Sorry, dude. He tries to punch me again. I sidestep his attack and put my right foot out, making him trip. As he fell, I put a hand on his chest, flipped him around, and slammed him to the ground. I used enough force to knock the wind out of him, but not hurt him too much. Once he was on the ground, I sat on him and sighed. Should we call the police or something? This was stupid. Even Saji wasn't like this, dude. You should really learn to shoot your shots at different places. The principal becomes a little anxious and starts using his smartphone. I didn't want my day to start like this. At least Endo was more civil. Well, I won't relax about him yet. He did look really pissed off, so the stalking might continue. If it does, they'll do something about it. You want to kill him, right? Drake, am not a murderer, maybe just traumatize him for life like Aquino did to that Chase guy. If you say so, partner. I sat on the teacher until other teachers came in and handled the rest. After being asked to stay and answer some questions, I had no idea what would happen to him as I was asked to leave. So, I headed to the clubroom. Once I arrived there, the Grimory group was already there. Oh, hey guys. I didn't think you would all be here. We were curious. So do you mind telling us what happened? I greet them and Rias nods at me. I sat on a couch and told them what had happened. Jealousy is a heck of a thing. Jayasuk says while fiddling with his phone. Ravel and Chiron were sitting on my lap, agreeing with him. I thought he was okay. He didn't come off as creepy for once. I agree with you. Ravel agrees with Chiron on this point. A rare moment between them indeed. The rest of the morning was mostly normal, apart from his students being curious about the bully and Endo. Next day lunch, so he really got expelled. And we don't have a PE teacher now. Some rumors say that it was Nakamura-sensei who scribbled all of those awful things. You know? It was Friday, and it was lunchtime. I was dragged by Kuda and Najima into a guys group, and they started discussing about what had happened recently. Evidently, there was some kind of investigation group among the students, and they discovered some things. So, Yami Endo has become a target of hate among the student body, and Nakamura, the PE teacher, was also targeted with rumors. Your thoughts, Skyward-sama? Rumors are rumors. Who knows? I answer him, and a guy points at me. 2 days ago, someone from one of the clubs said they saw you early in the morning. They're reliable since they belong to the investigation group and are part of a club who comes here early in the morning. They all looked at me, and I shrugged at his accusation. I don't know the full details, my guy. However, all I know is that he was definitely arrested since he tried to attack me. Yeah, I pressed charges, though it was Surzek's idea for me to do so and to make it easier to charge him. On top of his other charges, I just went with it. One human problem solved. All that's left is Endo. There has been no activity from him. I have a nanofly on him, so I would know if he was up to something. I also have one Shadow Knight in his shadow, just to make sure. But I'm leaving that problem for another time. Today, I'm going out with Momo after school today. After that is the weekend, and me heading to Ireland with Asia for the date with Aine. Poor Penemu-sensei. She said she was dating someone, but I doubt it, because she's probably saying that it keeps some weirdos away from her, you know? Kuda says, and the other guys were shocked. She didn't mention anything like that to me. Hey, when did you hear that? I asked him, and he nodded. Just today, someone asked her during her first class, and she said she was dating someone. However, we realized it was a lie, didn't we? After what happened? I see. They continued talking about it, but I got up from my seat and started wandering the halls. I come across a few students muttering when I walk past them. I somehow end up at a certain part of the school, and era, Dvinkon. I had been staring at the ground and looked up. In front of me was Kyom Abe. Oh, hey Kyom. What's up? Actually, where the hell am I? She chuckles at me and shakes her head. You're near the sewing club. We have a sewing club. She laughed at me again and nodded. She came over to peer at my face. Is something troubling you? Nah, I'm just thinking about stuff. You know, all the rumors and stuff. I lean against the wall, and she joins me. She scooted a bit closer to me. I see, so it's true? You were called into the school early in the morning? I nodded and proceeded to tell her what had happened and why it had happened. By the end of it, she was just shaking her head in disbelief. To think a teacher would do such a thing, and a student to stalk a fallen angel of all beings this world is becoming insane. You think so? I mean, in Ireland, the bullying attempt would have ended in people fighting and the stalking? A manhunt to a beating. Well, in my former school, that is, I don't know about others. You were in a school for beasts and psychopaths. I am shocked you came out sane. It was my turn to laugh at her response, and she just huffed. I look at Kyom, and we haven't interacted that much. Apart from helping her 3 times, that's about the extent of it. She looks at me questioningly, and I explain myself. That's true. Anyway, you'll get going. Nice talking with you, Kyom. I started walking away, and I felt her grab my sleeve. I turn around to see her looking at the ground while blushing. My father wants to meet up with you. Is that okay? Huh. After you helped me with my engagement, and after you and Rias Gremory left, I told him I was already dating someone. So you told him it was me? She nodded while blushing. I sigh and scratch my head. Sure. Just text me when it's happening. Okay? Why, yes, of course. Thank you, Jean. I walk away while waving at her. What the hell do I do with her? She clearly likes me what you usually do. I'll ignore that after school after telling everyone that I was busy and couldn't attend club activities, though it's mostly me just sitting around reading things. I was waiting by a local cafe for Momo. We had agreed to meet here via text. I had also changed before leaving the clubroom. I was in my usual middleman outfit. Sorry I'm late. I hear Momo's voice and turn to it. She arrived at my side with a blue backpack purse. She was wearing a black t-shirt, a black trumpet skirt, and white knee-high boots. She saw me looking at her and started to blush. I gave her a thumbs up. You look great, Momo. Ready for the outing? She was surprised by the question and turned even redder. I couldn't help but chuckle at her. I'm just teasing you. I put my hand out and she looked at it, and then back at my face before meekly nodding and grabbing my hand. I let her lead as she starts to take us to the local sports shop. Once we got there, to my surprise, Kuda was there with a girl. Ashodi Smuk. Skyward Sama. He covers his mouth as the girl beside him looks at him with a questioning gaze. Sakura-san, I'm sorry for being late. Don't worry about it, Hanakai-san. We weren't waiting too long. Shall we go? Momo lets go of my hand, and the 2 girls take the lead by going into the shop. Kuda and I hang back, and he pulls me towards him. Keep this a secret from Najima, and why should I do that? He sighs and explains. Look, his folks keep hounding him about finding a girlfriend so he can continue the bakery business, you know? But they had a fight about it, and now he's really salty about not being together with someone. Wait, is that why you've been avoiding relationship talk when I'm around? He nodded sagely. Well, okay, I understand his parent concern, but didn't we say to try to get together with one of Ingvild's friends? I pull out my phone and text Ingvild. Hey, Ing, got a minute? I'm free. Is something wrong, Jean? No. I was just wondering, are any of your friends single? No. It's Najima. I was wondering if any of them were interested in him. Oh, Nayamakun. None of them see him in a bad way. So I think there's a chance? Oof, my guy. Kairi-san is pretty harsh, huh? But it's not a total loss. Kuda, who had been looking at my phone, came to that conclusion. I see. Well, do you mind asking them? Maybe we can set something up? They'll try Jean, but no promises. Yeah, thank you. After that, I put my phone away. I then turned to Kuda and finally addressed the elephant in the room. When? Huh? Don't play with me, Kuda. What did you get close to Sakura? He looks back at Sakura, who is happily chatting away with Momo, and turns back to me blushing. WL, not to toot my own horn, but I saved her from some bad guys and became her hero. After that we've been, talking and stuff. Hashimoto-san is pretty interesting. Sakura Hashimoto, huh? I don't know anything about her, but Kuda proceeds to blabber on about her. In addition to playing and liking volleyball, our school has a girls' team, which surprised me. She also wants to be an author and has been writing amateur short stories. She's also apparently a camera fanatic. She likes taking pictures of basically anything. Kuda seemed enamored with the girl. Guess you're in love, huh? Shut up. Oh, okay. Maybe I am. But he falls silent and looks at Sakura again. But he's probably not sure about her relationship status, huh? Well, I don't care about such things, so he'll ask her. Ashu. Hey, Hashimoto-san. The two girls stop and look back at me. Kuda starts to violently shake me, and I ignore him. Are you dating anyone? As soon as I say that, Kuda stops, sighs, and shakes his head. She tilts her head in confusion, but shakes her head. No, I'm single. Always have been. I mean, who would like a sportsy girl like me? I see. Nah. I'm pretty sure there are people out there who like girls like you. Is that so? I hope I meet one soon then. After that short exchange, and getting a weird look from Momo, they continue on. They stop to look at some equipment before walking away again and repeating this process. Kuda, who was beside me, seemed elated by the fact. So, are you going to go for her? Hell yeah, I might have a chance. After shopping around a bit, and Kuda leaving me to speak with Sakura, Momo and I were together again. This time we were the ones observing the two, and from the interactions we saw, those two like each other. That was Momo's conclusion. Jean, is that why you asked if she was single? Yeah, he was too nervous, and I don't care about those things. So I did it for him. Anyway, once we're done here, do you want to go anywhere? Maybe the amusement park? When Momo and I were talking and observing Kuda and Sakura, we had been holding hands. I had to initiate it, but she didn't shy away from it. Oh, okay. We'll see you on Monday then, Sakura-san. Kuda-kun. Why, yeah. See you around, Hanake-san. Jean. See you soon. Don't die now, Kuda. What kind of goodbye is that? After saying our goodbyes, the two of them walk away together. Momo and I do the same, but toward the amusement park. That place won't close too early, which is a plus. Nighttime dates and all that. We quickly arrive there, pay the entrance fee, and immediately Momo dragged me to a guy selling cotton candy. I'm having flashbacks to Kiba buying these when Surzex and Astri were here. Of course, I paid for it. Do you like cotton candy? Yes, I saw it featured a lot in films and movies, so I always want to try eating them while in an amusement park. She says that while taking bites out of the food. But I didn't think someone could like that for such a weird reason. But now that I think about it, I probably got transfixed on certain ideas as a kid from watching shows, so it's not that weird. An idea popped in my mind, and I was the one to lead us this time. I brought us to a haunted house, and Momo froze. Is something wrong? Bishop of Citri? You couldn't possibly be scared of haunted houses and ghosts, right? Momo squints her eyes at me, while silently telling me bring it on. I snorted before going inside the thing. But that facade quickly faded as each time a jump scare came out, she would freeze on the stop, but not scream. So she was doing well on that front, and she would also tightly grip my arm. However, we eventually come out of the haunted house, and Momo heaves a sigh of relief before looking at me with a triumphant look. See? I wasn't scared at all. I silently point behind her. She looks confused, but turns around. When she does, a staff member jumps out while screaming. Hiya! Momo jumped onto me and screamed her lungs out. I didn't want her to be mad, so I kept myself from laughing. I turned around and gave the guy a thumbs up. He also did the same to me. We finally leave the haunted house as she finally calmed down from the jump scare. That was no. I looked up, and the sun had already set. The sky was dark. The area had also become a bit colder, so the day was coming to a close. I felt Momo tug on my sleeve. I looked at her, and she was pointing at the Ferris wheel. What a cliche way to end a date. I mean, I don't mind, and I certainly won't say that out loud, sure thing. We walk there, pay and wait for our own capsule or pod to come down. One eventually does, and we both step in, but I noticed that not many were here. I was sure this was famous in anime, and couples liked it. Did they lie to me? I put my hand up and clenched my fist. I'll never forgive the Japanese. White one, he did the thing. I hate how I know what you're talking about. Winner, Drake. Suck it. Oh, so you two are going to get together. No. Momo looks at me, confused by my actions. What are you doing? Nothing. Anyway, sorry for the short date. No, it's fine. We spent a bit more time in the sports shop. Sakura-san really needed a lot of new equipment. Geez, I nod and sit beside her. Well, there's always another time. After I said that, she blushed and glanced out the window. Our capsule was slowly reaching the top. Normally, this is where some kind of romantic moment happens, right? I also looked out the other window, but then looked back at Momo. She was staring at me, but seemed to be deliberating to herself about something. But she finally opened her mouth to say something. You, Jean-senpai, do you like President Sona? I did not expect that question at all. Yeah, Ido. I mean, I wouldn't have asked her out on a date if I didn't, right? Oh, all right. Jean-senpai. Censuredo, the ones in your soul know more of your stupid thoughts more than anyone. J. Aaron. Ouch. Thank you, I think. May I join? I blink a few times before laughing. She seemed shocked at my reaction. I put my hand up and eventually stopped. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just that's the weirdest way someone has asked me before. Normally, wouldn't you say, I like you? Or something along those lines. I've never heard that one before. Momo turned even redder, but nodded. I'm too embarrassed to say that certainly will be a problem in the future. I lean towards her as she backs away. But she eventually hits the window and couldn't run away. I whispered in her ear. Saying it during a quiet, important moment would be crucial, you know? If you're too embarrassed, that would be a bit troubling. I pull away and smirk a bit at her. Momo was already red, so she wasn't changing anytime soon. She fiddles with her fingers for a little bit while looking down, but she stops and looks back at me. Well done. However, Momo squints her eyes at me, waiting for my own answer. I chuckle and lean forward again and kiss her forehead. Does that count as an answer? Thud. I guess it was too much. Momo fainted and was slumped against the window. I sighed as the ride had come to an end and I had to carry her out. Is your friend okay? Oh yeah, don't worry about it. The one watching the ride asked worriedly, but I brushed off his concern. She probably fainted out of shock. As I carried Momo on my back, I felt her starting to wake up again. Jijin Sompe? What happened? Welcome back. Oh, nothing. You just fainted after I kissed you. I felt her head sink more into my back as she fell silent. I made my way back to our original waiting spot, and I finally let Momo down. However, nothing was said between us. I wanted to, but I was waiting for her to say something first. Thank you for today, Jean-senpai. I really enjoyed myself, and thank you for putting aside time for my selfish request. Senzohado, right? She puts her head down and quietly nods. She's really not good with this relationship thing. Huh? Then that's fine. I can walk you home if you want and know. I'm fine. Thank you very much. Before I could react, Momo quickly walked away. Geez, I hope she gets home safe. Those 20 years I spent with the girls, some were quite slow on the whole romance thing. But since I'm dating Momo now, should I include the Citri peerage in my next escapade in the pocket dimension? I'll mull it over. I watched Momo until her figure had fully disappeared in the distance, and I also went home. I was in the infinite black void again, but this time I was standing in front of what I thought to be Azathoth. Now to me, Azathoth had always been genderless, but after seeing the eye, I started referring to Azathoth as a he. It's my fault for not asking Kuntuar about Azathoth in detail. I should be able to now, right? I did get my first requirement. I also don't know how long we've been silently staring at each other. This is because the passage of time in this place is weird. Hours could go by without me noticing it, but the silence is getting to me. Hello, Azzy, Azo, Bazo, Chazo, Azachan. Oh, that last one made Azathoth's eye twitch. Maybe Nyarlathotep refers to her as that. That's the only conclusion I can come to. A staring contest it is. I sat down, and so did she, and we stared silently at each other's eyes. This would be a lot more bearable if I could speak with Draig or something. After a few minutes of just staring, I got bored. So I brought my right hand up and started shaking it before opening it. Yes, that's right, I'm playing rock, paper, scissors with Azathoth. Well, I was playing by myself since she wouldn't respond. I win. After doing this a few times, she slowly raised her hand and started to play along. Oh, I did not expect this at all. You do have a playful side. But each time we played, it ended in a draw. Well, I guess this makes sense, right? We're both pretty strong. Cinchuredo, and before I fully left, her face finally changed. She was looking sadly at me. Why? Explain in words, darn it. Japan, Kuo. Next day, as soon as I woke up, someone was lying right in front of me. Who the heck? Using a bird's eye view, I quickly found out who. It was Ingvild. Weird curiosity took over me, and I gave her a gentle poke and poked it. I repeated this a few times until she started to rustle and turn around, both looking embarrassed and slightly angry. What are you doing? Honestly, I don't know. I got curious. I've only felt your back a few times. I know it's soft, but fully turning around. She covers my mouth with both her hands while blushing even more. Stop, I get it, geez. Oh, about that thing we texted about yesterday? Yua-san said she didn't mind going on a date with him, so please tell Najima-kun to be on his best behavior. Best behavior? Was he a dog? Yua. Yua who? Yua Amasawa-san. Ah, the one that has black hair and a long ponytail? Ingvild was looking at me with cold, dead eyes. I'm sorry. It's already established that I like ponytails. She sighs and shakes her head, then begins to play with her hair. Do you want me to have a ponytail? I did try it out during our last training session, but it's fine, Ingvild. Look, I admit I like ponytails, and that's how I remember your friend Yua, but like it's not that important, so Ju yank. I was suddenly pulled into someone's arms for a hug. I know this feeling. It's Gabriel's. It also seems like she is still asleep. I didn't think she'd be this affectionate in her sleep. Ingvild was a bit surprised, but chuckled at the sight. Barato, what time is it? Barato. Answer, 7:52 a.m. Asia Argento is already downstairs and ready. Crap, I can't stay here and slack off. Then phasing through Gabriel's grip. Once I was out of her arms, she frowned in her sleep and looked a bit upset. Even while asleep, she makes me feel guilty by doing that to her. Ingvild clung to me, so I carried her out with me. Once outside my room, I let her down, and we walked downstairs and into the kitchen. Ine, Reiko, Grafia, and Asia were already up. Oh, hey Penemu, actually, I have a question. Is it about my boyfriend? Penemu-san has a boyfriend? Ingvild asks and looks at me confused. I shrugged, and we heard her giggle behind me. It's just made up. I didn't want Nakamura-sensei or any other student asking me about it constantly. But I doubt it would work since I magically got one after those rumors started after all. Ah, I see, at least I got the answer I was looking for. Ingvild shuffles over to sit on the couch, while Penemu keeps on hugging me from behind. Ine, Reiko, Grafia, and Asia were all cooking. I feel like I'm not cooking enough anymore since these three, Ine, Reiko, and Grafia, typically prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I rarely get to cook. Only when I decide to practice a little more is when I do cook. Most of the time, they kick me out. I need to make another space where I can practice making the new dishes and add my own touch to them. My status as a cook is in danger, I muttered and sat down beside Ingvild. Both women hugged each other as Penemu sat on the other side. But cooking aside, I wonder what will happen today. I want you to worry about Momo since we went out yesterday. BZT can't wait for today. My cougar powers are rising. Asia said she would make lunch for us all, so it was up to me to pick out a spot for the picnic. I found a great place lunch, huh? I see. So that's why Asia's helping with breakfast today. She's making our lunch along with it. I'm guessing Grafia is also helping with that. Yeah, we'll be there soon. Probably around 10 or 11. That's fine. There's someone who wants to meet with you. We'll be staying here for a short while. Oh, it's in the land of Heaven Falls, by the way. So just teleport here when you two are ready. We'll be spending our time in the supernatural side of Ireland, rather than in the human realm. I see. I see what you mean, I see. Have a better reaction than that, Barato King-sama. Like what? Tell her you can't wait to spend time with her tonight. Jean, what? I looked to my right, and Penemu had been looking at me texting Ain. She and everyone else knew more or less what to expect out of this. I've already told them of her betrayal to the Alliance. Grafia, who was as systematic as ever, wanted to report her immediately, but I told her to wait. I'll contact them myself. I want to find out why. I know her history from my world, and also saw that one of her husbands, Alil Olam, was resurrected as a divine beast and a dragon at that. I'm curious if she knows, or if she doesn't know about that. No, knowing Cow's Brigade, probably not. They're just using her, and she's using them. It's more of a give-and-take relationship. But even so, she's still betraying us. Cincheredo, it sounds like Danu, and this person, well, Meat goes there regularly. Now, we'll also need to monitor her. They'll put one of my most recent shadows in hers then. Is that silence a yes to my suggestion? No. I'm glad she's more open to me. Cincheredo. Pinemu. So no. You'll need to ask her a few things when Asia and I go there. Mo, I wonder why she allowed Asia-chan to go. Perhaps she has her own plans? I don't know, but if she does, we're ready. So we don't need to worry about it too much. Of course, as I mentioned, the other factor is Cow's Brigade. If I meet Noada today, I may just inform him about it in private. I may also inform him about my plans for having her there. How so, Jean? Apart from sealing her powers, I will make it physically impossible for her to leave the land of Heaven Falls. She's literally trapped there. I don't know what kind of mental state Aang will be in after this all ends, but I want her to be in an environment where she can get help. I'll also ask Danu and whoever the other person I'm meeting today. If they're friends with her, then all the better. I know I can trust Danu on that part. I see, just like Rainier. Huh. Will you unseal her powers when she improves? Yes, just like Barato and her group. Well, Middle is still the odd one out, but still. Speaking of Barato, hey, Penemu. How's Barato these days? You already have one fallen angel, and now you want another one? That's quite ambitious, Jean Cohen. She lets go of my arm, crosses hers, and nods like she just arrived at the answer to all lives' questions. Not to mention you have Akino-chan, and Ine-chan too. Clank. Drop, we hear someone dropping something in the kitchen, and we look over there. Ine, who had been working diligently, looks at Penemu and me while blushing. Chop. Don't tease Ine too much. I chop her on the head as she turns away in a huff. Oof. I make the spatula she had float back in her hands and clean it. She nods before turning around while still blushing. She blushes at most things, even though she's seen me in more questionable situations before. Ine needs to get used to it soon. Even both Irina and Griselda are numb to it now. Breakfast will be done soon. Grafia says while looking at Penemu, who stuck her tongue out at the woman. Geez, try acting your agey bonk. I said act your age. Doom. A dangerous aura started to emanate from Penemu, and I got up. Anyway, they'll go wake up the others. Don't run away, skyward. I indeed ran away, but for completely different reasons. Is everything ready? Yes, Alil Olam-sama. Good, how about our backup? Medusa? Yes, she's also ready. However, she isn't responsive anymore, or at all to begin with. She's become a robot. It matters not, as long as she's helpful with the assault. Kukuku, being revived, was indeed a beautiful thing, and even my own powers are far more powerful than when I was a human. Divine beast, and a mix of a dragon. Beautiful indeed. After my subordinate left, I was left alone. Aang, I can't wait to see you again. I also need to repay you for that injury you gave me on my old body. Kukuku. It's also comforting to know that Medusa herself is going to be helping with this, even though she's an emotionless robot. However, I heard from Mardgear that she used to have a powerful voice before she was turned. Oh, if it isn't Ta, how can I help you? You received authorization from Lapis to do this? Even if I'm nothing more than a divine beast, I am still part of the newest generation. I'm just an experiment, so they'll go about it my way, while causing as much chaos as I possibly can. So why are you here? I will be providing some of my own divine beasts. Is it a combination of your own powers and Yvette's genius? Ta silently nods. Oh good, I get more toys to play with. I have no interest in other things. As long as I can claim Ain for myself, the rest can perish. Ain. Ain, wait for me. Japan, Kuo Skyward, Household Gene Skyward, are we ready? Asia? Yes. Jean-san. Asia, who was coming with me, was in her nun outfit. I suggested she were something else, but she said she felt the most comfortable in this, but we did get another unexpected guest who was traveling with us, and you, Rainier. I'm ready. Penemu was responsible for it. I had to contact Ain again, and she gave the okay. It was surprising to see Rainier at the peak of middle-class power. She's definitely been working on getting stronger. I'm strangely proud of her. All right. I'll hopefully see you all tonight. If not, then tomorrow. Good luck, Jean, Asia, Rainier. Aquino, for some reason, has been very friendly towards Rainier. She was quite surprised when she was brought here by Penemu. However, they'll take it as a good thing. And Lavinia, who would usually be saddened by me leaving, was calm, almost too calm. I was a bit worried, but she just gave me her usual smile and waved me off. I didn't feel anything negative coming from her. I guess their super clingy phase is slowly coming to an end. It feels a bit lonely, to be honest. But it's a good thing, so I won't say anything. Off to Ireland we go. Chapter 5, Part 1. Ain, Twilight, Saint's Affection. And moving forward, Ireland land of heaven falls Jean skyward, while here we argue hello Danu. Hello, I knew she was going to be waiting for us, but I didn't think she would immediately find me and do this. Asia and Rainier were staring at the woman with curiosity. This is Danu, a primordial goddess. A PPPP primordial GG goddess. Nice to meet you, Danu-sama. Im Asia agento. Danu stops hugging me and turns to the two women I was with. Yes, to you too, Asia. As Jean said, I'm a primordial goddess. It's nice to meet the both of you. After saying that, Danu stares at Rainier, making the girl nervous. After staring at her for a few seconds, she turns back to me. You two had a troubled past with her? Yeah, we did, but we're okay now. While Asia and I are okay, she's still a bit hung up about it. I answer her while Asia looks at her with awe. Rainier sheepishly looked away and awkwardly started to fidget. I see you're here for Ain, correct? Yeah. Do you know where she is? She's with Kana Kludmer, or sometimes called Canola. She is the original inventor of the harp and the Irish goddess of music, inspiration, and dreams. She's been looking forward to seeing you. Kana Kludmer? Can't say I've heard of her before. So this is something new. Were you a mythology nut? Just because I was and am doesn't mean I know everything, Drake. Also, this is a different world, so what I know doesn't mean it's reality here. Again, like I mentioned before, Zeus is a good example, fair enough. Never heard of her. What kind of goddess is she? Is she like Ain? You? Another type? She's energetic. Energetic, huh? Danu nodded and finally let me go, and I started to look around the place. Not much has changed, but it seems a bit livelier than when I first came here. Maybe it's because Danu is a frequent visitor? She also wishes to play the harp for you. I see. So where is Ain and this kind of person? She nods again before walking away. I guess she wants us to follow her, and so we did. However, glancing at my companions, they were certainly curious about the place. Along with Danu, I was greeted by the locals as we walked through the town with Asia and Rainier. Oya, oya. If it isn't Sir Jean, a familiar voice shouts, and I look over to find Podrick there, the owner of that small bakery, and an elf. Danu grabs my hand, and we take a small detour and approach him. Hey, Podrick, how is business doing for you? Hoo-hoo-hoo, even better than before. There were a lot of people who noticed that Goddess Danu, and you came to my shop before, and my sales increased. I can only thank the both of you. How about you? I haven't seen these two before. Are they your ladies? I nod. Yeah, well, Asia is, Rainier isn't. Asia stands beside me and waves to Podrick, while Rainier looks to the side, looking a little annoyed and hurt, while mumbling something to herself. Podrick notices this and shakes his head. Pat, be kind to the future lover of yours, Jean. You sure are lively. I'm always lively. Do you want to buy some of my bread? I've got a few new ones after all. Goddess Danu can vouch for their taste. Podrick walks to his shop, opens the door, and gestures for us to come in. We weren't in a rush, so we walked in. He'll buy a few, and we can go meet up with Ain and Kana. Once we were inside, smells wonderful, Asia says, and trots over to some of the bread on the counter. Podrick nodded proudly to himself. Like before, he'll take two of everything, Podrick. I knew I could count on you, Jean. Thanks for your patronage. He then got to work and started a bag too of everything. Even though we had lunch made by Asia, she wasn't too bothered by this. Hell, she looked very interested in tasting them. It didn't take long for Podrick to get them all, and I paid for them. Actually, why are you here, Jean? Did our gods send a request for you? Yeah, and sent a request in for me, and am apparently meeting a new goddess today. Yeah, Kana. She's a sweet thing, a bit energetic for me, but she's got a good heart. Podrick said that like he was complimenting their grandkids, or something. How old is he actually? I would rather not ask. I store the bags of food in my inventory before turning around. We'll get moving then, Podrick. It's nice to see you again. Of course. Of course. Try to come again before you leave our realm. Your food is delicious, so you'll definitely try to. We finally left as he whistled in approval. I do have one more place to visit before meeting up with Ain. Danu starts to pull me away, but I stop her. She looks at me confused, as did Asia and Rainier. Danu, I'm going to have to speak with Noada first before we go to Ain. Do you mind taking these two around for a little bit? Yes, of course, Jean, but I require a small favor in return first. I looked at her strangely. A favor? What kind of favor? Before I could ask about it, she stretched out her arms and silently asked for a hug. Rainier was dumbfounded by this, and Asia just giggled. That's easy enough. I stepped forward and embraced her, making her yelp a little. However, we both tightened our embrace, but we eventually parted. She seemed very satisfied with herself. My image of the mysterious and mystical primordial goddess is slowly disappearing. Danu, take care, yeah. You three, too. It won't be too long, though. I watched them go as Danu leads them around the small town. Asia immediately started to speak with her, while Rainier mostly kept quiet. Eventually, I turned around and walked toward the castle. The guards welcomed me when I reached them. Mr. Jean, welcome back. Please go ahead. Thanks. Walking past them, I snap my fingers and hear some thank yous behind me. Walking up these stairs is still quite weird, as they just appear in front of you out of thin air. It looks cool, but if you have a fear of heights, I reach the doors and push them open. Once inside, I saw Nessa, the woman who guided me around this place when I first came here. Mijin, greetings. Are you here to meet with Noada? Was I that obvious? She nods before turning around and walking away. I catch up with her and walk beside her. Any new developments here? No. Well, apart from Goddess Danu, Ain, and Kana frequently visiting more, there hasn't been much development that I know of. Perhaps you can ask Noada about that? Yeah, I might as well. Well, how about you? Me? She had a look of confusion on her face while pointing at herself. Yeah. Anything interesting happening? She nods and then blushes. I not many knows, so please keep it a secret, but am pregnant. Pregnant, huh? I looked her over and she didn't seem like it, but it's only been 3 months, so my belly isn't that big yet. I see. Congratulations, Nessa. But I wasn't expecting that at all. How long have you been with your husband? Or is it boyfriend, fiancé? Husband, we've been together for a couple of years already. We made the decision at the start of the year to start a family. We wanted to move on to a new stage in our lives. Our conversation ended there. Nessa looked quite content with herself, but move on to a new stage in our lives, huh? That'll be me in a few more months, graduating, starting the business, and whatever else this world has in store for me. I also need to go to the world of Tenshura. Actually, do you have a place you want to go to when I get there, Rudra? I need to think about that, Jean. I suppose my kingdom would be one, and maybe we could talk to Guy one last time? I will be fine with that. I see. How about you, Vel? However, she didn't answer me. She needs to think about it for a little longer, Jean. Sure thing. Nessa and I eventually arrived at the door and stepped through. There are only a few gods inside. Noada, Bridget, and Dagda. They heard the door open and turned to us. Jean, how can we help you? Noada was the first one to speak, and I walked over to him. Nessa left the room soon after. Hey, I have some business here. Ain asked me to come for a personal request, but I'm here to talk to you about her. I glanced back at the door, scanned the castle, and then put a barrier around us. They seemed a little surprised by this. A barrier? Is it sensitive information? Yeah, so Ain might be collaborating with Cow's Brigade, but I don't think she's part of their organization. All their gods closed their eyes after I told them that. All of them seemed to be thinking about it, as they didn't answer me for a full minute. Finally, they opened their eyes. How did you come across this information? Noada, looking a lot more serious now, asks me in a tone that's more fitting for a leader. It held authority and weight. I can read anyone's memories, and after reading through one of their high-ranking members, I'm mind-controlled and am using as a double agent. I saw Ain in them. Now, she is definitely being used, but she's still working with them. Reading memories? Another interesting ability there, Jean, but I see. I do not think Ain would. Is there a reason for this? She hates me for some reason and wants to expose me. Also, doesn't she have a hatred towards men? And finally, in those memories, one of her previous husbands has been resurrected by Cow's brigade, and I'm 100 sure that these two will meet. Which one? After explaining that, Bridget immediately asked. She's quite close with Ain, so she's obviously worried. Lil Alam. Bridget frowned upon hearing that name. TCH, him of all people, so what do you plan on doing, Jean? It's not up to me. But she will have to face some consequences of her actions since she's betraying the Alliance. I'll bring her myself, but I'll let it play out to wipe out more of the Cow's brigade. Once that's done, we can proceed from there. You want hurt her? Bridget asked worriedly. Well, Cinchuredo, I know this is asking a lot since she's betraying us and has probably been leaking information, but grief can make people do strange and extreme things, you know? I opened my mouth to answer, but Noada beat me to it. We all know of her past, but it's as Jean says, she betrayed the Alliance and will have to face the consequences of her actions. Jean, you said you'd bring her back. Do you have some sort of plan? I nod. Tell them about the other person I brought with me, Rainier, and what I did to her. So if they accept, I can have her confined here with her power sealed, and I can ask Denu, Kana, and hopefully the rest of you to help her deal with her problems. I believe she became a wanderer to run away from them. Of course, if the rest accept this proposal. And if they don't, Noada asks grimly. I shrug, I wouldn't know. But hopefully I can convince them. For that I will have to bring Rainier along and have Azazel vouch for me. Maybe even pin him with Calawarna and Donaseek. Then we can't do anything about it. We'll leave her fate up to whatever punishment they decide to enact upon her. I see. Will we need to prepare here? Probably not. And just want to target me, and not all of you. Cow's brigade might have other plans, but I can send some of my subordinates here. So don't worry about it. I finally turn around and start walking away. That should be all of it. We'll see you in a few hours once this is all done. However, I didn't get an answer and only silence. They're probably still trying to process it all. Once I left, I removed the barrier and started to walk out of the place. I quickly reached the hallway entrance and met Nessa again. Congratulations again, Nessa, and stay safe, all right? They'll try to send a gift when your baby is born. You don't need to, but thank you, Jean. I wave at her as I leave. Quickly finding those threes, auras, I jump towards the area. I move through the area and land not too far from them. They were a little surprised by the sudden entrance, and I walked over to them. It looked like they were checking out some flowers. Even here, she still looks after them. Huh? Hey, I'm back. Let's get going. Jean-san. Asia runs over to me and hugs me. I notice that she has some kind of flower on her head, and so does Rainier, who was looking away while blushing. Danu also had one on her. I'm guessing it was her idea. They look cute. You certainly don't stop with the flower thing. Huh. Goddess of nature. But after calling Danu that she frowned. I didn't expect that. I looked down as Asia was holding on to me, and Barato rolled her eyes at me. What? Jean-san. Asia said that in a tone that indicated I should apologize, even though I don't know what I did. Sorry, Danu. No, it's okay. Maybe she doesn't like being referred to as that. I mean, by you specifically, since she's quite obvious with her feelings towards you. Sure, let's get going then. Where is she? Danu pointed behind me, and I turned around. Ain stood there, hands on her hips looking at me with fake anger. Beside her was a woman. She has hip-length light blonde hair that is tied in the back by a white bow with bangs hanging over her forehead, blue eyes, and a graceful figure. She is wearing a white sleeveless sweater with a white shirt underneath paired with a pink ribbon. Her pleat skirt is crimson-colored, and she wears black knee-high socks with black shoes. You've got some nerve in keeping me waiting, Mr. Dual Dragon Emperor. We were about to fwash grab. Shake, shake, shake. Oh my god, it's really you. Imkana. You probably already heard from Danu, right? Can I have an autograph? Please hug me. Can we take a selfie? It's a selfie, Kana. Ain corrected her, and the woman started to nod furiously. Yeah, that. Goddess Kana appeared in front of me, grabbed my hands, and started to shake them quite violently, and started saying a bunch of things. She's, well, certainly energetic, as Danu said sure thing. She quickly takes out a smartphone, pulls me to her height, and takes a selfie. She looks over it and squeals. Huh, looks like we have thank you, Mighty Dragon Emperor. Fan, ugh, never mind. As she walks away, she twirls, and during that time she pulls out a harp. Please sit down, and let me play you a melody. Oh, she's eccentric. Asia was excited for it, and Rainier seemed skeptical. I look at her strangely, and she averts her eyes while mumbling, it's just my opinion. Danu pulled me back and had me sit down. Ain also joins us, and we all wait for Kana to do her thing. A small crowd also started to gather. She closed her eyes, and then Kana then started to play. The entire area around us became deathly quiet. With her eyes closed, her fingers delicately plucked the strings on the harp. A beautiful melody started to be heard all around. Everyone who had stopped to listen were all captivated by the music they heard. Asia had her hands in a prayer with her eyes closed. Rainier, who was skeptical about it, listened intently to the melody. Both goddesses with us were enjoying it. They are probably used to this type of thing from her, but still enjoyed it. However, this song she was playing, it sounded nostalgic. Have I heard of it before? Kana opens her eyes and looks over at us, and started to sing, let me sing a lullaby as you close your eyes, and as you're drifting off to sleep, how I hope that the dreams that you find are bright love. Can we meet again soon in the bluest of skies, where tomorrow waits for you, and so hold me tight one more time. But don't kiss me goodbye, 'cause I know that I'll see you on the other side. I will think of our song when the nights are too long. I'll dream of you, for that's where I belong, love. Can we meet again soon in the bluest of skies? Only in my dreams do we meet again. The final pluck of her string is done, and her harp disappears. However, the area remained silent after she was done, until clap, 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 clap. The crowd who had come to listen erupted into a frenzy of clapping, whistling, and praises. This also included Asia and Rainier, but those lyrics, they were Isabella's lullaby from the Promised Neverland. Is it liking Wild? She somehow made it into her own original song while in this world. The crowd started to surround her since they wanted to talk to her. She looked a bit troubled, but didn't have the heart to tell them no. Well, what do you think? Skyward-sama ain't asked me. I am amazing. Kana-sama is amazing. As expected of a goddess of music, Asia blurted out. She looked at Rainier, who flinched and looked a bit uncomfortable, but she ignored it and started to quickly talk about the music and performance to her. Rainier silently nodded along. Yeah, what Asia said. That was certainly a performance. It's not a piece I've heard before. It may have been a new one from Kana. Ain said, a little amused. A new one, huh? Yes, I had not heard of that melody before. Perhaps she was saving it for when she met you? Danu says to me, but I just shrug. It could be for a number of reasons, but whatever it was, it's up to Kana to tell us. Who knows, maybe? The crowd eventually started to disperse, and Kana let out a sigh of relief before trotting over back to us. She was looking at me expectantly. It was wonderful, Kana. I'd like to hear more from you in the future. Thank you very much. I had slowly crafted that over the years I was gone. It took a lot, you know. She puts her hands on her hips and puffs her chest out proudly. Ain walks over to me and sits on my lap, then wraps her arms around my neck. Now, then, shall we start our date? She says in a croon. Sure thing. Where did you pick for the picnic? TSK, TSK, TSK. That's a secret, and we have Asia and Barato accompanying us. But I'll say that it's a picturesque spot with a gorgeous view, a nice quiet place for a private outing. A quiet place, huh? Adahez, go into Barato as shadow. 20 no, 40 shadow knights remain in this realm. 2 of you go into Danu and Kana shadows. After giving out those orders, those shadows quickly left mine and departed to their respective ones. Quite a few of the shadow knights spread themselves across the realm just in case an attack happens in a specific place. And finally gets off me and stands to the side. I look at Danu and Kana. We'll get going then. Let's talk more next time, Kana. Asia, Barato, come here. Yes, have a safe trip. Jean will do Fire Dragon. It doesn't hurt as much, but it's still a punch in the gut. I am at least safe for the time, being you two should really just get over it. Only a few adults use it. And mostly the kids refer to me as that I join Ain's side along with Asia and Rainier. We finally left for whatever spot she picked. Tata, welcome to Mag Suin, or also known as the Gentle Plain. Not many know about this place anymore. Ain, who was in front of us, spread her arms out and smiled. Behind Ain was a large tree with some clouds circling it. Around us were a lot of greenery, and below us was a river. I turned around and saw a small settlement here, and even a totem. Beyond the large tree were mountains and some waterfalls. The Gentle Plain? Never heard of it. Why is it abandoned, Ain? After the Tuatha Dé Danann moved to the newly created realm that Danu made, a lot of the supernatural of Ireland moved there. So this place just got abandoned. As far as I know, there is no one here. No one is here, huh? Why do I feel a lot of auras around us then? And let's go to the base of the tree. The view there is amazing, and everything else is just great. Trust me. She grabs my hand and hurries to the edge, but stops and sheepishly turns back to me. Ahaha, I can't fly. Please carry me. Before I could even say anything, she jumps towards me, and I catch her. They'll guide you, Asia. Rainier, just follow us. Why, yes. Right? I sigh and floated up. I wait for the other two, and Ain pointed towards specific spot. I start to fly towards it, and Ain starts to blabber on about something that went in one ear and out the other. Instead, I simply stare at her. What parts have you shown to us to me has been the real you, and which part have been fake? I really can't tell at certain times. Even when reading your emotions, you do a good job at masking your own feelings. Ain, what the hell happened to you? She sees me staring at me and cutely tilts her head. Have you fallen for me, Jean? You have some snot foul. She quickly wipes her nose while screaming. Asia, who is beside me, giggles at her. Both Asia and Rainier know that Ain betrayed the alliance, so they're ready for whatever is going to happen. We finally arrived at the spot, and I let Ain down. We followed her to a flat area, and she waved us over. Certainly, this spot is a lot better than the town or village we left behind. The sound of the river in the background, a tranquil feeling, and a decent amount of shade makes this a near idyllic spot. We joined her, and once we arrived, Asia summoned a large blanket on the ground from her ring, and after that a bag of food. I also brought out the bread we bought from Podrick. That smells delicious. Did you cook it, Asia? Yes, I had some help though. We sat down and started to eat our lunch. Rainier, who had been a bit awkward throughout the day, so far was acting casually as she consumed her fill. She notices me watching her and looks away and starts to eat normally. Who made this? I picked up another food item. It looked like Anasim made that. She really wanted to try the recipe out. Oh, that one is made by Graphius-san, and that one is by Reiko-san. Asia starts to point out other foods, and I take small pieces from them to test them. They were quite tasty. I could probably add these to my menu too. We had a relatively peaceful rest of lunch. Asia and Ain were the ones who talked the most. Rainier and I kept quiet and just listened into them. Are you sure, Jean-san? Yeah, go ahead. I want to rest up a little before checking the place out. Asia was curious about the giant tree and asked if they could explore it. Yes, because she was going to drag Rainier with her. So that would leave Ain and I alone. Rainier tried to protest, but Asia was relentless, so she gave up in the end. Knowing Asia, she was probably going to have a private chat with Rainier finally. The two of them set off. They opted to walk there instead of flying since Asia wanted to enjoy the scenery. Now it was only Ain and I left. The blanket that was put out was still there, since we might be spending the night here. Who knows? Suddenly, Cinchureto skyward Sama, what would you like to do? I'd like to know more about this place. Care to share your knowledge? I felt multiple auras slowly approaching my location, as well as Asia and Rainar's. Ain stopped and looked a bit dumbstruck at me. She quickly composed herself and nodded her head. She smiles warmly and leans in close. Hee, then go ahead. Ask me anything. I can definitely answer them. Okay, so why Asia Argento and I, along with Barato-san, were slowly making our way to the giant tree we had spotted earlier when we arrived here. This is the biggest tree I have seen since I have been heavily involved in the supernatural world. But I glanced at Rainier-san, who is also curious about her surroundings. I wanted to use this opportunity to get close to her and have a proper conversation. All the other times that I've tried have ended in failure. It wasn't due to my own incompetence, I think. I consulted Jean-San and my friends. When I told them about the circumstances, they gave me the same responses. It was Raynar's own guilt that prevented her from being near me or speaking properly with me. But I have long since forgiven her, and I do not care about that event in my life. The memories have been replaced by many more fun times. I wish she would also come to that conclusion. I do not wish for her to suffer anymore. Rainier-san, what? I mean, yes. Are you also curious about the tree? I am. I wonder if there is anything interesting in there. I don't feel any life energy, though. She looked confused. I'm also curious, but life energy? Can you use 10k? Yes, I can. I cover my body with some 10k, and she looked surprised. I trained hard to use this, and with the help of Chiron-san and Kurokus-san, I was able to achieve it. I also helped others along the way. Even Gabriel-sama. I also became good friends with her, but she did share some of her troubles with me. They concerned Jean-san incredible. To think the useful air it's okay, Rainier-san. I was definitely weak and useless back then. But I've become stronger, and it's thanks to Jean-san. I'm thankful to him. Rainier-san looked away awkwardly. It seems like it will take a bit longer to break the ice with her. During our short exchange, however, we finally found ourselves by the massive tree. There's an entrance, yes. There also appears to be a small village or town there. Shall we take a look? Rainier-san nodded, and I stepped in first. I noticed that Jean-san put a shadow in her earlier. So she should be safe, but I want to help protect her too. We found the inside of the tree to be in disrepair when we entered it. The houses that were made out of wood were already destroyed or on the verge of collapse. The path was also covered in a lot of grass. Above us was some kind of large gem that was no longer shining. When I looked at the totem in the village earlier, it had a gem that was glowing blue, so I believe the gem above should also be glowing. Ray, is something wrong? Fosh, What the shadow? Why did it come out of mine? Did Jean put one in there? Rainier-san was startled when a shadow soldier came out of her shadow. It looked like Baru-san, but I think this is the new one Jean-san made. I think his name was Adahez-san. Rainier-san, please stay close to us. I feel a lot of life energy coming our way. So, it started boom. Rumble. Rumble. Yes, Jean Skyward, why are you doing this? Ain seemed confused, so I continued. Why are you pretending? Why do you hate me? When are you planning to expose me? Her body stiffens, and she slowly got off me. She jumps away and was looking at the ground. I also got up and dusted myself off. I put the blanket into my inventory, and Ain's entire demeanor changed. She finally looked up at me with cold, dead eyes. Her bright and happy personality was absent, and she was staring at me with a lot of animosity, and then she chuckled. It quickly turned into full-blown laughter. You knew, and played along? See? There's no doubt you're proving my point, Jean. How many more lies have you told everyone? Peace. All of this? Are you insane? Peace can never be achieved, especially not from such an immature child like you. Ain scoffs. I can see it in poor Asia's eyes. You brainwashed her, didn't you? You also definitely did something to Danu. For someone like her to just appear out of seclusion and start acting like that, it's strange. No, it's unnatural. You're despicable. Who would have thought that the dual Dragon Emperor gains his followers through lies, deception, manipulation, and mind control? What would the public think and feel about it? Perhaps you're just using the alliance as an excuse to manipulate all of your allies instead? I didn't think of that. She points at me. Nothing has changed. The only thing men do is lie, cheat, and deceive people. In all the years I have existed, I've only met 3 disgusting creatures that are on par with each other. Manan and Mac Liar, Geroid Fitzgerald, Alil Alam, and finally I can add you. It's a never-ending cycle of attackers, isn't it, Jean? How far will you keep going? You're nothing but a scam. A wannabe hero. You're nothing. You're shallow. Everything you've done has been meaningless. That's why boom. Rumble. Rumble. Loud explosions occurred, and the entire realm started to shake. Ain had a grin on her face, but flash capture. Suddenly a woman appears behind Ain, surprising even her. It is a woman with long light magenta hair and a blindfold resembling a magenta visor over her eyes, as well as a red mark on her forehead. She wears a short black dress modified from Greek mythology and a magenta neckpiece, along with bands and armored gauntlets and cut-off black leggings with magenta armor on the legs. For without saying another word, she grabbed Ain and teleported away, but they didn't leave the realm. I still felt Ain, so I followed it. But what surprised me was that person. It was Medusa, but I couldn't feel her aura. As I was quickly approaching the spot where Ain was, I also felt Asia and Rainier there. Once I arrived there, another person was there. A male. He was tall, young and slender with golden hair and purple eyes. He wears orange, gold, or bronze armor with a matching crown underneath a large, gold-trimmed, white shoulder cape that in and of itself features exaggerated, pointed shoulders. The cape features a golden emblem on its left side. The outfit is finished with matching white and gold boots. Ain was staring at him with pure fear in her eyes, and she was shaking violently out of fear. He floats beside her and looks at her with longing. "Oh, my Ain, my dear and precious Ain, how I've missed you. Let's not be apart again, shall we?" he said in a sickeningly sweet voice. However, Ain did not respond but shook even more. Words wouldn't come out of her mouth, as she was just too shocked. I quickly used Observe on him, and it was definitely Ailil Olam, his former husband, and the one I saw in that kangaroo's memories. How I came back to life because my love for you transcends all. Let's depart, shall we? He snapped his fingers, and thousands of magic circles appeared, and cryptids and divine beasts started to come out of them. Let's see, rescue Ain, get back Medusa, capture and use Ailil Olam, and kill the creatures he brought. Easy enough. I put my Han-Jin-san. Please let me take care of him. Asia stops me, and I look at her. She had a very serious and determined expression on her face. The last time I trusted no. They're all stronger now, and I also said I'd trust them all more. I can't go against what I said. All right, Don. When I appeared beside Medusa and punched her on the side, I also brought the rest of the cryptids and divine beasts with me. Whatever plans Asia has, I'll let her deal with them. I'll put my trust in her. Partner, Jean, keep an eye on her for me. You too. We'll be fine with the rest. Got it. 2 small balls of light left me, and I felt them fly back to where Asia and Rainier were. I finally launched Medusa away and floated on the spot. Medusa, Kuntor mentioned her briefly when we were in the Greek god's realm. So she was with Cow's brigade all along, though I should have suspected that since we couldn't locate her aura anywhere. She corrected herself and stared back at me. Those eyes of hers won't affect me. She was also high-tier god class. That blood definitely did wonders for her, should I? It would be convenient. I cover this realm with a barrier that prevents any kind of teleportation for the Cow's brigade members. Even though she had a blindfold around her, she frowned after seeing me do that. Eliminate. She brings up her dagger and appears beside me. She swipes the dagger towards me, but my true infinity stops it and prevents it from going any further. I've rarely used this thing, but I might as well. Alarmed by this, Medusa backs away and stares at me with caution. She appears to be thinking about her next move. She makes a small gesture with her dagger, and hundreds of blood-red magic circles start to appear behind her. From them shoot out spears made out of blood. Their speed is quite fast as they quickly approached and hit me. However, the assault didn't end there, as Medusa was behind me again. She tries to slash me with her dagger, only for it to hit my wall of infinity. The same thing happened to her earlier attack. Because I'm curious about what she's going to do, I haven't retaliated. I intend to bring her back to the Greek realm afterwards and remove any brainwashing she had suffered. She backs away again and starts to speak. I see. That barrier around you is constantly on and doesn't just activate when you desire. It can also block physical and magical attacks. But that leaves the question, how much can it take? Let's find out, shall we? I felt my mouth twitch. Well done on the analysis, but it's going to last forever, sorry to say. Doing the same thing again, but on a much larger scale, Medusa summoned hundreds of thousands of magic circles with spears coming out of them. Might as well have ended my fights a bit too fast lately. I'll humor this one for a little longer balance break. vanishing dragon balance breaker. The announcement was made even without Albion, and I donned my white armor. So you're using your own divine dividing. How troublesome. Yeah, divide. After using divide, once Medusa frowned at the loss of her strength. Even with the loss of strength, she sent the attacks she had already manifested toward me. I ready myself and swiped my right hand horizontally. Have to mention, the attacks and slowly started to shrink and become half their original size. The same could be said for their power. I never tried it before, and since I have infinite stamina, have to mention, have to mention, have to mention, have to mention. Again, the attacks started to get smaller and smaller until they became so small that when they hit my wall of infinity, it didn't do anything. Wouldn't it be easier to go into that overdrive form and use compression divider? I thought about it, but I thought I barely used this form, so quit being stupid and use it. Fine, Velgrin Sama. I started to chant. I, who am about to awaken, am the White Dragon Emperor who will dominate the law to seize the darkness. I walk the road of domination with infinite destruction, and by piercing through the imaginary dream, I shall become a god emperor of pure white dragon. And I shall have you obey the silvery white illusions and the perfect evil ways. Juggernaut overdrive. I donned the new silvery white armor, and Medusa again looked shocked. Lapisama mentioned that before it's dangerous. I must retreat. She tries to summon a teleportation circle, but it doesn't work, and again she looks shocked before turning back to me. So, that was the reason for the barrier? To prevent escape? I shrug in response, and she sighs. I did not want to do this, but you left me no choice. She takes off her blindfold and reveals her eyes. They look pretty. I obsession, Dragon Emperor. You know, Drake and Albion would have strokes if they heard the both of you. Now how will those eyes work? Like the one in DXD? Or like the one in the Nasaverse? Or a strange mix of both? Shing. SHKR. Both then? My wall of infinity was petrified. Centurato. Divide. 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 Dawn. 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 As she was launched away, I used divide 4 times and quickly caught up with her and threw a barrage of punches at her. Each one connected, and her body was pummeled. No delicacy at all. You'll hit WM. These hands are for all ages and everyone in between. She's also an enemy, so who cares? And he'll even take down a terrorist. I stop Velgrind and tell her my own feelings. Well, to be fair, he Rudra, be quiet. Defeated Leonardo, who is still a young opponent, so back to reading I go. Using another ability, I exhausted the rest of her mana and stamina. Medusa weakly looked up at me with a defiant glare. So which of us is truly the monster here? Dual Dragon Emperor? I believe she had more abilities and skills. However, due to the tactics I used and her own analysis of the situation, she probably came to the conclusion of it being utterly useless. So, in a way, she knew she was fighting a losing fight from the beginning. I desummoned my Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive and caught Medusa as she had fallen unconscious. Now then, assistant, if you may. Assistant. Answer. Analyzing Medusa, detecting anomalies, removing mind control, and blood of Azrael. Processing. Complete. A small, soft yellow glow surrounded Medusa's body, and she was finally free. But I wonder how the Alliance will look at her. The Greeks will surely try to side with her and point out the mind control. Let's read her memories first. I see. It was slow, but it happened at the same time as Athena. Both of them were influenced by the dark cloud Nyarlathotep produced, while Athena's was instantaneous, and she even changed her appearance. Medusa's was slow and didn't activate until 12 years ago. That was when she killed her sisters, Stheno and Euryale. But before that, and even while she was being mistreated by them, she still loved them. But I guess whatever influenced both Medusa and Athena drew out their more darker desires. After that, she was mostly kept low. Centurato, even though their interactions were few and far between, she's definitely being mind-controlled. Her appearance was the biggest shock for me. Since Medusa didn't change that much, perhaps it was due to being close to the blast radius of the dark fog. Regardless of how it works, she was working with Chaos Brigade. and I saw small glimpses of Ares with some kind of animal. Perhaps another generation of divine beasts. Comptoir. Answer. Aaron. What's up? Comptoir. Answer. What will you do with the cryptids and divine beasts? Oh, I forgot about them. Wait, were they? I look around but couldn't see them. Comptoir. Answer. The use of half-dimension reduced them to a size that cannot be seen by the normal eye. Please look closer. Doing as told, I focus more, and holy crap, they're tiny. Well, they're useless, so no wait. I can kill them and add them to my shadow army. How many are there in total, though? Comptoir. Answer. 5,000, 2,500 cryptids, and 2,500 divine beasts. I nodded, returned them to their original size, and killed them immediately. After that, I made them into my new shadows. Great, I now have an extra 5,000 shadows. Hold on. Comptoir. Can you change their ranks? Comptoir. Answer. I have done that when you made them into your shadow soldiers. I see. Thank you. Shine. Whoosh. Suddenly, a large golden pillar of light erupted all around the realm. This feeling, so you reached it, Asia. She finally achieved her balance breaker. Earlier, Asia Argento, you take care of me? Little girl, I don't need to hear your joag. Bam! I covered my body in 10k and kicked the man on the side of his body. This pushes him away a substantial distance, and I grabbed Ain-san. I brought her back to where Rainier-san and Adahez were. Please look after them. Yes, of course, Asia-sama. Unfolding my devil wings again, I took flight. The man I had hit earlier had already come back and was glaring at me and Ain-san. Jean-san said that Ain-san's former husband might appear. Is this the man? It has to be. From what he said earlier, it only makes sense. What did you do to Ain-san that made her scared of you? The blond man, called Alil Alam, gained a thoughtful expression before laughing. He sounded very cruel while he laughed. However, he eventually stopped and looked at me with one hand on his face. I am her former husband, you know. You should keep in mind that back when I was alive, I was the head of the household. She had her own opinions about things. Even after revealing the supernatural was real to me, I did not falter and loved her even more. Agudes chusme. Surely it meant I would end up doing great things, correct? And I surely did. I became the king of Munster. On the night of our marriage, we were overjoyed to begin our new life together. We hoped to expand our family as soon as possible, and we spent the coming days and weeks celebrating our union. Until finally, lies. Alil Alam was interrupted by Ain-san, who screamed. I looked back at her, and she was breathing heavily with a look of distress. Rainier-san recoiled back in surprise, as she wasn't expecting the previously unresponsive Ain-san to shout like that. I was blinded by love when I first met you. Centuredo, T, raise your hand against me during those months. That was the only relief I had. I thought we were making progress, but then you. What? I didn't know how to feel about all of this. Ain-san suffered a lot, and why? I thought when you love someone, you shouldn't hurt them. Diodora-san's love was twisted. That was the first instance I saw, but I thought it was because he was a devil. It's in our nature. While many can hold off those traits, some just embrace them and act upon them. Rias when Isama told me so. Graphiusen also said something similar in the past, but no, I would have thought so in the past. But I've made many friends, and they've given me different perspectives and opinions, and I would have said something like only beings born with evil nature in them could enact such horrible acts. But after hearing from Kiba-san and other things from the church, I started to question things. However, I still didn't lose my faith. It's just been with me for the longest time. But I'm not that naive anymore. 5 years, and then 15 years. I've spoken with many people. Evil exists everywhere. It can come from anyone, and not just from certain groups of people, be they devils, fallen angels, humans, or even angels. Gabriel Sama said that there were traitors in their ranks. You killed him. Why? He was just an innocent child. Ain-san shouts at Alil Alam, who had an indifferent look on him. He had no future. He had defects. Anyone with defects cannot lead my kingdom into the future. It also showed me that you were, and still are, defective. If you cannot birth a child without a single defect, then I had no use for you. As far as I can see, you have not changed at all. No, you become worse. He smirks. It seems like you're truly broken in every way. You really are a failure, Ain. What kind of goddess fails this miserably? You failed to protect yourself and failed to protect your child. You could say it's all your fault. I have also learned of what had happened to you during my long absence. Pitiful. You're supposed to learn from your first mistake, but you didn't. The same things kept repeating, didn't they? And you paid the ultimate price with your last husband. And the funny thing is he's still alive. A fellow god, might I add. Shut up, tears streamed down Ain San's face as she said that. She had a furious look on her face. Why don't you key shut up? Don. KHH. I don't want to hear anymore, so I punched him again, but he blocked it on time and minimized the damage. He stands far away from me and glares at me again. I heard from Medusa that you compared me to the current Red Dragon Emperor? No, censurado. You're being mind-controlled by the dual dragon into being in love with him. Break free of that, and as do the rest of his women. Escape and be free. No, join me instead. He says so like he had reached some sort of enlightenment. He offers me his hand and had a look of sadness on his face. Mind control? No, we all love Jean-san. He doesn't use that kind of thing. Don't make him into something he's not. I see. You're too far gone into this. I will beat it out of you. Alil Alam's body started to morph and change into a large humanoid yellow dragon. He had thick scales and a menacing aura. He crossed his arms and smirked. Behold, my new and magnificent power. I am the new generation of divine beasts. I am not the first nor last. My power is beyond that of gods. He claps his hand, and multiple magic circles appear behind him, and out of them came more creatures. Once they came out, they started to attack everything around them. I quickly dodged their assault, but zing, zing, slash, slice. Adahez defended Ain-san and Rainier-san. I will leave it to him. I flew towards Alil Alam and fired multiple bullets of fire and wind. However, Alil Alam released a large breath of fire towards my attack, and they collided. Boom! He flew up higher as the smoke cleared and fired his own elemental attacks at me. I countered with my own, and they collided again. I covered my body with Tuki again and clashed with him. Censurado, each time our fists met, Alil Alam cringed as I had much more power than him, but he did not back down. No, he was even more intrigued by me. His fists were bleeding, but his smirk was even wider than before. Incredible. I did not think a small girl like you could match me. State your name. Human. Asia Argento. He laughs and opens his arms, confusing me. During our short exchange of blows, we had somehow arrived back at our original spot. We were close to Rainier-san and Ain-san, who had been behind Adahez. Asia Argento, perfect. Our names will fit. Be my wife. Along with Ain, you will be called Asia Alam after today. Fwahaha. Triple A. Ain Alam. Asia Alam and me. Alil Alam. It's perfect, don't you think? The thought of marrying anyone other than Jean-san makes me sick. I felt my stomach churn. He seemed offended. My face must have given me away. Is such a thought unpleasant to you? Someone of your power and status won't end up like Ain. We will be equals. Now come to me. I am a much better candidate for you than the dual dragon emperor. No, I love Jean-san. He's the only one for me. I love him. He's shown me so much, done so much for me. I want to slowly repay him for all of it. A home, friends, a new family, never-ending happiness. I can list so many more things. I love him. Aquino-san phrased it perfectly. If fate exited, I surely was meant to meet him. Alil Alam made an unpleasant face. What bullshit is that? He was interrupted by Ain-san, who had screamed. We looked back at her, and Adahez was finished killing all the cryptids, but Rainier-san seemed to be bleeding from her right arm as she was clutching it. I put my hands together and healed her from where I was. She seemed a bit surprised, but gave me a small but thankful smile in return. Love? Fate? Why do I keep hearing such nonsense being spouted? First Anu, and now you. If fate existed, then all those things that were done to me should have never happened. If love existed, then those past monsters wouldn't have Ain-san recoiled and started to shake, but looked up. Lies. All of it are lies. It doesn't matter who it is. Be it Alil Alam or Gene Skyward. All their words are lies. All men are cruel, disgusting creatures. Cinchuredo, know the both of us? Ha 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 ha. I've never heard such a childish thing. Love? True love? Fate? Are you insane? There is no such thing. Whether that person is pursuing one-on-one love or a harem, we as creatures will lie, cheat, and do anything to get our way, to get our own happy ending. Isn't cheating, infidelity, and divorce rampant in the human realm? Love does not exist in this age. No, it never existed at all. It's all smoke and mirrors. Love, what a childish concept. However, this is mine, and it's realistic. Yours is clouded in hope and fairy tales, and neither exists. The relationships that the dual dragon emperor pursues will eventually come crumbling down, and it will end terribly for him. That is why I offer you to join me. Asia Argento. I shake my head. He showed me, he showed us. It exists. If anyone can do it, Gene Sand can. Then what proof does he have right now? Love? Redemption? Fate? Give me proof. Alil Alam asks me. Proof? I turn to Barado, San, who flinched, but I smiled at her. They see this and are confused. Barado, San, is a fallen angel who took advantage of me and planned to eliminate me from my sacred gear. However, Gene Sand gave her a chance, and she's been working for months in order to receive some kind of redemption and forgiveness. I have long since forgiven her, and so has Gene Sand. He has seen her progress, and not just her. Rainier Sand had her own subordinates. 3 of them are slowly redeeming themselves, while the last one has a long road ahead of her. I want to convey that to you, Rainier Sand. Please learn to forgive yourself. The same for Graphia Sand. According to Aquino Sand, she was suspicious of Gene Sand from the start and thought he was using mind control to make her and Kuroka Sand fall in love with him. But he proved her wrong over time, and she came to love him too. It's the same for the factions and pantheons around the world. He proved his worth, and he can be trusted. He worked hard for it. It took him many months to achieve it. He's not perfect because I saw him struggle and fall and move forward. That's the kind of person he is. He may come off as perfect to everyone else, but to anyone who's close to him, he's full of imperfections. He makes mistakes like with Kuroka-san and Ryuswan-isama. They miscommunicated, but he made up with Kuroka-san. With Ryuswan-isama, their friendship started out as fake, but they made up and started again. Now look at where they are. They're in love. I felt a pleasant warmth burning in my chest. He's not just the labels you people put on him. He's as normal as the rest of us. Don't mislabel him other than those things. All you spout are lies. Ain-san. Gene-san is a great person. Please try to see it like that. I felt a warm sensation welling up within me. A brilliant golden light emanated from my body and started to expand rapidly. Wada, what's happening? Alil Alam says in surprise and flies away. Fuso. Drake-san and Albion-san arrived by Ain-san and Adahes. She reached it. That's her balance breaker. The light started to the shape of a dragon and swallowed the entire realm. Gene Skyward. When I arrived at the area, while carrying Medusa, I began to see the light slowly disappear. From the center of it was Asia, and she was covered, and that's different from her cannon balance breaker. It's supposed to be golden dragon armor with red jewels, right? So why is it gold, black, and blue jewels? Comptoir. Answer. Because you influenced it. Excuse me? How? Comptoir. Answer. Cinchuredo, your queen form is a result of both X side and Abyss side combining. Comptoir. Answer. If you follow the same path as Issei Hayadu, then it would have only made small changes and would have been a regular X side balance breaker. However, Cinchuredo, your boosted gear had already reached its X side when you upgraded both of your sacred gears. All you needed to do was enter it. Comptoir. Answer. But as I previously said, you improved over time and perfect the use of your sacred gears, and in turn giving the ability to reach an Abyss side balance break. The same can be said for Asia Argento. Comptoir. Answer. She has been working hard to achieve her balance break, and over those many years she was slowly arriving there. However, she needed one last push. You were her biggest influence. You should know that. Comptoir. Answer. Cinchuredo, what the hell do we call this new form of hers? Comptoir. Answer. It has not changed. While it may look different, she's only much more powerful in it and has the same abilities as her canon counterpart's balance breaker. It is still called Twilight Saint Affection. So what if you achieved a balance breaker? It doesn't matter. Aelil Ollum screamed and summoned more magic circles behind him. He also had turned into some kind of humanoid yellow dragon. He fired a good deal of elemental magic from those magic circles. He even added his own breath attack. But Asia's Twilight Saint's Affection grants a wide field of absolute defense, although she needed Fenrir, the Golden Dragon King in canon, to achieve this. It's a large golden field covers the realm and provides continuous healing to her allies, and negates any damage from all sources. What? I wanted to assist her a little, so I froze him on the spot. A look of panic crossed his face, and he began to move frantically. But he couldn't. From this distance, I also read his memories. He doesn't have much. It only started on the day he woke up after being created. It showed Avetsa and a person called Permestine and no one else. However, they could be heard from different magic circles. In total, there are 12 of them, if I base it on the number of communication circles I saw. Apart from that, Ares, Athena, and Tau were definitely in his memories. Also, that creature I saw with Ares seems to be some kind of artificially created sacred gear. That's also an independent type, but nothing else. He himself acknowledges that he's just a pawn to everything. So he wasn't told much, so this was just some kind of experiment for the new generations. Huh? Asia sees him struggling and sees me. She smiles and prepares to attack. You have plagued Ain-san for too long. While it's unrealistic to expect her to heal instantly, she just needs friends and comrades to help her through it. And she has to actively do so. This time, Asia draws her arm back, and a large golden light starts to gather around her fist. It quickly starts to get bigger and bigger until it covered most of the realm behind her. That means we have to get rid of you first. Be gone. Censurato FWSH. Boom. Aelil Ollum had a look of disbelief and horror on his face as he was quickly obliterated out of existence. I, however, contained her attack so it wouldn't go wild and destroy the rest of the realm. The realm was already in disrepair, so I reversed time and repaired everything. Once that was done, I joined the others as they had landed beside Rainier, Adahez, and Ain. Good job, Drake, Albion. We didn't do anything, partner. We simply watched from afar, and I would have interfered if it got too dangerous. But Asia did a good job. Yes, I agree with Drake. She has come a long way. After saying their bits, they went back into their respective sacred gears. Ada has bowed to me and returned to my shadow. Finally, Asia landed in front of Ain, who had been staring at her in disbelief. Ain-san, I may be younger than you and have a lot less life experience, but I want you to give Jean-san a chance. Not all men are cruel and heartless. Please, even if it doesn't mean much coming from me. I want you to take a step back and give them all a chance. Asia looks at me, and I nod. I walk over to Ain, carry Medusa in one arm, and touch Ain's shoulder, making her flinch. Barado. Answer. Healing any injuries and removing anomalies from Ain. Processing. Complete. A short, bright yellow light covered Ain, and it healed anything that was wrong with her. She had a look of disbelief and gently touched her Barado in amazement. She looks at me speechless. Asia dismisses her balance breaker and kneels in front of Ain. I understood what you meant earlier. Ain-san, this is a gift. Please accept it. But you betrayed the alliance, and you will be punished accordingly, well, whatever they decide that is. But I will try to advocate for you. Asia, Rainier, and I would assume some of your friends will do the same. I finish her sentence, and Asia nods before hugging Ain. Please use this time to truly heal and move forward in your life. Ain-san, if you want, you can have my number, and we can speak as much as you like. I want to be your friend. Asia tears welled up in Ain's eyes again, and she hugged Asia back and started to silently cry. As she hugged her, she started to whisper I'm sorry to herself. I turned to Rainier, who had been watching the scene unfold. I go over to her and put a hand on her head. She stiffened at the action. You heard Asia, didn't you? We're past that. I patted her head as she leaned into it and closed her eyes. Today should mark the day for these two to truly move on with their lives. But Ain isn't out of the woods, yet since I need to try to get the Alliance to agree with my plan for her, I'm hoping that I have a good enough reputation with all of them that they will let me get away with it. Rescuing Medusa should give me more points with the Zeus and all the other gods there. My king? What's up? The land of Heaven Falls is being attacked. We can ill come. Just try to wipe out as much as you can. Let's get going. I look back at everyone else, and they look confused. The land of Heaven Falls is being attacked. But while you used them, they also used you, Ain. There's no point now. We're just going back to get rid of them. But keep in mind that I know they'll accept any punishment. I nodded, and they gathered around me, and we teleported back to the land of Heaven Falls. A few hours later, land of Heaven Falls, when we arrived there, most of the action was already taken care of, and many of the gods there were also helping defend the place. However, it became a bit sheepish once Danu and Kana saw her. But once I gave her a thumbs up, Danu also hugged Ain, and a few more tears were shed between longtime friends. While that happened, I cleaned up the rest of the attackers. They were part of Nilram, some from 10k Association, and some cryptids. Now the next part is convincing the Alliance, huh? Yeah, that's the next hurdle, but I'm hopeful. Where will you hold it? Dunno, maybe in my home? I mean, it's kind of neutral ground, you know? For the ones who won't be able to make it, you'll just have them come through as communication circles or holographic circles. I see. Will you do it now? No, I have a short detour to do first. Huh? Where? Greece. I forgot to check up on a certain goddess we came across while in the Shinto realm. Oh, you mean a few hours later, Japan? Kuo, Skyward Household, we were in the newly constructed part of my home that I created before the gods arrived here. It was a floor or room just below the top of my home. Sinchiredo Hera, Odin, Brynhildr, Amaterasu, Yasaka, and through the holographic circles, and even though they weren't part of the Alliance yet were Ra and Purin. Rainier and Asia were also here. Graphia, Sharon, and Celestin were there to serve some snacks and refreshments. I had Leanne, God Serena, and Celine on standby in my home, even though nothing could get in. It's better to be safe than sorry. Of course, the one who was going to be discussed was Ain, and she was here too. As for Medusa, she was in one of my spare rooms since she was still asleep. As you know, we've been called here by the middleman Gene. The topic we're going to discuss is the betrayal by a certain person in our alliance. Surzek starts it off. Even though I was at the top of the table, I had zero experience of doing things like this. He looks around the room and receives a round of nods. Our suspect is Ain of Nakang. It has been confirmed by Jean that she has not allied with Kao's brigade. However, she did collaborate in attacking him, but not the attack on the land of Heaven Falls, correct? He turns to Ain, and she meekly nods. It's obvious she didn't like all the attention right now, but she had to get through it. Now, then Surzex carries on to tell everyone else what had happened. Earlier, Rainier, Asia, and I had a file report since I asked Azazel about it, and he said we should do something like that. I mean, Rias and all of them did it during the peace conference. By the end of it, Surzex sat back down and let the entire situation and information they had learned sink in. And yes, he read all three accounts. Ain was standing there as she was rather nervous. However, the first one to speak up was Zeus. Jean, may I know what happened to Medusa? I nod. She's still sleeping. I had to be a bit rough with her since she was being mind-controlled, but she's peacefully resting right now in one of my spare bedrooms. I see. Thank you. He nods approvingly, and so does Hera. But everyone then turns to me. You were the one who stopped the attack and captured Ain. We assume you have some kind of punishment in mind, Jean? Nawada asks with a grin. A few of them also grin at me. My God, am I that obvious? Yes. Thanks, guys. Very helpful, very supportive. What makes you think stop there, right, Jean boy? We aren't stupid. We know for a fact that you'll try to help her in some way. So out with it. Odin stops me and points at me. The other participants agreed with him. Azazel snickers at me, and I just sighed. Ain had a look of bewilderment. Sighing again, I scratched my cheek and looked to the side. Okay, Centurado. And only unseal it once she's deemed to be safe again. I'll also keep one of my shadows in her to have another way of keeping an eye on her. Of course, the other gods will help keep an eye on her. I'll visit every now and again to check up on her progress. I did this for Rainier and her group. I can have Azazel and other fallen angels vouch for me, right? I look at Azazel, and he nods. Right, I've kept an eye on Raynar's group. All but one of them have made significant improvements, and they hold many responsibilities and have moved up in our organization. The other was part of Azrael's group. You're familiar with Ajimo, right? Anyway, he's part of another team in my organization. I can have Slash Dog vouch for that too. Slash Dog, huh? A few of them mutter. Oh, right, I forgot Tobio is referred to that at times too. Surzex gets up and looks at everyone else. Jean, can you leave for a moment? We wish to discuss that proposal then. Oh, and take Ain, Asia, and Rainier with you for the time being. I nod, and Ain follows behind me. We left the room through a door and headed down the hallway. I sent some of the girls there and called them out. You can come out now. Geez, what the hell are you guys doing? We were curious, so what's the verdict? A few of them come out, but Lavinia approaches me first and was the one to ask the question. I shake my head at her question. Nothing yet, they're deliberating it now, but should be soon. I glance at Ain, and she looked like she wanted to ask me something, but in the end, she didn't. She just turned away and looked back at the door while leaning on the wall. Asia walks up to her, and they have a private conversation. What the hell, why would you call it the Rainier treatment? Rainier tugs on my arm as I was chatting with the other girls. She was lightly glaring at me, but still felt embarrassed. I snorted at her and shrugged. It would be easier to call it that, right? I didn't mean anything bad by it, Ray. After that, to my surprise, Aquino trots over to Rainier with an A and drags her a little bit away. She was a bit surprised by it. So, she let it happen. Lavinia hugs my arm and looks up at me. So, what happens after this, Jean? Do you have to leave again soon? I have some things to go through, so I'm not entirely sure. I do have to bring Medusa back to Greece once she wakes up and heals up a little. Also, Azazel told me all the factions want me for requests, so it'll be busy the coming month. But don't worry, we'll bring anyone with me, so just say so. Lavinia hugs me tighter and doesn't say anything else. They have been squinting at me, but I reassured them. But I do have a few that are already set to join me. Reiko, Rose for some, Ine, and the church trio. After a few minutes of waiting out in the hall, we were eventually called back. Ain walked back to her spot, and so did the rest of us. Surzex fixes some documents he was holding and looks at everyone once again before nodding. After careful deliberation, we would like to proceed with Jean Kun's proposal. If you would. He gestures for me to seal her powers, and I nod. I got up and walked over to Ain. She looked at me with a bit of apprehension, but when I touched her, I calmed her down and also sealed her powers. Once that was done, I walked back to my seat. After that, we spoke about more details that pertained to her fate, but everyone was more or less okay with the punishment. Even R.A. and Purin, who weren't part of the alliance, yet since I had yet to go back to their realms and have them sign the treaty. But I guess they were invited by someone. I would guess Azazel, since that guy somehow has connections everywhere. The meeting soon ended, and everyone started to teleport away. However, a few of them stayed since they seemed to want to talk to me. Dvinkun. Both Michael and Altaria approached me. Hey, need something? Oh, actually, I wanted to talk to you too. Michael. What do you wish to discuss? I nod and tell him my concerns with Gabriel and my plan on making another subordinate like Altaria and making them a pure angel. After hearing this, Michael seemed a bit troubled by it. Please let me think about it for a while, Jean Cohen. No, I wish to speak to Uriel and Raphael about it, and possibly Gabriel in the near future. However, you did answer the question I had for you without me needing to ask. Oh, sure thing? I was confused as Michael walked away toward Azazel and Surzex while chuckling to himself. Altaria didn't say anything and simply stood by my side. Odin, Zeus, Hera, and Brynhild approached me next. Jean, boy, it's been a while. I take it you're well? Yeah, it's been some time, and yeah, I'm good. They'll assume the same for you, Odin. Oh, yum. Be prepared, Jean boy. Am sending it 2 requests. One from my sons, and another from the Queen of the Dark Elves. He starts walking away, followed by Zelma. We nod to each other as she followed after Odin. Zeus immediately shakes my hand, surprising me a little. This causes Hera to smack him. I want to thank you again, Jean. We wish to deal with Medusa in our own realm. We discussed it earlier, and we came to the same conclusion. She wasn't in control of herself. However, she will still be punished to a certain degree. So, that's what our request will be about. Zeus explains. I see. So that's why Medusa wasn't brought up when I returned. I was expecting them to deal with her after Ain, but I guess they spoke about it without me. I also want to tell you something. When you return to our realm, a certain goddess has also come back. It's Freya. Freya? But I thought for her own reasons, she came to our realm. The gods know about it, and I have spoken to Odin about it in detail after we joined the alliance. Anyway, I'm telling you this because you may have differences in beliefs on certain subjects. I see. Thank you for the heads up, Zeus. Thank you again, Jean. He pats me on the shoulder before leaving with Hera, who also did the same thing to me. But Freya, huh? But differences in beliefs, huh? She's the goddess of love, so our outlook on that topic will certainly be different. But I'm not one to judge how people want to go about their lives. What they do about their personal matters or romantic life has nothing to do with me. But if Zeus is telling me that, she may want to speak to me more about it or something. Well, you'll see in the future. Noada and Danu approach. Noada suddenly bear-hugged me when they got close enough to me. Even Danu was surprised by this. That's my thank you to you, Jean. Even though Ain lost her way many years ago, we really did try to help her. Please trust my word for it. But she eventually became a wanderer and made it harder to reach her. So, thank you for doing this. Well, I'll make sure to keep a closer eye on her this time. It wasn't really me. You should thank Asia for that, but yes, I do hope she really heals this time around. Good luck. He nods at me and at Asia, who smiles back. Danu gives me a quick hug and follows Noada. Amaterasu was accompanied by Yasaka and Seraphol. Jinyo Amaterasu, we have a meeting coming up. Are you ready? Yes, I am. But I didn't think you would get involved with something big so quickly again. I chuckle and look to the side. Trouble tends to find me, I guess. We can only hope that it doesn't follow you on our visit to the Himejima clan. Although I'm expecting something to happen, she says this while staring directly at me. Geez, that's not exactly encouraging. She smiles at me before leaving. All right, that should be everyone, Jean. In moving in today, I have everything I need in my ring. That's fine, Sera. You can ask the girls, or even Grafia to help you search for a room. She salutes me and goes to Grafia about it. The two nod before leaving. Yes, you, even though you said you would visit us more often, you made Kunu and I sad for lying. You know I didn't lie. It's just that a lot of things happened, and I couldn't have fufu. I'm joking, dear Tug. I felt someone else hug me from behind and pull me away. I used a bird's-eye view and saw it was Altaria. She and Yasaka were lightly glaring at each other. Ada, who might this be, dear? Jean-sama. Is this the famous Yukai leader? I could feel sparks flying as they were staring at each other. I could see that Ain was chatting with Asia and Rainier as Noada and Danu were near them. After chatting, Ain joins the Irish gods, and they finally leave. Sorry for the interruption, ladies. May we speak with Jean-kun for a little bit? Altaria and Yasaka stopped their short tug of war with my body and stood beside me instead. I fixed myself and faced the three leaders. What's up? Oh, it's nothing too serious, Jean-kun. I was wondering when you'll propose to Riatan. I also want to know when you'll drag that old Hopinimu out from our organization. You need to be kinder to your subordinates, brother. Also, even though they're third years, Surzex, isn't a bit too early to think about marriage? Michael, the voice of reason between the three of them, tells them off. However, Azazel just brushes him off, and Surzex gives him an awkward smile. Well, you may be right. I do hope you propose to her, though, Jean-kun. I do plan on doing so in the future, so rest assured. Surzex, like a child, pumps his fist. I don't know if Astri not being here was a blessing or curse. I wonder what he told her to make her not attend. You'll lose someone powerful. Azazel. Are you sure you want me to do that? He waves me off. At the rate we're progressing with our research, she won't be needed too much. But I guess you're right. All right, Fine. Add her to your team and get her to stay in my faction, right? Michael and I shake our heads at Azazel. He's a genius and an idiot at the same time, though I can somewhat relate. We chatted for a little longer before they left. Altaria also left for heaven. However, Yasaka decided to stay for a little longer. Aren't you going back, Yasaka? Yasaka-sama. We must go back and not leave Kunaheim alone for too long. Sharon comes over and stops her from saying anything else. Yasaka's lip twitched, but she relented to the maid's smile. She hugged me one last time before she leaves. Why are you still here, Rainier? Am I not allowed to speak to Asia? Well, you are. I was just curious. She still stutters a bit while speaking with me, but it's not that severe compared to before. Asia looks at Rainier before giggling and pushing her from behind towards me. She makes an eep sound, and I catch her. The fallen angel immediately turns crimson. Get going. She pushes herself off me and teleports away. Asia kept on giggling, and I sighed at her. That was a bit too early for her. Asia foo-foo. Maybe it was Jean-san. But at least we helped 3 people today, right? 3? Oh, yeah, 3 Medusa, Ain, and Rainier. Yeah, you're right, Beastie. My phone buzzed and I took it out. It was a message from Danu, Chapter 5, Part 2 episode, Ain of Nakane Warning. Quite a bit of angst in this chapter, and certain topics that people may find uncomfortable to read, so a warning. I guess the tragic present day Ain of Nakane one day, I started to exist. How and why came to mind, but I did not question it much. However, my life has spiraled into a mess that I definitely wouldn't have been able to predict. I personally don't think that all of it was my fault, but a large majority may have been. No, it definitely was after experiencing many things, meeting new people, be they gods, humans, or other beings. I reached my own conclusion. Many won't agree with it, but many of us are shaped by our own experiences, and so this is what I came to. Men are evil, despicable creatures, whose whole purpose of existing was to hurt others. Although, I should correct that that's what I used to think until recently. A certain event happened that had me thinking about many things. It's his fault and his fault alone. Gene Skyward, the current Red Dragon Emperor of this generation and newly appointed middleman. Because of him, I believe my life was saved. No, not just him. A blonde female nun with a big heart also helped me, Asia Argento. I have those 2 to thank, but one question always comes to mind after those events. Why? Why would he help me? Our relationship has been fake so far. No, on my end it has been fake. I believe Jean has been trying to reach me, the real me. Asia said this is the kind of person Jean is, but I'm not too convinced by that explanation. She said that you had to know him more personally. So, I have made it my goal to try to do that. However, I will be stuck in the realm of the Tuatha Danann. But I don't see it as a terrible thing. I'm quite grateful, actually, Miss Ain. What are you doing? Come here and help. Yeah. There were a few more specifics to the punishments. One of them was to help the residents in this realm, if they asked me, that is. So, right now I'm helping Podrick with his baking. I was on my lunch, though that was for 10 minutes. It's been 11. It was over that quick. I walked back towards the shop, but when I glanced to my right, I saw Danu. I need to apologize to her. Do you know how this works? Yeah, I needed to make a living as a wanderer, you know? So, of course, I picked up a few jobs over the years, and baking was one of them. Podrick looked a bit surprised. Really? Well, I guess that makes sense. Sorry about that. All right, show me what you got. I nod, pull on my sleeves, and got ready to do my work. A few hours later, good job. That should be all for today. Here. I accept the drink he gave me and take a sip out of it. Thank you, but are you sure? You don't close for another 6 hours. Yeah. Barely any customers come during those times. They mostly come during the early morning and afternoon. After that, it's quite sparse during the evening. So you can go. Oh, okay. Thank you, Podrick. He waved me off as I left the store. I was given a small home here for the duration of my punishment. Of course, I had those odd jobs I would work, so I wouldn't starve to death and earn some money. Ain, did you have lunch yet? Huh? Oh, Danu. I guess so. If you count eating bread, a lot of it is lunch. Then sure, she smiles, takes my hand, and pulls me toward a local restaurant. Once we were inside, we sat in front of the owner, and he waited for us to order. You don't need to do this, I want to, Ain. Now go ahead and order what you want. I may not look like it, but am quite well off because of my current flower business in the human world. The thing has been going on for years now. I didn't say it out loud for fear of sounding rude. Shaking my head, I order my food. Danu did the same. Our food quickly came, and we started to eat. How are you adjusting? Apart from being stuck here for an indefinite amount of time? Not much, she chuckled at me. I guess that's true. You must like moving around then? Of course, that's tied to your moniker as a wanderer, is it not? Yes. I appreciate you trying to keep the conversation moving, Danu, but you were never the type that was adept at it. We'll just take the lead then. I didn't think it was that much we could have split it in half. It's fine, Ain. As I said earlier, I'm well off, so am I, even though I could do odd jobs and have a home. I have a lot saved up over the years I've been alive. As a wanderer, I just spend my nights at random locations with some magic around them to prevent humans from going there. Food and clothes were the only things I spent my money on, and other small necessities. So, I wouldn't necessarily starve to death. Can deities even starve to death? Also, that's just me using what I have. I haven't even touched upon my powers. You are the goddess of wealth, summer, and sovereignty after all. Could you not create money yourself? Just because I have that title doesn't mean it equates to me being able to create money at will. I heard from Asia that Gene can do that, though. Huh? What? Is he some kind of god, then? No normal human can do that. Even magicians can't. And if they try to, they'll have to face serious consequences. Creating something from nothing doesn't make sense. You need to offer up or sacrifice something in order to achieve it. Humankind cannot gain anything without first giving something in return. This is the law of equivalent exchange. Don't alchemists say that quite often? Yes, he makes it out of nothing. After hearing that, I am suspicious of Jean. He may be a god of some kind. However, when I asked Asia about it, she just said that we'll need to find out from Jean himself. Of course, she would say that. It's expected at this point. But a god, huh? What other secrets does he hold? Does he confide in those close to him? If he does, how much of it does he share? All of it? Part of it? Is he out his mind? No. I need to stop. I look back up to see Danu on her phone. Oh, that reminds me, I also take my phone out and check it. Asia Argento's phone number is in it, and she already sent me a text that I didn't see. I'm sorry, good morning. Ain-san, I hope you have a great day today. They erased a picture of Jean while he's sleeping. She had a picture of Jean sleeping next to Natsum, I believe. Both of them looked quite content. Even though it's late, I should reply hello. How was your day? I didn't see your message. Sorry. My day was fine. Sorry. And thank you for checking up on me. Jean seems to be enjoying that pillow of his. I got an immediate response, and another photo mine was fine. Ain-san, school was eventful, and we were quite productive in our club activities. Hey, Race, another photo of Jean-san. School, huh? Don't they do contracts as devils? Also, the photo she attached was of Jean using another woman's lap as a pillow. If I'm correct, it's the blonde magician that asked the question. Oh, she sent another one. It's Jean sleeping on another one's lap. He's on my lap right now. It's Asia's. He really likes resting on Barado. Huh. I look at my own. Wait, what? No, stop. They seem to be having fun. I look back up to see Danu had scooted over and read my messages with Asia. Yeah, they do. Those days will come back soon, eh? I guarantee it. Fate is telling. Fate, huh? Fate. I've heard that word a lot lately. While I hated it, I now feel a bit hopeful about the word. If I asked Danu about it, she would probably say something like, it was fate that those two were there to help you that day, Ain. Or something along those lines. Danu got up from the bench we sat on. Ain, I have to go. I got a call from one of my shops that they needed help with something. I'm Sully. No, it's fine. She bows before leaving. I was on my own again. I wonder where Kana is. It was nighttime, but I couldn't sleep. Therefore, I ventured out for a leisurely stroll. However, the familiar tune of a harp could be heard near the middle of the town. Once I arrived there, Kana was in the middle as she played her harp. There were only a few people out. However, many were listening from their own homes by their windows. She sees me and smiles at me. She has a talent for bringing people together through her music. Most, if not all, leave in high spirits after listening to her play. I want to have a talent like that. Something genuine, not like what I have been showing everyone. However, I was at the tail end of her little performance as it ended. She got a round of applause before everyone dispersed, but they all had very positive things to say as they left. Approaching Kana, she waves at me, and I do the same. Hoo-hoo. If it isn't Miss Ain, how are you after that debacle? I felt like an arrow had just pierced my head. Even though she's quite kind, she tends to hit you where it hurts the most with her words. I'm fine. Kana, where have you been all day? Why start a performance here, and why at night? She puts her harp away and giggles. So many questions. Ain't hoo-hoo, but I'd just be around places. Spreading love through music around our wonderful country. So that hasn't changed at all. Huh. One of her dreams in the past, and I guess it's still her dream, is to spread my music throughout the world. But I don't think she's left the country at all. She loves it when people hear her play the harp. But she randomly disappeared one day. Oh, I know that look, Ain. You're wondering why I suddenly disappeared. You forgot. I already told you. She points at me and winks. Why you did? I'm sorry, I did forget. Will you tell me? It's nothing serious or philosophical, you know? I was just in isolation to hone my craft. Now I'm confident in playing the harp. Even though it's not that famous of an instrument now, I want to spread it, starting now. You heard one of my original pieces that I played for Jean. I call it A Reclusive Lullaby of the World. So, what do you think of the title? But you haven't toured the world yet? She stomps her foot like a child, huffs, and turns her head away from me. That's beside the point. WL titles aside, it did sound wonderful, Kana. How did you manage to come up with it? Many years of trial and error. It sounded awful at first, even if I, the inventor of the harp, couldn't produce music that was enjoyable. I also need to practice, you know? Think about it, Ain. Compare my music now to when you first heard me. It's a world of difference, right? Compare them? Well, if I do think about it. Certainly, comparing what she used to play all those years ago and to now. They are very different. It's almost like comparing someone who picked up a musical instrument to a professional veteran. Yes, they are, Kana. You really went above and beyond, didn't you? It is for my dream. I will have it fulfilled as the goddess of music, dreams, and inspirations. That is my wish. But first, I will have to spread it more in Ireland in the coming years. Dreams and goals. I need to find some for myself soon, yes. Good luck with that mm. Anyway, good night, Ain. He'll retire for the day. Kana got up, gave me a peace sign, and left. The goddess of music, dreams, and inspirations trying to spread her own music as her dream, and in turn wanting to inspire as many people with it. She really lives up to it. What about me? The goddess of summer, wealth, and sovereignty, and the supposed goddess of love and fertility, BZT. My phone rang, and I opened it. It was a message from Asia. When your trust has been betrayed, the only thing to do is live, learn, and let go. Otherwise, the betrayal done by another will turn into hate for them. But they will not feel this hate. It will only hurt you more, growing bigger and darker. So live, learn, and let go. By living, it means it did not hurt you so deep that you cannot move forward. Learn to not trust this person again, and to make more of a sound judgment in the future. Letting go doesn't mean forgetting. It means that you have let go of the pain it caused. And by not forgetting, you will learn and move forward from the betrayal of the past. Gene Sand told me to send this. He found it in a book somewhere. It was just a quote. Uggy did try. No, wait, how does he? It was brief. However, I saw the short glow of purple eyes inside my shadow, and it disappeared immediately. I see I've been like this for the longest time, Gene. Even if what you and Asia did were impactful, it will take time for me to fully change BZT. We will wait. Ain San. At this point, I'm not even going to question it. I turn in the direction of my house and start walking towards it. Tomorrow is a brand new day, full of new opportunities. Please wait for me. I have to atone for my mistakes many years ago. Welcome, Ain. A woman was in front of me, but what is me exactly? What are these words that I know? I'm not sure, but I am Danu, a goddess. Danu? Goddess? Yes, you are a goddess as well. You are Ain, the goddess of summer, wealth, sovereignty, fertility, and love. Goddess love? She smiles and nods at me before offering her hand to me. I on instinct accepted it and was pulled up. You have much to learn. I will teach you at that moment in time. My life, my existence started. And it would be a very turbulent ride. Many years later, Danu. Why are you leaving the Tuatha Day, Dan? Did something happen? Tell me, please. You were the one who got us this far. Why leave now? Many years have passed since I started to exist in this world. I do not know how I did, but Goddess Danu, a primordial goddess, was the one who found me. No, not just me. She was the one who found many of the gods of the Irish mythology. She then created the group called 10k-15kThis, a band of gods. We crossed the lands of this country together, bonded, and formed friendships that will last hundreds to thousands of lifetimes. While everyone else has interacted with the humans we came across, I personally have not. I just find it a bit awkward to, however, Danu was and is the center of it. We look to her for advice, or just a vent. So why is she planning to leave? I don't understand. She looks at me sadly and puts a hand on my shoulder and pulls me into a hug. And I have my reasons. Reasons? Please tell me then. Even if it's vague. Tell me. I am waiting for someone. Something inside me is telling me. Some détail arrive. As to when it is, I do not know. So I will depart for now and look after our country as a whole by myself. You and the rest of the goddess can live your lives the way you want to. I also made Noada the leader. I think it would do a fine job. Noada? That hot-headed idiot. How in the world, no, calm down me Danu, can usually see these kinds of things in people? So, she must see a competent leader in that immature idiot, but she touches my cheek and smiles at me tenderly. You're still the same as when I first met you all those years ago, Ain. You have faithfully followed me for a long time. But please go live your life. You don't need to stay with the Tuatha-De-Danann. You can embark on your own adventure, a new chapter in your life. I have to go. I'm certain we will see each other again. But until then, please take care of yourself. She hugged me one last time and finally left. I watched her figure slowly disappear. I wanted to chase her. I wanted her to stay. I wanted her to tell me more stories, show me more things. Danu is like a mother to all of us. As you know, Danu has left, and I have been given leadership. However, I am aware that some of you are against it. I know words can only mean so much, but please give me a chance. But if you are vehemently against it, please speak up now. We, the gods, were currently in the meeting room of the castle. It's only been a few hours since Danu left us. Many of us knew about it beforehand, but it still feels strange. She is the one usually addressing us at the top of this table, and not Noada. But to my surprise, it seemed like he had aged a few years since I last saw him last night. Perhaps he was the first one to find out about Danu leaving us? No, that makes sense since he was chosen to be the next leader. To his question, and to my surprise, no one spoke up or objected. Luff, the god of the sun in our pantheon, opened his eyes and spoke. I trust in your judgment, Noada. During our many travels, if it wasn't Goddess Danu who interacted with the humans of whatever settlement we came across first, then it was you. You draw people around you, and many rely on that fact. While you can be dumb and hot-headed at times, you have the great makings of a leader. I am sure Goddess Danu saw that in you, and that's why she chose you. After saying that, Luff got a round of nods. It seems like he wasn't the only one that thought that. Kana, who was beside me, agreed as well. She sees me staring at her and smiles. But I see. Thank you. I will do my best to surpass your expectations. But to start, I wish to address something right now, since we are all here. Ain and Kana will also be leaving today. Noada says that while looking around the room. However, the rest became stunned and stared at the both of us. Kana told me before this meeting started. I was obviously shocked. I didn't think anyone else would go. Huh. Bridget and Cleodna stood up shocked. W.Y. Ain, Kana is your head, right? Kana awkwardly smiles at Cleodna, and I do the same for Bridget. Cleodna, I'm friends with her and Kana. However, those two are much closer. She's part of the creatures called Banshee and is quite powerful. There have been rumors of her being a candidate for being the queen of the Banshee. And if she does become the queen, she will need to leave eventually since she will need to lead them. I have my reasons, me too. I won't say it, but it's essential. Both goddesses still look upset, but Noada stands up. We cannot force them to stay, even though it is sad to see them leave and not too far from when Danu left us. We cannot force them. Kana, Ain, I wish you two the best. You are welcome to come back anytime, just like Danu. Bridget and Cleodna sat back down and both deflated, but accepted his decision in the end. So, true to our group's name, we started to eat and drink the rest of the day. Away nighttime, you're leaving during the night too. Ain? I did not drink much. However, I ate my fill during our party. Even the small citizens we have in our realm right now were saddened by the departure of Danu, Kana, and I. But to my surprise, I see Kana also leaving at night. Yeah, hey, Kana, can you tell me the real reason? She nods and brings out, why did you summon that thing? This thing is my pride and joy. I call a harp. It produces beautiful sounds. One day, I want to be able to produce music, melodies, and tunes that will capture the hearts of the people of this country, no? The whole world. That's why I'm leaving. She looked quite serious. I want to master this instrument. I will go into seclusion. Maybe come out every now and again to see how the people react to my music. I want to make music a large part of people's lives everywhere. Ain. Such a noble goal compared to mine. What about you? I told you mine. How about sharing? I just want to travel and experience more of the human world. Just like what Danu told me. I feel like something inside of me is telling me ITLL changed my life, and I think it will be for the better. She gave me a skeptical look and went him. Are you sure it's not a search for Goddess, Danu? No, she can see right through me. No, I believe they all could, but Noada still let me go. Kana nods before turning around. I see. Well, I do hope it goes well for you, Ain. Until we meet again. And let's meet again when both of our lives are at their happiest. Shall we? She flashes me a smile before leaving the realm. At our happiest, huh? I do hope so too, Kana. I took a deep breath and exhaled. From today and onwards, I will take charge of my life. What happens after that will be my full responsibility. Let's see how it goes. I finally leave the land of Heaven Falls for the first time without the rest of the Tuatha De Danann. At the time, I didn't know that a very long journey was ahead of me. Years later, I sat down on a rock. I have been traveling across the country of Ireland for many years now. I have met many people, experienced many things, both pleasant and unpleasant, and I've seen many human civilizations come and fall. It also feels like they just repeat the same mistakes over and over again. Is this just a cycle for them at this point? It feels like it, however. One of my goals of living my life is yet to be fulfilled because apparently, and according to the humans I've spoken to, they say that a female's ultimate goal in life is to birth and mother their own children. That is what many women have said. Well, to the ones I've spoken to, many of them were married and have children. They've said that they bring them a lot of joy, and that love plays a big factor. I am partially known as the goddess of love in my pantheon. So for me, of all people, to not have experienced it yet, I kind of find it ironic. But the way they've described it to me has been quite appealing, falling in love, staying with your significant other, and spending many years with each other. It makes me want to experience it, but many have said not to rush it and let it happen naturally. One of them advised me to just follow what my heart says, whatever that means. I have also had to work for a living. I had to survive one way or another, and doing odd jobs in towns or villages I came across was one way of doing that. I helped them out, and my name is spread across the country. As some kind of wanderer who helps out people, I don't mind since I'm getting some sort of notoriety, which I personally see as a positive thing. I am currently in County Donegal. Why? Well, this is where my feet took me, for no other reason. I was just resting currently. My next stop is County Limerick, and that's on the opposite side of the country, so I have a long journey ahead of me. In addition, I also used magic on occasion. I wanted to experience everything through a human's eye. I wanted to see in their eyes and way of life. No magic, just my regular old body. Excuse me, young lady? Young lady. I turned my head to the voice who called out to me. It was an old woman. She gestured for me to come closer, and so I do. Could you help me wheel this back to my home? My husband and son are doing the others, but of course. Leave it to me. I didn't let her finish, as this has happened many times before. With my otherworldly strength, I easily moved the cart and surprised the old woman. You're quite strong for a woman, aren't you? Aha, yes, I am. Which way, ma'am? Just this way, sweetie. The old woman, who I found out to be called Nicole, lived in a medium-sized home along with her husband and son. They have a small farm in this quaint town I ended up in. Both parents have encouraged their son to pursue higher things, but he insists on running their small farm after they're both departed from this world. It's a bit endearing, I won't lie. We eventually came across their home, and it was as she said, a medium-sized home made out of wood and stone, a small chimney and a small farm behind their home. She instructs me on where to place the cart, and I do just that. Thank you for your help. Ain, call me Ain. Ain, love. Thank you. Would you like some tea before you go? Tea, they're not too well off. It's better to decline, and not make their situation worse they'll have to please do accept. I heard a male voice behind me, and it was the husband and son. They had caught up and put down their own carts. We both breathed a sigh of relief before they came over to us. We may not have much, but we can at least repay you for your help. I insist. But Nicole's face did it for me, and I accepted. I can't decline an old woman's sad face. I would feel awful if I did so well, now that I think about it. Aren't I older than her? Oh, let's not say that out loud. I feel my own heart shattering at the thought. Thank you for your hospitality, but I will get going now. Are you sure, love? You can stay the night. It's mighty dark outside. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you. The family looks at me with worry, but it's not necessary. I can defend myself. It's fine. I walk away and wave at them one last time. We ate a bit of porridge, potatoes, and drank some milk. It wasn't much, but it was filling. During that time, they also told me stories of the rural village we were in and some personal stories of their own. They said my name sounded like the Wandering, which named Ain too. I had to awkwardly say that I wasn't her, and I had to prove it a few times. Witches aren't seen in a good light, as they're associated with witchcraft and bad omens. Most of the fake witches are killed, and I would rather not be suspected as such. It's just unnecessary baggage. Next stop, County Limerick. What will you show me? It only took me 2 years of travel. Why did it take me so long? Well, I had to stop and help other places, obviously. I also stayed there for extended periods of time. I also earned money or items during my stay there, so it wasn't all for naught. I, again, was taking a break on a nearby wall, as I had only arrived in this county. However, it was much livelier than I expected. There were many humans going about their daily lives. However, there was one man who stood out from the rest. A golden-haired young man with a smile that captivated his fellow men ran around. Although he was being apprehended, most of them weren't too annoyed by his rambunctious attitude. Our eyes met. He stopped and got whacked by someone else, which made me laugh. Even though he knew he was being chased, he still took a moment to look at me. What kind of idiot is he? However, it doesn't stop him. He speaks to them for a brief second before running towards me. Excuse me. May I know your name? Omina? Ain, what a wonderful name. This may be haste, but I have fallen in love with you at first sight. Please be my wife. Huh? What? He grabs my hand and looks at me with a great deal of passion. I'm troubled by this. No one has done this to me in the past at all. How do I even respond to a confession? However, my mouth and mind did not work together, and I don't even know your name. I'm called Ailil Alam. Now please accept my proposal and be my wife. No, I will not give up. I will keep trying. What a persistent fellow. I guess I can give him a chance. LL humor him a few years later. Ding ding. I never thought in my life I would fall in love and get married, but here I am, I guess. Ailil Alam, my husband. We had our ups and downs over the years, but I truly fell in love with him. Even when I revealed that the supernatural was real and that I was a goddess, he accepted me and loved me even more. If fairy tales were real, mine surely was, right? As I stand here with my soon-to-be husband in a church in Limerick, I reached out to my friends in the Tuatha Dé Danann and others who had left and invited them to my wedding. They all happily came. I wish Danu could be here, but I don't think she did. It makes me a bit sad. Even Kana is here. Naada. He was crying his eyes out along with Dagda. Geez, you are the leader of the Tuatha Dé Danann and the guys who lead them. Why are either of you crying? Even Luff is doing a lot better. It's like this moment in time slowed down. We had finished our vows, and Ailil leaned over to kiss me, and I did the same thing. Finally, our lips met, and I felt a warm feeling spread throughout my body. I can confidently say that today is the happiest I've ever been. We were outside once the ceremony was over, and our friends and his family started congratulating us. I never thought the day would come. Noada says, while choking on his own words. That's not very encouraging, you know. Geez, we got more and more congratulations. Until, hey, isn't that Kana pointed into the distance, and only a few of us heard her, but that she stood far away and under a tree. The woman stood beneath the tree and waved at us. I felt tears well up and roll down my cheek, saying, "What's wrong?" "It's Danu. She made it to my wedding." "Ah, I see. So that's your mother?" "I'm glad she could make it then." Yes, after waving to us and a few of the Tuatha Dé Danann left speechless, she disappeared. Even though she said she would leave, we never got a clear idea of when she would make her appearance again. I was also worried she wouldn't show up, but no, she's the primordial goddess of nature, wind and earth. The winds surely told her about thank you for coming. A new chapter starts for us from here on out. Ain. Yes, let's embrace it together. We shared one last embrace before the after-party started. If I had one wish, I would wish for this happiness to last forever. Nighttime, we were in our bedroom, getting ready for the night ahead. Cinchuredo, he felt different. Hey, Lil, we're married now, aren't we? I tilt my head. Of course we are. What a silly question. I place a hand on his shoulder gently. Of course we are. Why do you ask? Wonderful. As your husband, I will look after you from now on. Cinchuredo nicer and gentler. Who is this? Did someone switch you out? Who are you? Did someone from the super smack? Smack. Ugh. He struck me and pushed me back. I felt my tears flowing down my cheeks. Why? No. Ain't this is me. The real me. It was quite hard putting up that act for so long. I even nearly fooled myself. But since we're married now, my status as the next king of this county is sealed. Marrying a goddess was just a bonus. You'll birth many children, and my descendants will rule the future of this country. It was a perfect plan, was it not? The first time I saw you, I only saw your face. The time we spent together was amusing, but it felt like a huge waste of time. Falling in love? I never felt such a thing for you. Cinchuredo, it is my own flesh and blood. Regardless of who the father is, they are not him. I will teach this child what's right from wrong, and not have them be like their father, even if it costs me my life. However, he has hit me less the larger my bell became. Cinchuredo, he had invited guests, and I was like some sort of toy for him to show off. I feel disgusting. 2 years later, my child was born, and they were born a healthy boy. Perhaps that was the second happiest day of my life. Being able to hold him finally was such a happy moment for me. And that meant he would have to keep his distance from me, since I needed to be able to feed our child. 2 years passed since that day, and he's been very healthy. Aelil Alum became the new king of Munster, and I was named the queen. Although it felt more like it was only a name, as I had no influence over anything. But I'm fine with that. I only care about my child. He can do whatever he wants to his stupid kingdom. I was in the kitchen cleaning dishes. Even though we have maids to clean, I want to do something, or else I would feel utterly useless. My son was 2 years old now, so he was growing more and more as the days passed. He's nearly said his first word. I'm excited for that day to come. Done time to check on my little angel, I quietly clapped to myself and left the kitchen. It was quite a journey from here to his bedroom. And yes, Aelil made him his own bedroom. He didn't want our son to interrupt his time with me. He has been a bit erratic lately, and said he wanted another child. I felt I had no choice, so I went along with it. I sigh and shake those thoughts away. Just thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. Once I entered his room, W, what are you doing here? Am I not allowed to see this thing? Excuse me? That thing is your son. Thing? Don't call him that. He was sitting on a chair while looking at some sort of document. I walk over to my son and ignore the man. I picked him up and his body was limp. Cinchuredo. We will do it again and create a new heir. I placed my baby back in his bed and walked over to Aelil, who was near the door, and seized him by the collar. W, what are you doing? Unhand me. Leave me alone. I confronted him with fury in my eyes. How does it feel? You did this to my precious boy. So how does it feel? A look of horror appeared in his eyes, and he started to struggle, but his resistance was weak. That's right. I'm powerful and stronger than him. I pushed him back until he collapsed. I went over to my son and picked up his precious body. Don't worry, Mommy will take care of you. I can't stay here anymore. I have to flee. You'll find a suitable resting place for you. A few years later, I had buried my first child under Douglas fir, a very large tree in Ireland. At the rate it's growing, it may become the largest tree in the country in the future. I buried him there because that was the future I imagined for him. It's the future he was supposed to have. But that monster took it away from him. I had fled to a different part of Munster. However, I was taken in by a kind family. They were called the Fitzgeralds. They heard my story and decided to hide me from my pursuers. They were very kind to me and over the years I have learned to trust them, even the men again. Gerald, in particular, was like Elil, except he was the real thing. It wasn't a facade. I could truly let my guard down around him, his brothers, father, and mother. That's how I spent my years, silently living among them. Even after finding out the truth, they still accepted me with open arms. A goddess or a witch, they didn't care. They accepted me. Even if it's a temporary lie, I'll hold on to it. I hadn't felt like this in years. I had to hide my face from most of the village. They told a lie to the village that was related to me. They gave the excuse of my skin being too sensitive and exposing it to too much sunlight might make me ill. Therefore, the village has taken extra precautions not to be too rough around me, which I appreciate. Nighttime, I had ventured out since I wanted to be free from that disguise and walk around freely. I felt Gerald following me from behind. Perhaps he was here to keep an eye on me? A sweet gesture from him. I reached a small open field. It wasn't extremely well known, but a few children from the village once showed me where it was. So I would come here on a regular basis during the night. I found my usual spot and sat down there. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the nightly breeze and how peaceful this area was. I felt someone hug me from behind. Gerald? He wrapped his arms around my neck, and I touched his arms. They felt very gentle. I just wanted to see you, Ain. I see, but you know I do this almost nightly, I know. But I wanted to speak with you about a certain topic. I know it's very early, but I knew what he was about to say. I know that I should refuse, but he and his family have shown me kindness that I wasn't used to, and that I couldn't help but feel this way too. Ain, will you yes? Wait, really? You'll marry me? I already knew of your feelings for me. You idiot. I'm goddess, do not take me lightly. He smiled at me, and we shared our first kiss that night. It was much more tender than that man's, but I know, even if it's just between us, between my family, I'm fine with that. Thank you. For the first time in a very long time, I felt at peace. I hope my deceased son could forgive me. I am slowly moving forward with my life, but I'll always love him a few years later, even though we couldn't officially get married. Gerald had treated me the same way, and I had fallen in love with him even more. His family was overjoyed for us, and we had been trying to get me pregnant. I was apprehensive at first, but my respect for him grew day by day, year by year, until I eventually agreed to his terms. I will do right by my next child, and am sure Gerald will as well. But I found something strange over the years. His family doesn't interact much with the village, but they can speak with them when necessary. But I didn't think too deeply about it. I had some weird theories brewing in my mind, but with no conclusive evidence. It didn't really mean anything today. I was bathing in a river that not many people go to. I don't do this too often, but I wanted to wash myself since I wanted to remain hygienic for my husband. Splash, splash, I was alarmed by a sudden noise and turned around. To my relief, it was Gerald, and he approached me, hugged me from behind. Although, why are you in such a hurry? I asked while fully turning around. I wanted to spend some time with you. Here. It's still quite early. Cincheredo, no. I didn't want to think about that, but if it's true, then hi. I felt a sudden shock from both of them, what? And no one has gone through that door yet. Not even Gerald, and it's dangerous. Ain, please accept our help. No, I don't want this. Gerald, please. No. Cincheredo, they were keeping to themselves. That's why they didn't involve themselves with the townsfolk, and that's also why they avoided us. They wanted to stay apart from everything. I have to leave. I feel uneasy being here. I'm covered in mud, and I just can't calm down. Oh, it looks like she's exhausted and needs to rest now. Hi. And no, stay back. Maurice grabbed my arm, but I tried to pull away. I couldn't believe it. I used all my strength as a goddess. However, he just laughed menacingly at me. We lied about not knowing about the supernatural, you know. Did you know our bloodline can be connected to giants? Giants? No. Is that why you're much stronger than me? But that doesn't explain how you're stronger than me. What's that thing glowing by his hip? He sees me looking at it and grins. Cincheredo, why? Why? Who would create such a vile item? Why? It was brief, but a small dark cloud emanated from the item, but quickly vanished. They were coming close. They had to escape. For the next few years, I would be troubled by them constantly. All of the things they said to me were lies, all lies. Many years later, Maurice asked my son how he was doing. He answered, yes, I feel great. Years have passed since then, and I gave birth to another son, and I watched him grow up. Centurato, I should love my child, but when I look at him now, I am filled with hate and disgust. My tears dried up years ago, and I could no longer cry or scream. I had endured something terrible that I could not speak of. My so-called family had betrayed me in the worst way possible, and I felt utterly broken. Dumb. Suddenly, large vines and tornadoes started to appear around us. My son was struck down by the vine, and the rest of the family were swept up by the tornado and killed. I was confused. What was happening? What? Ain. I saw a woman's figure quickly approaching me, Bridget, but my vision turned black. After that, my eyes opened, and I was staring at a somewhat familiar ceiling. Where am I? Ain. A familiar voice. I turn to my side and see Bridget. I see they rescued me. But how? Bridget? How did rest up a bit, and I will inform everyone else that you're awake. A few days later, I was apparently rescued by the Tuatha De Danann. However, they have not told me how they managed to find me. However, I want to believe that it was Danu who told them I was back in a meeting room. Centurato Cleodna was one of them, and also Manannan Maclyre, the god of the seas in our mythology. Where's Manannan Maclyre and Cleodna? Bridget, who was beside me, became quite angry, making me confused. But she forces herself to calm down and sighs. Cleodna became the queen of the Banshee. So she also left a few hundred years ago, Ain. As for Manannan Maclyre, he was banished from this realm. Banished? Why? When I asked that, they all had grim faces. They're scaring me even more now. Why? What happened? Noada looks at me seriously and sighs. Ain, please try to keep calm on what I'm about to tell you, okay? Okay. Bridget holds my hand and looks at Noada. Now I'm really worried. You were asleep for 3 years, and then you woke up a few days ago. Now you finally regained full consciousness. 3 years. I was asleep for that long? Oh, okay. I slept for a long time, but that doesn't explain. I look at Noada in confusion. He sighs again and continues. During that time, many of us visited you. However, Manannan Maclyre visited you a lot. As you know, he was, how do I say this? He was obsessed with her. Even before she left. Bridget finishes for him, and he nods. Manannan Maclyre. We first met after Danu invited him to our group. He was relatively normal until he started to talk to me, but after that, it's like he changed. Some teased him at the time for being in love with me. I didn't understand the feeling or the word at the time, so I didn't mind it as much. As I grew older, I began to understand it a bit more, and his form of love was a bit strange to what was considered normal. I didn't think he would visit me that much, right? So, he volunteered to watch over you many times. Although some of us were skeptical, I allowed it in the end since I was the leader. I assumed he was just worried about you since he was quite in love with you. I felt a pit starting to form in my stomach. I felt like I was about to be sick. My brain was heading somewhere dark, and I didn't want it to, but all the things that had happened to me. Centurato, he hurt you before Dagda pulled him away. The insect did his best to heal you, but I felt my body go cold, and I touched my side. Something felt wrong. I looked back at the insect as he was staring at me. However, he looked away from me. What happened? It took him a while. Centurato. Why? 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 Ain. Bridget pulled me into a hug. I hadn't noticed, but I had started to cry before we banished him. He proclaimed himself as your last husband. He said that his mark will last forever and will always remind you of him. I'm sorry, Ain. If only I had chosen more carefully. If you want to hate someone, please hate me. I got up from my seat, but I felt my legs give out, and I fell to the ground. Ain, please, I need time to think. I'll help you back to my home. Slap. Don't touch me. I looked up and saw Jin Sect a bit surprised by my reaction, but he nodded his head and stepped away. He may have tried to help me, but no, I'm sorry, I know. It's fine, ain't. I should have been more sensitive to the situation. Forgive me. I left the room with Bridget without saying anything else. This body didn't feel like mine. Why did my life turn out like this? I didn't do anything wrong. I did my best at everything. I didn't try to harm anyone. So why? Was I born just to suffer? Like a tragic heroine in those fairy tales? But I won't get that white knight in shining armor or my own Prince Charming. Only tragedy after tragedy. Many, many years later, hundreds of years have passed. I left the Tuatha Dé Danann again and set out on my own. I embraced my wanderer status again and traveled around the country of Ireland. I did not stay in one place for too long. I have acquired wealth slowly over the years, and even during those times. So I am well off. However, I do sometimes take odd jobs when I feel like it. I do not associate myself with males, as I have come to realize they are nothing but pure scum. The only exceptions to this are Dagda and Dian's sect, but they're the only ones I somewhat trust. Noada, you tried your best, but you still failed in my eyes. So I can't forgive him that easily. Centuredo. And apparently there was some kind of curse put on that part of my body. A curse of a god, and the only way to remove it is by killing them. I am too weak, and no one in that realm wants to fight him. Manannan MacLyre is strong, and the only one who can fight him and win is Luff. However, he refuses to fight fellow Irish gods to death, so that's why I also hate him. There is one place I always visit frequently, Douglas Fir. As I predicted, it has grown even more since I was last here, my precious baby. Perhaps he helped this tree grow? I would like to think that, however, the most recent news was the end of a war between the devils, angels, and fallen angels, as well as the death of the two heavenly dragons, the Welsh dragon and vanishing dragon. They only seek destruction. That's something foolish. Why waste time on something like that? Many, many years later, sacred gears started to appear in the supernatural world. Humans could now fight back against us. This troubled many gods. Apparently, the God of the Bible created it, and many hated him for it. However, many of them die before they get to utilize it, but the more prominent ones were created. They were called the 13 Longinus, and they were rumored to have the potential to kill gods if the right wielder received them. The most recent controversy stemmed from the wielders of the boosted gear and divine dividing. The souls of the Welsh dragon and vanishing dragon were trapped within them, and their foolish wielders were fighting in the Egyptian pantheon and causing untold damage. I pity them. Whoever wields those things in the future will surely be hated by those that live in that realm. But to fight just because it was their fate? Another foolish thing, those idiots believe in fate. Such a word makes me sick. However, on my end, I have mostly become normal again as I can stand being near males again. I can keep up an act and tolerate many of them. I was currently near a shop and ordered some tea. The waiter was male, and we had a pleasant interaction. However, I shut down any attempts of him courting me because it was disgusting. This is how I will live my life for many years to come, and eventually present day. Hey, did you hear? Hear what? Dude? There's someone calling himself the middleman and trying to unite all the factions and pantheons around the world. That takes some balls, you know? Why though? Get this. Rumors say that he's doing it because he wants a whole entourage for himself. He's got even bigger nerve. Huh. Holy smokes. Seriously? Ilberado him. Go future king of the crowd. Ha, holy smokes. That's hilarious. Middleman? A group of companions? Uniting the supernatural world? What kind of idiot would dream of that? The winner is the Red Dragon Emperor, Gene. That was one-sided, if I may say so. This generation's Red Dragon Emperor is definitely the strongest so far. It looked like he manifested an aura of a dragon behind him. He manhandled that devil. There were also rumors of him defeating the god of thunder of the Norse mythology, Thor. I was skeptical, but seeing this I may start to believe it even more. But we'll see. So the middleman was the Red Dragon Emperor. Huh, interesting. So this child wants followers and peace. We'll prove him wrong. Nothing like that can be achieved by him, by scumbag men. I will wait until he comes to Ireland. I feel them. I feel her. It's him. It's definitely them. I turn around to see Scathack with 3 others. Yes, it's him. Gene Skyward. The current Red Dragon Emperor, but he feels different. It isn't one for one. but he feels like how it was all those years ago. It's been some time. Scat Hack. How can I help you? I have brought him to meet you. How about you introduce yourselves to one another? Scat Hack nods at me as she glances at Jean. All three of them were staring at me. In turn, I gave them smiles. I am Ain of Knocking. You may know me from Irish folklore and legends. How do you do? My first meeting with the Red Dragon now. Then, how should I deal with someone like you? County Antrim Giant's Causeway. He knocked those poor birds out just because they threatened to poop on him? How terrible. You could have easily moved away and avoided it. What kind of person hurts animals like that? My impression of him continues to get increasingly negative. Centurado. Mr. Jean. Thank you. Princess Siobhan bowed at us as she stood beside her mother. She quickly recovered and wasn't too traumatized. What a strong one she is. I wonder if my own child would be like that. I never gave him a name since that man said he would be the one to do it. It's no problem, Princess. Centurado, skyward land of heaven, falls. It's been years since I came here. It hasn't changed that much. But there are more houses, and many of them have become a little more modern to him. The woman named Nessa shouted in a hymn at all the gods as their heads turned towards us. Oh, Nesso Scat Hack. Welcome back. Come and have a drink, some food too. Aha, is that Ain? Dear me, it's been so long. Hi, dearie, come here. Bridget, you haven't changed at all. I go over to her, and she hugs me tightly. I feel a single tear run down my cheek. I miss this Jien sect, and Dagda gave me small nods, and I did the same to them. Yes, these two were the only men with whom I felt truly comfortable. Noada and I make brief eye contact but avert our gazes. It's still a little awkward between us, but I have come to tolerate him. The same for Luff. However, they have not changed at all. The table is still dirty and filled with food and drinks. I felt some nostalgia just by being here. I guess accompanying this childish idiot wasn't all that bad. Jean was asked to find Danu. That's impossible. She's been missing for thousands of years now. The last time I saw her was when I thought it was the happiest day of my life. In the end, it's just a bitter and sour memory I wish to forget. However, I also believe she was the one who brought Bridget and the rest of them to rescue me during that time of my life. Danu, mother, I do not hate her. I still love her. She was the one who took care of me in the early part of my life. But I partially blame her for forcing me to venture out into the human realm to search for her. I'm still confused about my feelings about her, but I do not think Jean will find her. It's physically impossible. He is chasing a ghost Welsh dragon balance breaker. Doom. Jean donned his red armor and flew up. He was carrying know-how. She was also giggling beside him. Danu, why you showed yourself to him? That scumbag. She waved her finger and flicked her wrist. An enormous gust of wind appeared from nowhere. The roots and plants that had been wrapped around various houses and shops started to grow new parts and create something above us. It's where the crowd started to let out surprised gasps, a few openly crying. As I glanced at the other gods, they were also smiling. How can? As I looked above me, I could see letters, a sentence made out of leaves, vines, and roots. It only said, I am here. Goddess Danu. Why? Why did you show yourself to him? Why now of all? I am waiting for someone. Something inside me is telling me. Someday they arrive. As to when it is, I do not know. So I will depart for now and look after our country as a whole by myself. You and the rest of the goddess can live your lives the way you want. I remembered the words she told me thousands of years ago. Just before she vanished, please tell me it's a lie, not him, anybody, but him. Please tell me it's not Jean of all people. Is he the one you were waiting for? But why? Why him? He's someone I have to eliminate, someone I detest, a scumbag. Danu, please, what did he just get challenged live on air? What a brave devil. He must have had some guts to do this. And of course, that idiot agreed. What a dumb child. He's bound to show a lot of abilities to everyone in the future, especially his enemies, though. I did get a bit shocked when he showed off his new forms from his boosted gear when he fought Scat Hack. But he's also stupid for trusting me with that information. I will leak that information to the supernatural. It won't matter if he finds out that it was me, so how will he react to that? He'll surely be angry, right? Attack me? If he does, how will he stop the hero faction in Kyoto? Huh? Formed an alliance with the Norse god and Shinto gods? This man, he's becoming even more trusted by more and more people. This is a blessing in disguise. The more he attracts, the bigger he gets, the harder he'll fall. When the time comes, it's perfect. His match with that Bale devil is also soon. I can't wait. Harem King Sama. I cover my mouth. Why did I just shout that? Danu and Kana both looked over at me, as though they were surprised. Honestly, I'm more surprised than you two. Don't look at me like that. You hate, man. I was just playing along. Gene Skyward. I will have you fall if it's the last thing I do. However, Gene won his match soon after I shouted that. He has a new form. It was definitely his queen form that he told me about. It was completely different from his previous forms. Why? Why does it look so different? We can't see your face right now, but why does my gut tell me that you're smiling brightly under that helmet? I hate it. You should fall deeper into despair. Why do you get to be happy and I can't? He will prove you wrong. I couldn't believe such empty words coming out of her mouth. Fate, and prove me wrong? I would like to see him try. Hearing such empty words coming from you, Danu, was the last thing I would have imagined. In all my life, I would have always imagined that you would side with me. You know the life that I have led. So why do you side with him? Why are you siding with him? Side? Danu looked confused. This reaction hurt me more than I thought it would. You know what kind of life I have led. You knew the things that were done to me, and yet you side with him, and not me? And she tries to reach her hand out to me, but I slap it away. She looked quite hurt by that action. Know you had your chance. I'll expose him. If it's the last thing I do in this forsaken world, so? Why has a goddess of the Alliance contacted us? We're an independent group of cows brigade, you know? We're nothing but mere pawns. That's all I need. I want help in killing the middleman. The middleman? Lady, what the hell did he do to you? Exist. Pataha. Seriously? Just exist? Well, whatever. We won't care about your reasons, but can you bang? I summoned large sums of cash, and their mouths turned into a large grin. Actions speak louder than words. Lady, we're in. We can also contact another person who can help out. Do you need an no? I don't care. As long as you can help me. Will do, lady. We'll get in touch in the future. So where do you want this to happen? Mag Sin, or also known as the Gentle Plane. That's where I want this all to end. Sure thing. I know our boss can get there. After saying that, they took the money and disappeared. Boss. They know how. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. As long as they can help me Mag Suin the Gentle Plane, I introduce them to the land and show them around. This will be their final resting place. He, for some reason, brought some reinforcements? A stupid, bratty nun, and a weak, fallen angel? He truly is stupid. He'll play along for a little longer. No, 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 no. Why is he alive? Why? No, please. No. Is this the boss that scumbag was talking about? No, I should have checked. I can't move. I came back to life because my resolve to reach you surpasses all limits. Centurado. He shows up, and now Asia can fight him? Where's that idiot at? No. I love Gene-san. He's the only one for me. I love him. He's shown me so much, done so much for me. I want to slowly repay him for all of it. A home, friends, a new family, never-ending happiness. I can list so many more things. I love him. Aquino-san phrased it perfectly. If fate exited, I surely was meant to meet him. Alil Alam frowned after her speech. What bullshit is that? I shouted. Love? Fate? Why do I keep hearing such nonsense being spouted? First Anu, and now you. If fate existed, then all those things that were done to me should have never happened. If love existed, then those past horrors wouldn't have. I clenched my fist over my heart. I started to shake violently and look up at that scumbag as tears streamed down my face. Lies, all of it are lies. It doesn't matter who it is. Be it Alil Alam or Gene Skyward. All their words are lies. All men are cruel, disgusting creatures. They only exist to inflict pain onto others and enjoy every single bit of it. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. These two won't shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I don't want to hear anymore. Love, repentance, forgiveness. I hate them all. All of you just die. He's not just the labels you people put on him. He's as normal as the rest of us. Don't mislabel him other than those things. All you spout are lies. Ain-san, Jean-san is a great person, please try to see it like that. Asia was suddenly covered in some kind of golden aura, and it started to consume the entire realm. She reached it. That's her balance breaker. Two new people joined us who? A balance breaker? How? Why? Sacred gears change and evolve while using the feelings of their possessors as a key. Only when the right conditions are met is when a wielder of sacred gear will achieve their balance breaker. I heard that from Fallen Angel a long time ago. Are you telling me that the feelings of Asia Argento for Jean were so strong that she achieved it? No, it's all lies. Love can't do something like that. Asia obliterated him. He was gone. I couldn't feel him anymore. She then landed in front of me, Ain-san. I may be younger than you and have a lot less life experience, but I want you to give Jean-san a chance. Not all men are cruel and heartless. Please, even if it doesn't mean much coming from me. I want you to take a step back and give them all a chance. How can I give them a chance? They did so many horrible things to me, destroyed me, broke me. I can't, it's impossible. I hate them all. I felt someone's hand on my shoulder, and I flinched when it happened. Even now I struggle with that painful memory. However, a short, bright yellow light covered me, and I felt something I thought was lost come back to me. I touched that part of my body again, and I felt new tears fall from my eyes. How did this happen? Please use this time to truly heal and move forward in your life. Ain-san, if you want, you can have my number, and we can speak as much as you like. I want to be your friend. Asia, someone so young, they're both so young. I never thought that I hugged Asia back as she had been doing to me. I'm sorry. 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 I kept on muttering softly, you'll accept any punishment, oh God. I'm so sorry. I didn't deserve any of this. I've hurt so many people over the years because I was also hurting. I don't deserve this sort of kindness, compassion, or love, Asia Jean. I'm sorry. And thank you, Japan. Kuo Skyward Household. Why? Why is he helping me again? He knew of my plans, played along, and even risked getting himself and his lover hurt. So why help me? Nawada, can I speak with Jean? I want to ask him something. Sure thing. Danu, can you? Danu takes her phone out and texts something to Jean. Thank you. We had teleported back to his home after a few minutes. Jean was in the hallway of his home, and I approached him. Why? What? He seemed confused by my sudden question. Why did you help me? You knew I was plotting against you. You played along and nearly got your lover. Asia hurts so. Why? I want to know why. He chuckles and shakes his head. I was wondering why Danu messaged me again, and that's why you came back here for? Look, Ain, I know you suffer a lot. I can't comprehend how much you hurt during all those years. I also see this as a good opportunity for you to really heal this time with help for the people. You know, I also believe that everyone deserves a future. Many can redeem themselves, but I've also come to understand that not everyone deserves that chance. However, I can still see that you can, so I'm giving you that chance. A chance. This guy, he's too optimistic. How stupid can you be? I felt his hand on my cheek. What? Why? Come on now. Don't start crying on me. I was crying. I touched my cheek, and it was wet. Danu, Kana, and everyone else in the Tuatha De Danann. I know they can help you. Asia also gave your phone number, right? To speak with her too. I'm also there, so if you want, just text me or even call me. Anyway, if you're wondering how you could get back out, I removed that rule from you for now. Danu did say you want to speak with me, but I'll be back once you go back. So, any more questions? I shake my head. No, that's all. Thank you. Jean, he sighs and smiles at me, wipes the tears from my cheek before removing his hand. Good. Now go. I know you could do it, Ain. You're the largest and biggest idiot I know, Skyward. But for the first time, in the longest time, I feel at ease. Thank you, Ain of Nakane. In flashback, Jean. Skyward, I see. Will you do it now? No, I have a short detour to do first. Huh? Where? Greece. Cinchereto, Greece. I had teleported to some beach area, but I felt some kind of weird barrier near me, so I had teleported to a good spot by accident. I followed a short path towards where the barrier was and arrived at some sort of ledge. I won't spend too long here. You'll need to go back home and go through Ain's trial. Actually, I don't have a place for that, do I? You'll need to make a new room, huh? Or a new floor. How childish. Shut up, you old hag. Crack. You're lucky I can't hit you right now, Welsh dragon. Velbrine sounded furious. I do wonder who would win between them, whatever. That can wait. After shaking those thoughts away, I stepped through the barrier. This is certainly something. We were on an island, but now we're back in a forest. So many trees, all right, let's do this. Wait, what? Why is she here? Intrigued and confused, I dashed towards where I located two auras. One of them was familiar, while the other was new. I dodged and weaved through all the trees, bushes, grass, and small tones in my way. Like with Anu's little realm, there are also some animals here. However, I didn't stop to admire them this time, since I was short on time this time around. It didn't take me long to arrive at a large open spot, and the two goddesses there looked at me in surprise. Jean, do you know him? Yes, he's Jean Skyward, the current middleman that I spoke to you about, and the dual dragon emperor. I see. I've been meaning to meet him. Astria, why was she here? Beside her was Goddess Physis, Chapter 6, Part 1. Physis and a fleeting normal life, flashback Alanissos. Greece Jean Skyward Goddess Physis is a beautiful young woman with long green hair and light green eyes. She also has gold earrings on both ears. She was a very distinctive-looking cod, a medieval outer garment, with the upper half being white and the bottom being brown. She also wears a short yellow cloak with a golden ornament that keeps it tied together. To finish her look, she wears gray knee-high boots. I walk over to them and greet them. Hey, it's been a while, Astria. It's also nice to meet you, Physis. I put my hand out and she shakes it. Yes, I've heard positive things about you from Astria. Hoo-hoo, to think you would seek me out yourself. May I know why? Yes, I'm also curious, Jin. Both women look at me with curious eyes. I chuckle and tell them why. Well, I was recently in the Shinto realm and found a certain tree in the Kitsune's domain. I was wondering why you were there during such a turbulent time. After saying that, Physis stares at me in surprise. Astria looked confused, but seeing her friend's stunned expression, she looks back at me with even more curiosity. You know about that? Yeah, I left some kind of energy from it. Took a closer look and found out someone named Physis did something there. She softly chuckles and nods. Astria still looked confused, but remained silent and listened into our conversation. I was just there because I was curious. Amaterasu knew of my visit, so I had permission to be there. Anyway, it was pure coincidence that I ended up there, and during that time, it was also coincidence that I ended up in that place. It was also a coincidence that I found that woman there. I did not think she would be Greek, though. I saw it as my responsibility to ease her passing from this world, and also immortalize her in that spot for eternity, or however long that tree lasts. I will always forever remember her name. Thadia, that was her name. I will never forget it. Her Tuki will forever be in that place. That was all I could do for her. She finishes and closes her eyes. Astria, who was beside her, looks at me still confused. I'm still confused by all of this. May someone explain? Physis opens her eyes once more and explains what we were talking about. I see. I didn't think you ever left our own country. Physis, to think you spent time in Japan. If you didn't get permission, it would have been a big misunderstanding, you know? Astria sternly looked at Physis, who awkwardly looked away. What the hell is this dynamic? It's like a mom scolding her daughter. Do you have something to say, Jean? No. How'd she? You are too obvious at times, Jean. I hear Rudra say, see, no delicacy at all. See, no delicacy at all. I will get you when I reach that universe, Welsh Dragon. What, you six? Okay, chill. Everyone chill. How did it plunge into that so quickly? Jean, is something wrong? No, just a bit of personal trouble. I sigh and look up at the sky. It's mostly covered with branches and leaves, but I could see a little bit of the bright blue sky. I still have time, right? I can relax a little bit, Comptoir. Answer. I can start the construction process now, Jean. I can also inform everyone in your ho yes. Please and thank you, Comptoir. I love you. I thank Comptoir and fall to the ground on my back. It was mostly made out of grass, so I didn't need to worry about mud or anything like that. Both goddesses look at me in amusement. She's blushing. Partner, she's Bleg. I didn't know Barato could punch that hard. Is he all right? Do not forget that she's at the peak of Omniversal Albion. However, she's mostly passively helping Jean rather than fighting alongside him. Point taken, Rudra. Barato. Answer. Independent Illinois start now, dear. BZT. BZT, BZT, BZT. My phone was violently shaking nonstop on the table. However, I ignored it. Barato said she told them so. They can panic for a little while. Let me be lazy. All right, I rescued Medusa, by the way, Astria. And Medusa? How? Where? WH what? I feel her quickly approach me and stare at me. Did these two know each other or something? Once she stood over me, I tell her what had just happened and what I know. Of course, I take out the part about Nyarlathotep's involvement. I see, thank you for doing that. She is resting in your home currently. Yes? Yeah. I had her teleported there, and Asia should have told Graphia to take her to an empty room. You seem awfully concerned about her. Were the two of you close or something? She nods and sits down beside me. Astria hugs her knees, looks at me briefly, and then looks above us. Finally, she closes her eyes and starts speaking. Yes, we were. I wondered why she suddenly did that and disappeared. However, if you say she was affected by that dark fog like Hera was, then I hope they aren't too harsh in her punishment. Jean, what do you plan on doing to the Irish goddess saying? She looks back at me and waits for a response. Well, I tell her my planned punishment for Ain. Of course, the rest of them will need to they will. I stared blankly at her, and Physis did the same thing. Oh, it seems you have quite a bit of faith in him, Astria. Astria looks back at Physis and nods. His achievements, what he did for Kurosagi and Hephaestus, as well as getting to know him in those few short days. I think Jean has a sort of charm to him, so I think they will agree to that proposal. I didn't think Astria had such a high opinion of me. I mean, we barely interacted when I was in their realm. Also, she already knows about that. Astria kept looking at me and nods. We found out about it because of Amalthea. She's a frequent visitor to that village. Kurosagi has also opted to make it her permanent residence even after becoming a goddess. She has easy access to her town back in the Egyptian realm. I see, but I do need to visit her again and check up on her. I had to leave Nimbusuk as soon as I was done there, is that so? You'll need to visit her when I go back to your realm, then following that, there's silence. A small breeze started and it felt comfortable. However, I remembered another reason for my visit. Oh, right. You don't need to answer since I'm just curious, but why did you go into seclusion, Physis? I know another goddess like you who went into seclusion, who's also a primordial goddess of nature. Oh, I have no deep reason, Jean. I simply wish to explore the world outside my pantheon. However, after that I felt like too many years had passed and thought it was a bit too awkward to just show up again. Physis explains and giggles. Astria, who was beside me, just sighed disappointedly. We discussed this already, Physis. No one will care, so you can come back anytime. You have already finished with your world tour, have you not? Boo, I'm still exploring. You haven't left this place in 20 years. I'm watching over Greece as a whole. The two start to bicker back and forth, and I stare at them in silence. I didn't think Astria could be this childish, I guess. The same with Physis. She keeps sticking her tongue out at Astria, and it makes her even angrier. Tug calm, please. Sure. Astria grabs my sleeve and asks me to calm her. So I touched her shoulder and put a calming effect on her. The anger that was slowly building up immediately disappeared. Astria sighs and lies on the grass. You two seem like best friends. Yes, we are, Physis answered me happily while Astria glared at me. I just chuckled at her and lay back down on the grass. You'll stay here just a little longer, feel free, Jean. This is why I've lived here for 20 years. It's very calming, isn't it? The breeze, the air, the ambience, the animals, everything is just perfect. That's why I traveled around the world. Not only did I want to experience many things, I also observed the best parts of nature in each country and incorporated them into my own realm. It's my life's greatest work so far. That's her real reason then? She seems a bit eccentric. I glance at Astria as she rolls her eyes at me. I chuckle again and turn to face her. Well, how have you been, Goddess of Justice Sama? I have been well. Jean, you changed again. Changed? Thank you. However, Astria doesn't answer me, but instead just stares at me silently. Yoo-hoo? Hey, don't ignore me to tease you too. I looked back at Physis, and now she was just towering above me. She had a grin on her face. Cinchuredo, has any of them happened to you so far? Japan in real life isn't the same as anime, though we're technically in one right now. But I won't say that out loud. She crosses her arms and sighs. I know that, but they sometimes happen, right? Share some experiences. Well, I did have an awkward run-in with a nun once, I guess. Oh, that was accidental, though, and Griselda didn't mind, even though that was our third or fourth meeting. But now that I think about it, I haven't been in too many cliches. Anything else? I've avoided a lot of them, boo. Bored with my answer, Physis goes back to where she was at previously. With a shrug and a sigh, I close my eyes. They'll stay here for just a little longer, it'll get going then. I've stayed here for way too long. It's the best place to relax. I won't deny that, Physis. May I come here again then? Feel free. But please bring some food. Next time I brought out some food I bought from Podrick, and she liked it. The same with Astria. I also told her about my plans to start a restaurant, so she's very interested in that. I also invited her to my home, and she wants to visit in the future. Take care, Jean. You too, Astria. They'll be back in your pantheon soon, so I know. They'll be waiting. I nod and teleported back home. Flashback in present-day Japan. Kuo Skyward Household. Natsum, Managawa, hey Natsu. What is it? Sylph? When is your date with Jean? I've been looking forward to it. Aren't I supposed to be the one who's thrilled? Also, I don't know. I want to approach him about it. I mean, after it's all over, why, he told you that you'd go on one soon. I know. Ugh, it's been 2 days since the whole Ain debacle, and I, Natsum Managawa, am currently in Jean's home. Asia has been texting her a lot, and for some reason taking a lot of pictures of Jean and sending them to that woman. Maybe Asia is trying to show the good sides of Jean. I mean, we did hear about her, past. I guess so. No, that's definitely the case. But she's mostly taken pictures of him in weird circumstances, though. And that's also true. Hey, want to join? It will be so much fun together. Ashu. First Kanami, and now you. Why are so many people trying to tag along with me and Jean? We haven't even spent much time together yet. So you're not against it? It's impossible to avoid. That's all I'm going to say. Also, you could transform? Duh. Even though this is my original form, I could transform to a normal human size, I didn't even know that. Why haven't you said anything about it until now? You never asked. Okay, that's on me, but I doubt Jean would say yes to it. You and all I know. He'll only do it if he's in a relationship with them. Sheesh, he's like an old man. Doesn't that mean it'll just need to make him fall for me? He will definitely fall for the Sylph charm. Ho, you've gone insane. Sylph, watch me. I'm scared. Natsu. Cease. Do you need something? Go on a date with Jean soon. I'm going to confess my feelings to him. I held back for the past 15 years because I was focused on getting stronger. But now is the right time. After that, all three of us can. Kanami felt her heart racing with anticipation. Cinchuredo, he also showed her some affection in the pocket dimension. And I get it, Sylph. Okay, so sis has a small crush, no big deal. You sound jealous, Natsu, but I doubt it's just a small crush at this point. Well, anyway, do your best and win her over soon. You're both weird. Sis looks at me confused, but I didn't elaborate. But a date, huh? Where though? I want it to be a bit special. I should consult Aquino, Kuroka, or Lavinia. Kuo Academy lunch, Jean, Skyward Aquino. We need to get to the club soon. Mifine. Aquino and I were on the rooftop. Why? Well, we just finished spending some time together. Aquino got up and gave me a playful look. There's a little something on your cheek. She noticed a small smudge on her cheek, wiped it away with her finger, and smiled. That woman, honestly. She gave me a light tap. Ow. All right, let's head out. Sounds good to me. I shake my head and start to gently push Aquino towards the door as she makes a half-hearted attempt at resisting. It was still near the start of lunch since she basically dragged me up here. Apparently, she wanted to challenge Rias in something. So we headed up. We finally reached the third year's floor, and we came across Sona and Tsubaki. They stared at us. Aquino winked, and Sona glared at me. Just so you know, it was Aquino's idea. Sona did not look convinced as she stared blankly at me. Please try not to do it as much as you can. We are in place of learning. She flatly says, making Aquino giggle and go over to her. This confused the king and queen. Aquino leaned into Sona's ear and whispered, "Don't worry, President Sona Jean will pay you a visit soon enough." Wah! I chop her on the head as she turns around and makes a face at me. Centurato Aquino. Playfully giggling, she hugs my arm and starts to drag me away and towards a club. After-school occult research club room. No, not that. Not good enough. Shake, Jean? Would this do? No, I need my menu to be more diverse. I also need to try out new recipes that I got and add my own twist to them. Poke, Giant? He can't hear me, can he? How abu boing boing. I had been thinking about my restaurant's future menu and what type of things I wanted to be on it. However, suddenly someone bumped right into me from the side. I pull away and saw it was Rias. How can I help you? No, it's not me, but Rias trails off and looks behind her. I move my head to see Irina fidgeting in her chair with Griselda waving at me. I give all three of them a strange look. What's up? Jean-senpai, I found something in the mall and I wanted to buy it. But Irina stutters out. I see. She wants some help with it? I mean, I don't mind. She ran out of money for the month. Griselda finishes for her and Irina blushes even harder. I chuckle and got up from my seat. I quickly kiss Rias and go to the door. Well, let's get going then. An impromptu date, it is. Huh. Wait. No, that's not what I both reincarnated angels accompanied me. I was expecting just Irina, but it seems Griselda also wanted to come along with us. Is she just keeping an eye out for Irina? She sees me looking at her, and she smiles at me. We had just left the gates of the academy, and were walking towards a mall in Kuo. There were quite a few people out, as well as many students. Some on dates, some with their friends, and others by themselves. So, do you mind telling me what you want, Irina? It's a bit embarrassing. I like manga and anime. I think it's fine. All right. WL, I was out with Zenobia and Asia yesterday, and we saw a couple of manga and light novel box sets for a series we liked. Well, I don't have any money left. They offered to pay for me, but I declined. I felt too guilty. I nod. I see. I understand, Irina. So I'm just a giant wallet for you, huh? I didn't think an angel like you would think of me like that. I'm hurt. I summoned a handkerchief out of my pocket and wiped away my non-existent tears. However, Irina visibly panics and starts to wave her hands frantically in front of her. No. You don't. No, Well, Griselda giggles at the panicking angel, and I kept on wiping my fake tears away. Irina finally stops and sighs. I wanted to spend some time with you, but I did want to get those sets and didn't have money. I failed as an angel. Michael-sama, please forgive me. Amen. She puts her hands together and prays. I put the handkerchief away and pat her on the head. It's fine, Irina. Let's just get to that store and see. Heck, why not just buy it all out? The both of them were just silently staring at me. Come on, I was joking. It's possible for you, Jean-senpai. So when you say something outrageous like that, I don't know when to take it seriously or not. Griselda, why did you agree with her? I don't say yes, you do. Fine, whatever. We finally arrived at the local mall in Kuo town. Now, this is one of the weird differences here. Unlike the local department store, which was significantly smaller, this one was giant. Honestly, it's probably the largest structure in this place. All I know is it's definitely run and managed by humans and not the supernatural. But that doesn't mean that there isn't any working in it. It has 6 floors in total, each one being large and having a large variety of shops, ranging from clothes, food, electronics, and others. We were in the first or ground floor. So where to? I heard from classmates, Najima and Kuda, that there are a few stores here that sell them. I turn to Irina, and she nods. It looks like it's Griselda's first time in here, since she was looking around a lot. I've only been here a few times, since I never had a reason to come here. Yes, there are stores on each floor, but the one we saw the set and was on the last floor. Let's take the elevator up. Irina leads the charge as Griselda, and I hang back. You seem curious about the place. Haven't been here that much? No, Kuroka and Lavinia took me here once, but it was to shop for clothes? Now that I think about it, I haven't seen her wearing any other clothes. Apart from her nun outfit, the weird tights battle suit, her outfit for school, and whatever she wears at home, and those are usually modest. I haven't seen her in a dress or anything like that. Is something the matter, Jean? You're staring at me an awful lot. Oh no, It's actually, I want to see you in a dress. Griselda stares at me in shock. Is it due to my honesty there? However, Griselda chuckles in the end. I see we arrived at the elevator and use it to go up to the last floor. However, it was a little crowded since quite a lot of people were here. When we got out, Irina looked annoyed. She looks around before coming to my side again. Cinchuredo, are you sure? It could have been an AC, I'm sure. They kept standing too close to me the entire ride up. It felt really creepy. Irina shivered and shook her head. Well, we can't actually, Barato. Barato. Answer. Scanning mall. Found 29-year-old male. Kirigane Sato. Employee of a bookstore on the 6th floor of Kuo Mall. The name of the store is Yarndale. What the hell kind of name is that? Yarndale? No, that's besides the point. He disrespected Irina, so we might as well take a detour after we buy the things she wants. As I spoke with Barato, we had followed Irina to that store in Yarndale, huh? Ironic. Huh? What do you mean, Jean-senpai? The person who harassed you works here. Anyway, let's confront him. But do you want to do it now, or wait until we buy your things? We stand to the side as Irina deliberates. If we complain now, something can be done about him. But we also need proof. I doubt Irina's words alone will suffice. Meh. Might as well mess with someone today, Barato. Answer. I'm already on it, dear. Is that right? So? Barato. Answer. I have changed the structure of the elevators and history of the construction. The elevators now have cameras in them, and the other shoppers were removed from there. Cinchuredo, Irina nodded, and pulled me into the store with Griselda, also still attached to my free arm, so she wouldn't fall behind. Upon entering, I took a quick glance at the library and found it quite modern with a variety of genres and types. Among the library of books are practical works, school works, children's books, manga, art books, light novels, and other types. They littered the shelves of this store. They were neatly stacked and alphabetically arranged. I noticed that there are also a lot of people here. I didn't think so many people in Kuo read. It's probably just for manga or light novels, or even relevant books for school. I mean, there is the college division, right? Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I can see them mostly buying manga or light novels. However, I've been getting the stink eye since I got here. Most of them coming from jealous guys. Now, that I take a step back and see my positions, I had 2 ladies clinging on to me. That's sure to get some jealous stares from single people. Are you looking for recipe books? Yes and no. I was just curious what kind of books they sell here. Is it all kinds? Just light novels and manga? Educational ones? I answered Griselda's question as Irina brought us over to the section she wanted. When we got there, it was mostly filled with manga and light novels. However, a small section had ones in small cardboard boxes with illustrations on them. So which, Irina had let go of me, went over to a certain part, and came back with 2 boxes. She looked very excited. Oh, they'll buy them both for you. I take a glance at what she wanted, and they both said, so I'm a cream brulee, so what? Is that the knockoff of, so I'm a spider, so what? I'm pretty sure I saw another one about being a rat cream brulee. Isn't that food? How would that even work? I also want to know, Drake, so anything else? I glanced back at Irina, and she shook her head. I turn to Griselda, and she nods. I saw something. May I go and get it? Sure. Griselda's separate from me and walks away, turns a corner, and disappears. I go over to Irina and look at the 2 box sets she wanted. Both of them contain 7 novels or manga each. So, shall be getting a total of 14, huh? I glance around and find an individual volume. The price of one volume is $650, but if I bought all the volumes separately, I would have to pay about $45.50, but the set only costs $3,900. The same with the other set. I would say buying the set is cheaper. Good call, Irina. Buying these individually would be more money. The sets are cheaper. Yes. Zenobia did the math in her head and told us when we were here together. She's gotten a lot faster doing that. Who knew the muscle head would be like this someday? It makes me a bit emotional. Irina sounded weirdly proud about it, although I can share the sentiment. While she still prefers to use her muscles over her brain, she's a lot smarter about how she does things now, whether that be fighting or just everyday things. I look through other manga and light novels as we wait for Griselda to come back to us, but she eventually does. She was carrying only one book, and she looked quite happy with herself. Once she arrived by us, I took a peek at the name of the book, The Good Wife Guide. 19 Rules for Keeping a Happy Husband. She saw me looking at it. She smiled and handed it to me. I will like this. I see. It's also 650. Let's head to the checkout then. I hand the book back to her and we go to the checkout. Why would she get that? Partner Drake, please don't misunderstand the situation. I mean, is there really the right way of being a wife? There are certainly right ways of doing things, like communication. I had to learn that the arduous way with Kuroka and Rias, but apart from that, most marriages are different from one another. I wouldn't know, partner, but she may have her own reasons. If you're curious, ask her. She did say she was interested in someone. Once we are J. Jean, W8, Griselda Sensei, and another one of her friends. It was Kuda. What did he start working here? What happened to you know what? Never mind also, don't just refer to Irina as just another one of her friends. Oh, hey there, Kuda. I didn't know you were working here. Igrigagia. My parents told me to stop spending all my time playing games at home. I mean, I do hang out with, anyway. Let me scan those for you. Irina and Griselda put their items down and Kuda began to scan them. Once Kuda saw Griselda's book, his eyes bulged out, but Griselda kept her usual calm smile and didn't even flinch. Ahem, that'll be 8450, please. Will you be using cash or card? Card. Kuda nods and pulls out a magstripe. I pull out my black debit card and Kuda's eyes bulge out again and he starts to cough. I put my card against it and pay. Once that was done, I put it away. Kuda finally finished having a coughing fit and looks at me in bewilderment. You're rich. Not really? Liar. Kuda, aren't you meant to ask something else? Or before that? A W, would you like to have a bag? Irina puts her hand up and nods. Kuda fumbles a bit before taking out a plastic bag large enough to fit all the items into it. Once done, I take the bag and look at him one last time. Oh, by the way, is there a manager here? He tilts his head confused. Manager? Yeah, he's here. Why? I'd like to make a complaint. Ashu. He starts to panic and points at himself. Not you, you idiot, someone else. He breathes a sigh of relief and runs towards the door to get the manager. I scan the store, and it seems our culprit is working in the back. Hopefully he won't come out. Eventually Kuda comes back out with a kind-looking older man. He looks to be around his 50s or 60s. Excuse me, young man, you had a complaint? He asked quite nervously. Kuda had scurried back behind the checkout, while also looking nervous. We believe one of your employees acted inappropriately toward my junior while we were riding the elevator up to this floor. I think his name is Kurigane or something. We have proof, as that elevator has cameras. I summon a small memory card and USB stick from my pocket and pull them out. I hand the USB stick to the manager, who stares at it before nodding. He gestures for us to follow him, and we go behind the counter. Do they normally invite us in there? I would have thought that they would just take the USB stick. Kuda-kun, please stay there. Why, yes, sir. Please follow me. We stepped through the door, and there was a small horizontal hallway. In front of us was a door that looked like it led to some kind of break room. We went in the break room, and there seemed to be some kind of laptop on the table. The manager strolls over there, sits down, and sticks the USB into the laptop. There was only one file on it, so he shouldn't have any trouble. We need to get the mall security involved, or something, or the actual police. That was unacceptable behavior, right? The manager clicks on the file, and a video begins to play. Cinchuredo, it was rather quick since the elevator arrived at its destination quickly. The manager sighs and clicks off the video. He gets up and turns to us before bowing. Please leave this to us. We will U2014 Creek manager. I need some help. U2014 Kurigane, the man who accosted Irina froze. He had short, messy hair and wore the employee's uniform. He looks us over once before running out of the room. Well, he fled. He's even more guilty. I turned back to the manager to see him on a handheld radio, and it sounds like he was talking to someone. Thud. Ack. We hear a loud thud and someone yelling out in pain. The manager puts his handheld radio away, walks past us, and back to the front of the store. I go back over to the computer and take the USB and follow after everyone. Once let me go. What the hell? This is wrong. Male, Karen detected. Take him down. Are you two feeling aggressive or something? Take him down. All right, moving on. The manager takes out his handheld radio again and speaks into it. After a few minutes of waiting, Cinchuredo and I had to give the USB stick back so they could review it again. Here again was cuffed and was forced to go with them. However, they decided to move to the break room, and we were left there. This is taking longer than I expected. I just wanted to go on a little. I didn't finish my sentence as Kuda was staring at me quite intently. So we went over to him. Kota-kun, Y-jes, Griselda-sensei. I heard from Jean that you're interested in a girl? Kuda gave me a glare, but he hesitantly said yes to her. She takes his hand and holds it, making the guy turn crimson red and start profusely sweating. Please just be yourself. Don't try to change yourself to be someone else. Be the best version of yourself, and the right woman will eventually find you and like you. If the girl you're interested in likes the real you, then wouldn't that be wonderful? Kuda was a bit taken aback by Griselda's advice, but he involuntarily nodded in the end. She smiles and let go of his hand. Kuda stood there a bit stunned, but then finally spoke. Griselda-sensei, there's a rumor that you, Penemu-sensei, and Roswai-sensei live in Jean's home. Is that true? It is also true that Penemu-sensei has a boyfriend? We both look at him a little stunned. That had nothing to do with anything said. Dude, how is that relevant? I want to know, so I can have my own answer. I asked him, but Kuda shook his head. He seemed adamant about this. Griselda and I glanced at each other before nodding. All three of us knew Jean prior to joining the school. In a way, we joined because of him. As for those reasons, I won't divulge into them. However, we do live with him. The rumor of Penemu having a lover is false. You can connect the dots. Can't you? Please keep this a secret, Kuda-kun, unless you want trouble to arise, Griselda explains. Her eyes were closed when she said all of that. However, at the end, she opens them and sent a bit of a threatening aura towards Kuda. This made him shiver. Yes, mom. He even salutes her. Sheesh, she can be threatening when she wants to be, huh? Kuda sighs and looks at me in response. So, do you really have a lot of partners? Yes. I'm dating more than the ones you see, Kuda. It's not all that unbelievable when you consider the stupid black card you have. Oh my god, Jean. Are you planning to start some kind of restaurant empire or something? I snored at what he said. Restaurant empire? I mean, probably. My plans for it is to have a global reach, including both the human and supernatural realms. Who knows? I'm starting out in Kuo. I have the Rias and Sonas family backing me. Add my own money, and I should do fine for it. Griselda gives me an odd look. Yeah, there's no definite with the Citri backing me yet. I am confident, however, that they will approve once I prevent Sona's father from contracting the devil's sleeping disease. They know him with Serafal, and that she moved in with me. Seriously? You even have President Sona? You're a wild man. I can't even imagine her being all lovey-dovey. Me neither, man. I have been on one date with her. I want to ask her on another. Wait, what about inviting her to one of my visits to a pantheon? I can ask Momo about Sona's interest in that particular topic. You're taking this confirmation pretty well, man. I mean, all things considered. Jean, no offense, dude, but you're both popular and one of the school's weirdos, you know? You just don't make sense to the rest of us. You have the physical abilities to do any sports. A lot of the clubs asked you to join them, but you refused and joined the Occult Research Club. You're surprisingly smart, like I said, no offense. But you're so lazy. You sleep like 90 of all our classes. Yet you get 100 on all tests we've done so far in the year. You're like those super perfect anime characters, but you're just weird. Why the hell did you bring in a sandwich with strawberry-covered banana and pickle? You stare at the sky a lot, and when you're blunt, you're basically being an asshole. People find it difficult to approach you. You're weirdly accurate with your predictions and can tell a lot of people's weird quirks after looking at them for a short time. So, it's really surprising to a lot of us that you managed to find someone or even got yourself a girlfriend. What the hell draws them to you? Sorry, I went on a rant there. Kuda finishes and heaves a sigh of relief. It seems like he's been meaning to say that, huh? But people thought that about me? Okay, I guess the staring at the sky is weird. I mean, I like it, and maybe I'm talking to someone in my soul. So we're to blame? Partner? Ouch. No, I'm not blaming you guys. It's just an explanation. But yeah, I guess the rest makes sense. They didn't make me out to be a weirdo. I guess so, but I don't care. As long as I have the Occult Research Club, The few friends outside of it, like you and Najima, then my school life is fulfilling enough. That's all that matters. KH, don't go saying that, man. You'll make me cry. Kuda exaggeratedly rubs his face with his arm while pretending to wipe away tears. However, our conversation is stopped as the doors open with Kurigane still in handcuffs and Irina coming over to us while sighing tiredly. The manager comes over to us and hands us coupons. He nods at Irina before heading to the back again. We're done, let's go home, I'm tired, oh okay. Then anyway, see you tomorrow, Kuda. See ya, man. We left the store, the plastic bag still in my hands the entire time. Irina hugs my arm and leans against me, seemingly exhausted. Too many questions, I didn't press charges, I just wanted to be out of there. So many legal things, we're done now. And you can read this when we get home. Good job, Irina. You are. Jean Senpai, she hugged my arm tighter while comically crying. I just had a strained smile on me while we slowly made our way back home. Irina didn't give any details, but said it was all sorted out and not to worry about it. Nighttime Skyward household, Naya, you're being awfully cuddly tonight. Kuroka, do you hate it, Naya? I can go, it's been an hour since we had dinner. And to my surprise, it was mostly normal today. Nothing dramatic or loud happened in my home, which I would usually find something like that happening. I was currently in the backyard with Kuroka and Shigen. Although Shigen seemed a bit jealous as she kept taking peeks at the playful conversation between Kuroka and me. Even though we're dating, she's still quite shy about it. No, it's been a while since I spoiled you this much. What do you even do when we're at school? Nia. I help Ine and Reiko in the training facility. Also, Lavinia has been kind of subtly telling me to join Slashdog in her place. I don't really want to, though. I enjoy being lazy in your home. You sound like a freeloader. Nia. Kuroka is shocked. We're very close, though. Apart from being formally part of Team Valley, being close, and helping people train. What else do you do? You know, getting a job isn't that bad. That's right, Nia. Used to Frido Nia, Shigon. Jean is bullying me. Kuroka stops leaning against me and moves over to Shigen. All three of us were on the bench, and Shigen awkwardly laughed at Kuroka. WL, I think you should join us, Kuroka-san. I think you'd make a fine Barato of our team. I mean, you're a skilled user of magic like Lavinia-san. I have no allies. What about being employed by Jean? Shigen is a genius, Naya. Kuroka hugs Shigen as she awkwardly hugs her back too. These two are completely different, the highly energetic Kuroka and the quiet and modest Shigen. Mun, how did Shigen and Natsum become so close? Kuroka looks at me with an expectant look while Shigen was giving me an apologetic one. I do need some staff members for the future, but you're either going to be working in the back or as a waitress. I glance at Kuroka as she looks giddy at the thought. It don't mind me. Fine relented. It's fine, right? I mean, it's in a few months, so, job secured. But it took you this long to get a job, though, Naya? Nothing, boom. Crash. Thud. A loud crashing sound was heard from my home. All three of us turned to look at the house, and then at each other. I sigh, and all three of us got up and headed back in. I wonder what happened. Once inside, I locate where the accident happened. When I got there with Kuroka and Shigen, we saw that Ine was on the ground. Food was everywhere. Reiko was also on the ground, and Grafia was glaring at Ine coldly. Of course, the young girl started to shiver as she was receiving the glare. What happened? I go over and help both Ine and Reiko up. I snap my fingers and clean up the mess by reversing time, and everything went back to their previous places before whatever happened occurred. Thank you, Ugg, I'm sorry, Ine apologized and went to sit in a chair. I turn back to Grafia, and she nods. Ine tried to use magic to cook. I acknowledge that she's a competent cook and has the necessary skills to prepare a meal that's consumable. However, she has only used magic to cook in small doses in the past, but this time consumable. That's a really low bar to set, so you base people's abilities on cooking as long as it's edible. Damn, whose cooking was so substandard that you had to lower your standards to that? Kuroka? Aye. Be nice, but maybe, however, this time she used a bit too much and for too long. Ine, you have reasonable control of your magic, but it isn't enough yet. Please keep that in mind. Perhaps use the training facility a little more and practice your control rather than getting stronger. and A seemed annoyed at herself and agreed with Graphia. FIA sighed and gestured for her to follow her. The two started practice again. I didn't know they practiced this far into the day. I turned to Reiko, as she had been standing beside me during the whole thing. And how about you? I was just here to get a drink, and well, I was caught up in it. She explains. I see. That's just terrible luck. Reiko looks at me with an unamused stare. Language, Jean. Huh. What's up with the no cursing rule all of a sudden? You started it. I did not. However, Reiko refused to look at me and started to blush. Huh? Why? Is she still upset about what happened earlier? She quickly left, and I was left there with Kuroka and Shigyon. Just a typical night, then, Naya. I was getting worried since nothing much happened during the day, Naya. So you were expecting something? It's like this place is a zoo or something. Yes. I was also a bit worried that nothing had happened yet. You too, Shigyon. Crash. Crash. Thud. Now what? The next noise was from upstairs. Looking up, I turned to my two companions. Onwards and upwards, Captain Skyward, Naya. Okay. Play along, Naya. I don't know how to respond to that, though. Kuroka sighed, grabbed both of us, and dragged us upstairs. Once there, she looks at me. This way. It was towards Irina's room. I wonder what happened. She was quite tired after the whole awkward incident earlier, and said she'd just go take a nap before dinner. Partner, I'm surprised you stayed calm during all that. Drake, I can be calm and reasonable when it involves my current and potential lovers, you know? I'm not the same person I once was. Maybe this is a sign of maturity, but if he tried again, I would have slammed him into a wall and struck him hard. Never mind. Censuredo, we have left the Welsh dragon to despair. I chuckle to myself as we arrive at Irina's door. I knock on it, but only heard muffled sound from inside. Confused, I push the door open and discover, Jean-san. Jean? Oh, you're here. Irina, Griselda, Asia, Zenobia, Gabriel, and Penemu were here. Honestly, that's not that strange since they're all angels in a way, with the exception of Asia. A flutter of white feathers later, Gabriel had got up and hugged me. I don't think she'll let go. I look around the room, and nothing seems to be out of place. Well, apart from the church trio being on the ground and a few of the new books being on the ground. So what's happening here? We were discussing the first 2 volumes we read. It got a bit heated, and while we started to wrestle on the ground, Zenobia explained while Irina laughed beside her. I got caught up in the crossfire, Asia confesses, and I side all 3 of them. But that doesn't explain why I was reading the book along with Griselda, the one you bought her. She wants to be a good wife to you in the future. Me and Penemu too. Gabriel blurts out. I stare at her in surprise, and then turn back to Penemu and Griselda. Both women had turned bright red. Gabriel, you were supposed to keep that a secret. Come here, young lady. Penemu got up from the bed and gently pulled Gabriel away from me. But no, I want to stay with Jean. Giant help. Gabriel, with tears threatening to fall from her eyes, begged me. This is something even Penemu faltered at, and I doubt many of us want to see this adorable creature crying. Penemu, who was still blushing, let go and went back to Irina's bed before hugging herself. Ugh, I can't believe this. She muttered out while still embarrassed. Irina and Zenobia had switched back to discussing it more civilly, and Griselda had covered her face with her book while pretending to read. It sure is lively in here, Naya. Let me join Naya. Kuroka scooted past me and jumped on top of Irina and Zenobia, as both of them had a surprised look before thud. Okay, Kuroka-san. Please stop. Wait, the book. It'll eat the cream, Bruli Naya. The 3 struggled on the ground before they started to squish the books. I pointed at them and reinforced them. Only a God-class attack can destroy or crease those things. Now, Jean Gabriel looks up at me, and my heart nearly stops. I just hear Shigyon awkwardly chuckle behind me. I can relate to you, Shigyon. I am quite a lazy person, so all this high energy can be quite exhausting at times. But I still love it. You're too adorable sometimes. Gabriel, I hug her back as she buries herself deeper into my chest. I don't know if she's aware of it or not, but I'm willing to believe it's the latter. Jean-san and Gabriel-sama are having fun together. Asia shouts, gaining everyone else's attention, and then the rest of them tackled me to the ground. Gabriel, not want to let go of her spot, just laughed along and started a fight to keep her place. Hey, are we meant to join in, Griselda? You can. I am busy reading. Penemu-sensei, I'm an adult, and I need to stay composed. I try to calm everyone down, but they were all way too energetic even at this time of night. However, Shigen had just sat down against the wall while watching us with a wistful expression. They'll talk with her when this gets sorted. Finally. It didn't take too long to calm them down, but they did. Now they're discussing it more civilly. Also, Gabriel fell asleep during it. How? Darn if I know, but I'm a bit envious of that ability of hers. So I had to bring her back to her own room. At the moment, I was outside in the hallway, and Shigen had not moved from her place. It seemed she was thinking about something. I approach her and sit down beside her, but still she didn't notice me. Tap tap the moment I tap her shoulder. She looks up at me with a look of surprise on her face. Hey, you've had such a serious face for the last few minutes. Is everything okay? She opens her mouth, but nothing is said. She closes it and thinks about it for a few seconds before apparently coming to some conclusion. She stands up and grabs my hands, telling me to stand up too, and so I did. She looked quite serious, but was also blushing as her lips were quivering. She takes a deep breath while staring at the ground, and then looks back at me. Welcome back, dear. He's broken. Partner. Parent near. Comptoir. Answer. Rebooting Gene Skyward Har. I was just shocked. I looked back at Shigen as she waited for my response or reaction. Where did that come from, Shigen? I'm back. Mmm. She nods her head furiously before hugging me. What the hell? Another adorable creature. I hug her back, and we stay like that for a little bit. However, she eventually looks up at me and, can I greet you like that from now on? Sure, if you want to. I'm not stopping you. Although, you're not the first to start calling me dear. I'm fine with that. Thank you, Jean. Step. I found Jean. I turn around while still being hugged by Shigen and see Lavin smack. You. I need my nightly healing, okay. Okay, it'll spoil you too before I turn in for the night. I feel like I became even more tired after all of that. I hope tomorrow's a little no. I really shouldn't hope for a calm life in a more Koho Academy early morning yo-yo. Skyward-sama? Why do you look so serious? Yeah, Jean. Why? Najima and Kuda approach my desk. I, along with the weird early morning risers, were in the classroom. The Grimmery and Citri peerages were in their respective clubrooms. Good question. Why am I so serious right now? Well, I received a text message from Yasaka about urgent business, asking me to come to Yuri Kyoto in 2 days. I've been racking my brain about it, but no events come to mind yet. I also asked Comptoir about it, but all she did was giggle at me. So after that, I didn't think whatever Yasaka wanted me for wasn't that serious, but I'm still curious. It's nothing. I was just wondering which came first, the chicken or the egg. I flatly tell them, and they stare blankly at me. Egg. Chicken. Kuda and Najima stared at each other with some hostility. It's the CH. I didn't want to hear this, so I closed my eyes. Jean Solm? Oh, you ran away to here, partner? Yeah. I did say that to make them argue for a little while. By the way, where's Elsha? Huh? Oh. Are you trying to find her now? She's probably somewhere close by. Not what I was planning, but thanks, Drake. I look around one last time and see that Barato was missing, as well as Velgrind. However, Drake, Albion, Garrett, and Belzer were quietly playing some kind of card game. What surprised me the most was the quiet part. I shrug and go to that part of my soul instead. Once I arrived there, it was still the same. A bright blue sky and a reflective watery surface. However, in the distance, Elza's figure stood motionless. I slowly approached her. Even though the ground beneath me was made out of water, it did not make any sound. However, I felt a gentle breeze here. How does that even work? But it didn't take me long to reach her, and I stand beside her. Elsha, what are you doing here? Upon peering at her face, I realized she was smiling at the ever-expanding blue horizon in front of us. Yet, she did not answer me, as if she hadn't even noticed that I was there. I walked up behind her and tapped her on the shoulder. She jumped slightly and let out a small surprise sound. This made the woman yelp and turn around at me in panic and confusion. I grinned at her as she sighs at me. Jean? Geez, I thought someone was. Do you need something? She lightly smacks my chest and looks at me with a bit of annoyance. No, yes. I don't know. Everyone was mostly missing, so I want to search for you. Did you miss me? I'm flattered, young man, but that won't— yeah, I kind of did. It's been a while since we last spoke, the same with Amaris. Elsha seemed a bit surprised, but smiled at the end. She sits down on the water and gestures for me to join her, and I do. I can revive you. Jean, I'm not budging on this. Elsha, I will say this to the rest of them too. She sighs beside me, and I feel her looking at me, so I turn to face her. We stare at each other silently until you know that every past wielder of both sacred gears has had a very destructive and hate-filled past. Jean, it's honestly a miracle that we're all getting along while we're here in your soul. Although, Amaris is still quite withdrawn and keeps to herself. Yes, I am aware. Even if you knew what to do and avoid the same path. There is still a point in time when you could have gone down the same path as us, but you still managed to stay true to yourself. That's pretty incredible, you know? Some people stray from that path after a significant life-changing event. Some use alcohol to cope, others turn to drugs, others lose themselves in other self-indulgent activities, and some just choose to run away. I'm sure you're aware of that. However, for a person to stay true to their own ideals, even after a significant event, I personally believe that takes a lot of will and courage. You're obviously not the first to do so. Even after Drake told Belzard and I not to go down the same path, we still did. The path of destruction and hate for the Red Dragon Emperor, even if it's just you. And in this timeline, it ends with you. The same for Divine Dividing. I know you and Valley won't go down that path. She gets up, sighs, and stretches her body before nodding to herself. I will stick with you until I see all of that come to pass. I will give you my answer then. Answer? I asked as I got up. She smiles and nods. Yes, an answer to both your questions. Now go speak to Amaris. That girl could be a big loner, you know. But Elsha pushes me away and disappears. I was left by myself. Wait, where the hell do I find her? Whatever, it'll go around my own soul, trying to find her. Then, after a few minutes of searching, I finally arrived at another part of my soul. This one was well calm. This one looked a bit different from the one I saw with Elsha. The sky above me was orange, as if the day was slowly coming to a close. In front of me was a singular path, and on each side were multiple cherry blossom trees. Further down, and at the end of the path, was a lone house. It looked like Asian architecture, and, while I'm not an expert, I'm guessing it's a Korean style called a hanok. I walked down the path while looking around me, but there wasn't much to see aside for the water beyond the path and the trees. I summoned a small pebble and threw it into the water. To my surprise, it went through it. It's not solid like the other part of my soul. I continued on my short walk, and I quickly arrived at the front door. I slid the door open and stepped inside. It looked like your modern home, nothing notable apart from having no electrical lights. However, there were floating magical balls to illuminate the place. After finding the door to the back, I went through it. Once outside, there was a large balcony, and Amaris was there. She had her back turned to me as she watched the horizon, just like Elsha. I join her side, and she greets me first. Jean, I didn't think you would come looking for me. Do you require assistance? No, I was just looking for everyone. I finished speaking with Elsha not too long ago, and I was hoping to ask you a question. She tilts her head, encouraging me to continue. Do you want to be revived? She looks at me before looking back at the scenery in front of us. I do the same thing since she won't give me an immediate answer. 5 minutes have passed, and she still hadn't given me an answer. Tug. I turned back as I felt her tug on my sleeve. I would like that. I feel like I hadn't gotten to do many things in life yet before my passing. Most of it was me getting stronger, so I would be safe from the supernatural and as well as my arrival. But I should be fine from now on. But can it wait? I don't mind, but do you mind telling me why? I want to be revived after you graduate from high school. It seems a bit boring to be stuck in your home without you. Amaris, you can go out whenever you want, you know? Kuroka just chooses to laze around at home. Everyone else does their own thing. The Slashdog girls are sent on missions every now and again. Ine and Reiko train down there since they want to get stronger. She giggles and agrees with me. That is true, but I do want to wait until them if you don't mind. Will you be offering this opportunity to Garrett and Belzard? Yeah, but knowing them they'll agree in a heartbeat. Garrett has said he would like to work for a different branch of your restaurant in the future. He's apparently was quite a cook. according to Albion. Seriously? I'll ask him about it then. He'll get going then. I turn around and start to go back to the main part of my soul when Amorous grabs my arm. I turn back to look at her. Turn me immortal too, when you revive me. Sure thing. She smiled at me. That was rare, as she did not do it that frequently. I wonder what happened. Even during those 15 years, she didn't really change much, no. Did Elsha tell her I was coming? I shake these thoughts away and went back to where Drake and the rest were. Jovaret Belsar. Got a minute? I approached the table where they were still playing the card game, and they all look up at me. Oh, hey, partner. How's it going? Welcome back, Jean. I take it your short trip turned out well? Yeah, it did. Anyway, this is sudden, but I offered this to Amorous and Elsha already. So do you two want to be revived? Sure. Both of them answered almost instantaneously. I could help but give them a strained smile, unlike Elsha, who was quite cryptic with hers and Amorous, although the latter agreed to it. I want to be, I know, Amorous told me. Is there any country in particular? Italy. If you have a main branch there, please hire me. But I do want to say revive me after you have your restaurants up and running, Jean. I agree with Garrett. Please hire me to be part of the Big Dragon show or anything to do with it. I quite like it. I also want it to happen after your graduation, Jean. Both Garrett and Belzer tell me their reasons. So, I can safely assume that Elsha will give me her answer by my graduation, Jesus Christ. It feels like everyone is gearing me for something big to happen then. I see you'll do that then. I should get back. Homeroom should be starting soon. Yes, take care, Jean. I wave at them one last time before leaving. Kuntwar was still nowhere to be found. I wonder where she went. As I left, I also saw Elsha and Amorous arrive and wave at me. Kuo Academy lunch, a few things must be done. 1. Ask Sona out on a date again. 2. Take Natsum on a date. And finally 3. See what the hell is up with Yasaka in Yurikyoto. I sigh. Even though I have those plans, everyone had already left. Even Kuda and Najima. But Kuda did drag him to Ingvild's group of friends since he'll be introduced to that Yua person. Darn, if he doesn't mess up, he'll get someone too. It feels like our time here is slowly coming to an end. Even though we still have time, I finally got up from my chair and made my way to the student council room. I passed by many students who for some reason or another stared at me. I come across Ingvild's group with Najima and Kuda. However, before I could say anything, Ingvild rushed towards me and pulled me away, confusing me. She didn't answer me and dragged me to a corner that wasn't too far from them. She looks back at them and then at me. It's strange. Strange? I repeat what she says and she nods. Yua-san and Najima-kun are hitting it off quite well. Okay, how's that strange? But Ingvild shakes her head again. That's the thing. Yua-san is usually a lot more reserved, but she peeked up as soon as they started chatting, but I think she likes Najima-kun. Jean, did you know about this? Wow, well, I wasn't expecting that at all. No, I'm quite surprised to hear that, Ingvild. Well, that just makes this easier, doesn't it? I guess. So, anyway, I have to get going. You'll see you in class. Oka, before I left, I gave Ingvild a quick peck on the cheek and headed out. There were still a few students near us, so we heard some of the gasping at what I had done. I'm sure some weird rumor will start, but who cares? I finally break our kiss as Ingvild gives me a complicated expression. Fua, you know rumors might start because of this. Who cares? We'll be gone not too soon and living our lives foreign. Oh, hey, In. I'll ask her about the immortality thing then. I gotta start asking more of them slowly now. I've been meaning to, but event after event keeps happening that I don't have much downtime. I want to ask you something tonight. Is that cool? Sure thing, Jean. But why not here? It's quick, but I would rather have a more private setting between us. She nods. We share another quick kiss before she goes back to her friend group. I also leave that part of school and quickly go to the student council room. Knock, knock. Come in, Jean. After hearing Sona's tired voice behind the door, I pushed it open and entered the room. Everyone was busy doing their jobs, and I greet them. Sup, I see you're all working hard. A fine way to spend youth. Sona sighs and continues doing her work. A few of them wave to me, and Saji looked dead. He didn't even greet me, since Ruruko was looking at him like she was guarding him, so he wouldn't run away. Do you need something from us, Jean? I glance at Saji, and he hadn't noticed me yet. I nod, go over to Sona, and leaned towards her, making her a little flustered. Date? Why? Did Wani-sama set you up to this? We already went on one. Might as well, right? And no, she did not. I will text you when and where. I thud. I turn around to see Saji had fallen to the ground while foaming at the mouth. I didn't think he'd hear that short exchange. Both Sona and I sigh at the same time. So why is Saji like that? He's just stupid, Jin-senpai. Ruruko answered my question, and the rest just sighed. So just a typical day, huh, Saji? Keep it at then, all right? I turned back to Sona and leaned back to whisper in her ear. I was wondering when I go on one of my requests, do you want to join? I'm not sure, Jean. I will give you another answer via text. Can this wait until then? We're a bit busy. Sure, my bad. I pull away and start walking away. I only needed to ask her those anyway. Keep at it, then I finally left and start making my way to the clubroom. A slow day then, huh? BZT, I take out my phone and saw that Momo had messaged me. I'm sorry I didn't get to say anything. You were in and out before it could get a word and it's fine. We can catch up another time or even after school. Haha. Sorry, no date today since I'm a little busy. But another time for sure. Yes, sure thing will get going then. We still have a lot of work left to do. Sure thing, take care. She seemed disappointed even through text. I shoved my phone back into my pocket and made my way to the clubroom. My king. I know, thanks. Once I was outside, I saw Chiron sitting by the usual tree we sat underneath at. However, I looked toward the gate and saw a discreet eye looking over towards me. He sees me and it disappears. Using a bird's eye view, I saw that Yami Endo was here. I didn't think this weirdo had the guts to just show up like this. But he was already running away, tail between his legs. I wonder what he's planning. I might as well warn Penemu about him lurking around the school, and possibly him stalking her after school is out. I sigh and approach Chiron. Hey, why are you out here? Waiting for you. Goo. Chiron puts her arms out, and I bend down to hug her while also pulling her up. It was a little weird, but I was now carrying her while she was hugging me. We got a few weird stares by everyone and a few whispers. Jean. We were near the old school building now, and I also didn't expect her to just call me without honorifics. That's usually when she's make me immortal. And another curveball today. She was looking at me since I had stopped walking. I heard Asia-senpai talking about it with Akino-senpai. You didn't ask me or Nei-sama yet. Why? Anything I say will sound like an excuse. So will you accept the answer of that I hadn't gotten around to it yet? She silently nods her head and waits for my answer. Before I do, does Kuroka know? I know out of the original 3, she's the last one I have to make immortal, yes. Nei-sama wants to be asked. Senchuredo. I also don't know what she's trying to say with that I already knew that, and that Ophis and Irene were going to be with me before I turn to rest. Are you sure? You'll be stuck with me for eternity, you know? You make it sound like it's a bad thing, Jean. Not what I was going for, Chiron, but sure. Shoo, I kiss her and start walking again. And at the same time, I also make her immortal. Do you make them as dramatic as that, Jean? No, I just wanted to kiss you, and decided to do it during that. She snorts at me, and we finally enter the clubroom. Once in there, we join everyone, and they were having a somewhat serious discussion, while the girls were. Kiba and Gasper were minding their own business, and Azazel looked bored out of his mind, so he was looking at his phone. And another one joins, Akino muttered as she looks at Chiron, who gave her a smile in response. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. President Rias looked confused, but didn't pursue it. She just gave Akino and I strange looks. After school, I'm sorry about this, Jin-senpai. Nah, it's fine. I'm also waiting for Penemu. He'll be escorting her home. Anyway, are you sure this is all of them, Momo? Yes. School ended a few minutes ago. I also informed Penemu via text about Yami Endo lurking around school since she wasn't in the clubroom during lunch. I was helping Momo move some documents back to the student council room since they had even more work, so no meeting up with her after school. As we approached the room, I kicked the door open lightly, surprising some of them inside. Please don't open the door by kicking it open, Jean. Sona scolds me as soon as we step inside, making me laugh. My bad. Anyway here. Yes. Please put them on my desk. Thank you for your help. I put the documents down, and so does Momo. Then I go back out and wave at them, but I also drag Momo along with me, which confuses her. Even so, Sona does not stop me from walking away, but she keeps her piercing gaze on my back. Once outside, I turn to Momo. I know this may sound quick, but do you want to move into my home? Yeah. Momo turned red as she stared dumbfounded at me. Thud. I caught her as she passed out. Partner, a bit too early, don't you think? Maybe, but I just want her to be in a safe place, you know? She can also train in the training facility on a regular basis if she moves in. Jean, where's what happened? Sona came out as she was looking for her bishop. She stared at me like I was some kind of cockroach. What did you do? Just listen to me, all right? Go on. So I told her what I asked her, and Sona sighed and shook her head. You're an idiot. You started dating only a few days ago, and you suddenly ask her to move in with you? Take more time with her? Jean, huh? Okay, it's my fault. I'll do just that then. Sorry, what about you actually? Instead of answering me, she just silently got even more angrier. For the record, that's Sarah Fall's idea. I thought I might as well tell you before our potential date in the future. Elite. Sona sighs after hearing my fake explanation. I'm sorry, Zera. So it was one of Samus' idea? These things take time, Jean. So whatever happens in the future, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Right, anyway. We'll bring her back in since I do need to leave. Sona and I go back to the student council room, and I place the passed-out Momo on a small couch they have and leave the room. I glance back to see Saji had regained his will to live and gave me a thumbs up as I left. He's certainly bipolar? Drag what? Ignoring the Welsh dragon, I locate Penemu's aura and quickly arrive at the school gates as she was waiting over there. It had been long enough, so there were no other students leaving the school, and the few teachers were still in their respective clubs or in the faculty room. Penemu sees me and waves at me. Hey, you kept me waiting, you know. I got caught up in something. Anyway, ready to go? She hugs my free arm and smirks. Of course I just sigh. Even if I say something, she won't let go. Therefore, it'll cast a little illusion magic on us to make it look like we're walking normally instead of her clinging to me. Centurado. So who cares? And if someone hits on your lovers that are still in the high school division, you really think they'll cheat, Vel? WL no, but then there you go, bonk. Please keep your attention on me. We're on an after-school date. After all, this is a date? However, she just smirked at me. You're difficult to read, Jean. Interesting. As we walk away from school and pass by Kuo Park, I could feel a lot of animosity being targeted at me, and it was obviously from Yami Endo. I don't know how he's even allowed out of his own home. He might have snuck out. So what are your plans, Jean? We could take a detour to the police station and show them a phone recording. Penemu gives me a questioning look. I can have Kuntuar conjure one up. I mean, he's not exactly being discreet about it. She thinks about it for a few seconds before agreeing to it. I'm sure. Why not? To the police station, we go. Penemu decided to take the lead. Additionally, we visited a few shops, but we didn't stay too long. Yami Endo also notices we were heading towards the police station and quickly flees. He ran ya. Anyway, let's go. The police station wasn't big. It was quite small, actually. It had a small patio with a blue roof, and the inside was also small. I summoned my phone and had the fake recording on it. I basically showed footage behind us and Yami following us. Once we entered the station, we went over to the reception area, and a police officer was there to greet us. Hell, Jean, how can I help you today? Sorry, do I know you? Haha, no. But after that incident in your school and your actions, your name kind of spread in our little department here. Imadeo, by the way. So how can I help you? He gestures for us to take a seat, and we do. I bring out my phone and explain the situation to the police officer and play the video to him. Hideo, who had a relaxed look on him, that quickly faded and was replaced by a look of concern. This is troubling. But thank you for bringing this in, Jean. How did you even manage to catch him? Also, may I copy this video file over? Feel free. I actually noticed him during my lunch break. I was in the courtyard and saw him peeking over the wall near the school gate. I kind of suspected it was him since he glared at me before running away. So as a precaution, I decided to escort my teacher home. It may look a bit inappropriate, but I was kind of the cause of all of this. So I felt obligated. But isn't he slit? Hoo-hoo. Penemu teasingly patted me on the head as Hideo chuckled and handed my phone back to me. He then tips his hat to us. I can have one of the guys here escort you or drive you home. And please rest assured we'll be visiting his home as soon as possible. No, it's fine. I don't live too far from here. Thank you, though, Hideo-san. I'm fine. I can defend myself, if necessary, Hideo-san. Both of us declined. He tried to insist, but we also kept on declining. He eventually conceded and instructed us to be careful on the way back. I mean, it would be troubling for him to find out she's living with me. We left the station, and he's seriously following us, huh? We immediately feel Yami following us again. This guy doesn't give up, does he? Let's just turn into an alley and teleport home. Penemu was more than happy to accommodate my suggestion. I hope this isn't a recurring thing further down in my life. What do you mean, partner? Like imagine 5,000 years in the future, they'll get brand new stalkers or something. It's a never-ending cycle. And no, even some married women have stalkers. Some of them simply do not care about that. I guess so. I mean, if someone tries stalking me, I'd give them the one, too. I mean, normal human-wise, Drake. You'd probably be charged with assault. Then please be more specific. I mean, Yami Endo is a normal human. So I was kind of leaning towards that from the start. Leaving the dragon to sulk, we turn a corner and teleported home. We're sure that Yami Endo would be very confused at our disappearing act. Skyward household nighttime, that was a long day. I know, right? I stare blankly at Aquino as she giggles at me. Centuredo, otherwise I would be just hanging out 24/7. After Aquino walked back downstairs, another person came up. It was Natsum, impeccable timing. Natsum. Oh, Jean, do you need something? Yeah. So do you want to go on a date tomorrow? I ask her, and she starts to nod, although I don't think she's aware that she is. Huh. I mean, I don't mind, but don't you have school? We can go after school. It may be a little shorter, but she waves her hands in front of her. No, you don't mean. Let's go. But where to? I don't mind where, or we can discuss it over text all throughout tomorrow. Xing, then allow me to suggest a place. Sylph suddenly emerged from Natsum and floated in between us. I hadn't seen her since our time in the pocket dimension. I wonder what she does in her spare time. Suggest a place? I ask, and she nods her head happily and lands on my shoulder. She looks back at Natsum, who still looks confused. Finally, she pokes my ear and points at her, to the fairy kingdom. Besides, there are some fun places in the high elf town near my home. You didn't get to explore it, right? I could be a guide, a companion for the trip. I can come along too. Sylph announces proudly, and Natsum turned red. Era, what now? 3 Jaya. Fwash Sylph was launched away by a small condensed gust of wind Natsum conjured up and fired at her. Hey, that was mean. Oof. I'm going back, but I really do recommend it, Jean. She turns back into a green ball of light and enters Natsum. I chuckle and look at Natsum, who is still red. So, what did she mean by that special thing? Ugh, ignore her. It means nothing. Stomp. Stomp. Did someone say something interesting? Kanami quickly stomps towards us and asks us. However, smack. Ow. Natsu, what the heck? No. Enough with that word. Crash. Thud. Thud. Natsum pounced on Kanami as both of them tumble down the stairs. Should I try stopping this? I would suggest you don't. A fight between sisters is like a death battle. Speaking from experience, Vel, maybe from the top of the floor, I just watched the sisters wrestle it out. Both of them making very weird faces as they wrestled around. A few minutes later, Grafia had come out and scolded them. Additionally, I had to return to the entrance hallway as well. I urge you all to keep your sibling squabbles inside the training facility or during the day, since it is currently nighttime. Do I make myself clear? Why, yes. Ma'am, both sisters were in a size of position until Grafia let them leave. Both of them glared at one another before heading into the living room. Grafia sighed and shook her head before going into the kitchen. I followed her in there, and to my surprise, no one else was there. Grafia goes back to the kitchen sink and starts to clean up a few more dishes. I walk up behind her and hug her from behind. Grafia quickly finished washing them, dried them with magic, and put them back on their racks. Tired? Yes, please. Let me go ahead. Grafia turns around before fully embracing me. I hug her tighter, and she does the same thing while burying her head in my chest. She let her entire weight go, and I support her. Stressful day? Yes, I had to return to the underworld, help Milika's Sama with his training, and with many more chores in the Gremory clan's home. Even with the increased staff, There seems to be an endless number of things to do. Cinchuredo, the both of us glanced towards the door as Kuroka and Kanami had tumbled into the dining room. They seemed to be wrestling. However, Doom, leave. Hi, we're sorry. Grafia glared at the two girls as they shriek and run away. It's probably wise if no one gets in Grafia's way while I spoil her. Cinchuredo, are you? Do you want to can we just stay here for the time being? Sure thing, FIA. It's been a little bit, and everyone is slowly unwinding. However, most of the girls that are planning to stay over at my place tonight are still downstairs. Well, all but one, and that's ironically Penemu. Grafia had her fill and reverted back to her usual self. I feel like she wanted to spend more time with me, but she had already retired for the night since she would be with me tomorrow. I'm also going to bed earlier than the rest. Why? I don't know, I just feel like it. So they can join me when they feel like it. However, my next stop for tonight was Ingvild's room. She had come up earlier since she wanted to work on another song, so she was mostly hauled up in her own room. I went over to it and knock. Come in, she says, and I enter her room. She turns to see me and gestures for me to sit on her bed. I do so and sit there. She seems to save something and joins me on her bed. So, what did you want to talk about, Jean? Oh, nothing too serious, and she tilts her head at me confused. So, immortality and, that I heard about it from Aquino and Grafia. I've been thinking about it and was wondering when you would ask me. She smiles at me and takes a hold of both my hands before closing her eyes. Yes, please make me immortal. Didn't I say it before? I want to live this age and any more that's to come. That hasn't changed, Jean. I see, then let's get to it then. She opens her eyes and giggles at me. Just like with Chiron, we perform the ritual and I turn her immortal. Once it was done, she lets go of me and examines her new form. Even though you and Seraphal aren't blood-related, both Leviathans are curious about their new state. I couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. What? I explained to her why I laughed, and she smiled sheepishly. I can't help it. I thought it would. She starts to softly tap me on the shoulder before laughing too. After that, I decided to stay for a little bit in Ingvild's room as she worked on her next song. I asked about it, but she said it was a secret again. After spending some time with Ingvild, Cinchuredo, she had a mischievous smile on her face. She knows what she's doing right now. Also, I would like to reiterate, Azazel, you liar. She definitely knows how to charm someone. But darn, I knew it was true, but I kept putting it off. No, censurado. Deep breaths. What's wrong, Jean? Aren't you coming to bed? She asked playfully. Fine, two can play at that game. I got changed and joined her on the bed. So, are you going to keep on hugging that body pillow? Actually, Cinchuredo, but I'm also thankful it's only pure white, and I'm glad it doesn't have some weird design of me on it, as a pillow cover don't give this universe ideas, partner. You never know what Surzex might come up with, or even Azazel. I felt my body shiver and instinctively hug what was in front of me. Cinchuredo, skyward. She gave me a suspicious yet teasing look, and I felt my bravado twitch. She's been on the attack since the start, fine? I don't like losing. Shuffle, shuffle, Haya. In short and quick movements, I grabbed Penemu, spun her around, and gently pinned her down in a playful sparring hold. Cinchuredo, we're Penemu-san is talking to him. Me too. I turn around to see Lavinia with a few other girls. She suddenly rushes towards us without warning. I turn around to catch her and prevent her from colliding into me. Geez, Lavinia, don't just do that. It's a bit dangerous, you know, but you're always there to catch me, right? She says and cutely asks me. Yeah, I will. She happily nods before the rest of the girls join us. Penemu seemed a little irritated by the interruptions. However, we both knew it wouldn't go too far since for my own reasons. Damn, you're playing interference with each other. Last time was Penemu using the Uno reverse card on you. You'd use it on her if you read that stage? You were watching? And no, Barato cuts the link whenever something like that happens. Didn't you just explain it? So I commented, I was messing with you. Drag Wafgiv 4 TQIO TQVWV4. Are those even words? I worry about his mental health at times before we went to sleep. The girls made a little fuss, and so did the rest of the guys in my Soul Chapter 6. Part 2, A Hopeful Future, and a Kitsune's Fortuitous Vow. Cow's Brigade, are you used to your sacred gear yet? Ares? Yeah, it's quite a wonderful feeling. They'll be leaving from my realm then. Will you be attacking it? We do wish to get Medusa back. She was quite useful after all. Ares gave me a questioning look. What do you mean by that? Promestine? We used her to infiltrate Takamagara, let Kokabeel loose in that realm, and even had her kill quite a few prominent sacred gear wielders in the past. Of course, this was before they awakened them, nipping a potential problem before it blooms. So, where were those attacks centered at? Northern Europe. At the time, we detected many unawakened wielders there. Of course, collateral damage happened, but that doesn't really matter. Unfortunately, we did not anticipate one of them joining the middleman. Nevertheless, we will continue this experiment. I look back at the Greek god of war. Hanuel will appear in your realm soon. She will be the one leading the operation to take back Medusa. However, if you can provide assistance, that would be ideal. Well, I'm leaving that stupid place sooner or later. My stupid old man agreed to the alliance after all. Hades and the rest of them have already jumped ship. I'm interested in what he has planned. I sigh. Regardless of what he has planned, this will test Hanuel's current abilities and limits. She will be pushed to the limit. However, if the middleman appears, she will immediately abandon the mission. We need all 4 of the next dolls for that phase of our plan. You're not sending the other 3? We have our plans on when and where to send them for their own tests in the future. Do not dilly-dally if you go now. TCH, don't act like my mom. Whatever. I'm leaving. I watch as Ares leaves. Perhaps I should personally take part in this test. I am eager to see Hanuel in action. Slide him? Oh, you're here, Nagendra. I am. Nagendra's most conspicuous characteristic is his snake-like appearance. He has very pale skin, golden eyes with slitted pupils, purple markings around his eyes, and fawn-like teeth. He also has pronounced cheekbones and straight waist-length black hair with some locks covering and framing his face or reaching to his shoulders. Nagendra usually wears plain gray garb with a black polo and pants underneath, a thick purple rope belt tied in a large knot behind his back, blue tomo-shaped earrings, and shinobi sandals with bandages around his calves. Yes, he's a snake yukai. Are you heading to the Greeks? Hoo-hoo. Ares is still quite naive after all. I will supervise him along with Hanuel. I see, fine. A member of the Seekers of Truth is sure to be a welcome addition. He grins and walks back out. It seems I'm not needed then. I will monitor what will happen. However, I strongly suspect that the middleman will show up. I have taken that into account and planned accordingly. Now, please give us excellent results. Jean Skyward. Japan, Kuo Skyward Household, Jean Skyward He. I woke up to Penemu beside me. She seemed to want my attention while the other girls were still asleep. I have no idea what's going on with her these days, but she seems enthusiastic. I like her and am not against spending time together, but she already knows how I go about things. What are you doing? Thankfully, she slides up back beside me and touches our noses together. This was strangely cute of her. What? Is that not allowed? Comptoir, what time is it? Comptoir. Answer. 7:34 a.m. The usual suspects are in the kitchen already. Thanks. Penemu and I left the room together after picking her up. She was a little surprised, but accepted the gesture. My early morning, that's unfair, Skyward. Making a lattice heart flutter like that so early in the morning. Now you're just playing dirty. Cutting her off with a quick peck on the barato, Penemu sported a small blush as we made it down to the dining room. Reiko and Grafia were already there and preparing breakfast. I put Penemu down as she strolled over to the coach. However, I detected someone in the training facility and headed down there to check. They weren't using the time dilation function. However, they were working quite hard. Ravel Phoenix. I didn't think she would be the type to train like this. Did she get inspired by Rias? She does tend to use this place to train both physically and mentally, since she did use the time dilation function when teaching Zenobia. Oh, that's right, even though we were attacked in the underworld, and we had to fight off Grim Reapers, and finally the demonic beast rites were a thing, the entire Grimmery peerage, not including Rias, are all middle-class devils now. They got the notification a day or two after the riots ended. Jin-sama? Oh, good work, Ravel. I summon a towel and hand it to her as she had arrived by my side. She smiles and takes it. Thank you very much. She starts to wipe herself down. I didn't think you were the type to wake up early in the morning and train this hard. I want to catch up with everyone soon. I also heard a few things from everyone else, especially the pocket dimension. I'm quite eager to go there and see what it's all about. I see. So they already told her about that, huh? It's strange. Ine and Reiko don't know about it, or the full truth about me, yet Ravel does. Has no one told them anything at all? I would have expected them to. I mean, Ine is quite close to Aquino, and Reiko is close to Grafia. Maybe it's just that they haven't gotten to that topic yet, or they don't really see it as necessary. Don't worry, Haved. I plan on going there soon enough. She nods and heads back to training. However, Shala and Leanne come out of the ring and start to supervise her. Shala with magic and Leanne with the more physical aspects. Seeing as how these two were here and helping her, I see no reason to stay here. So I went back to the dining room and helped the girls out with the cooking while Penemu lazed around on the couch. Kuo Academy, I was in my classroom, and there were only a few people here. Even the two devil groups hadn't yet made it here yet, but several serious and diligent individuals were here. Today I have an after-school date with Natsum, and in one day they'll be heading back to Yurikyoto. Finally, I think I'll be heading back to the Greek god's realm. I have not heard anything about BZT. I take out my phone as I was sitting on my seat and saw the text was from Hestia. The punishment for Medusa has been set. They want you here soon so they can go through with it. Me? Why? Zeus wants to use the same punishment method, but without the sealing of powers. They just want you to lock her in our realm. That punishment method, huh? Well, Medusa was being mind-controlled, so I guess that makes sense. As she was not in full control of herself or her actions, a slightly less severe punishment is appropriate. Well, that's my opinion on the whole thing. I see. It shouldn't be difficult to do then. They'll be there soon, probably in a couple of days or something. You better. Poor Hep has been dying to see you. She's been swamped with work and hasn't had time to text you. I was wondering why she hasn't been texting me as of late. So that's the reason? I wonder why is there some kind of event happening or something. No, she just got swamped with work she had put off. Thanks to you. She was mostly stuck on her bed or couch texting you, Mr. Middleman. So it was my fault. I sigh and put my phone away. But Hestia didn't stop and it kept buzzing in my pocket, so I teleported it into my inventory instead. I put my head down and waited for school to start instead. Around an hour later, the room and school were starting to fill up. The rowdy bunch were already playing around before school started. Top Yul, Skavid Soma. Suddenly, I felt the two usual suspects approach me and tap me on the arm. I look up to see Kuda and Najima. Both of them look quite smug. I can already tell why they're so happy right now. Sup? Need something from me? Fufufu. Cuckoo. However, they just started laughing to themselves for the next 2 minutes until they calmed down. I gotta hand it to you, Gene. You had Kairi-san help me with Yua-san, right? He'll make you my best man at my wedding, or Kuda. It's a toss-up at this point. Never mind the idiot. I asked Sakura-san out on a date, and she said yes. Oh my gosh, I'm going on a date tomorrow. The two high-fived out of sheer joy. Good for you guys. May you live long and prosperous lives. So wake me up when classes start. I put my head back down and proceeded to drift back to sleep. This obviously confused them. Something wrong, Gene? The way of the king is tough. Kuda dragged Najima away, and he protested. But one smack later, and a quiet explanation had him in despair. However, I ignored it all. They'll be busy today and tomorrow, so I want to relax as much as I can. Lunch today? I sighed again and put my head down on my desk. I have no idea what's wrong with me. I've probably sighed so many times already that people were worried about me. Both devil groups left earlier, but they were concerned about me. But I reassured them that I was fine. That's like at least the 100th time today, Skyward Sama. What's wrong with you? Najima asks me, but I just shrug my shoulders. Who knows? I'm weirdly tired today, but I'm sure my energy will come back once school ends. I finally sit up, and a few people in the room were looking at me. I'm going to take a walk. I quickly left the room before they could protest. Even though I said I would take a walk, I'm heading up to the rooftop. It's becoming my favorite spot. Now, I arrive at the rooftop and just lay down on the ground. I am free. Partner, what the hell is happening? I am conserving energy, Drake. You have unlimited stamina. Look, it's different, okay? I just need to recharge for a little bit. Everyone's busy right now, so I'll just relax in my own way. Am I running out of stamina? No, I'm just being dumb. I sigh again and close my eyes. Let's just go to sleep here again, huh? But I don't see Azathoth anywhere. I mean, even if I did see them, I doubt they would talk back to me. Instead of walking anywhere, I just laid down on the pitch-black ground and closed my eyes. Let's see, how do I connect to all of this? Kuntuar said I was one of the freest beings in the Omniverse. However, it seems I've been slowly being built up as the next ruler of it. I think only then will I be the freest. However, at that time, Kuntuar wasn't exactly telling me the whole truth. I doubt she's even doing that now, but I would say she's allowed to share more now since I have my first requirement. I'm also apparently not tied by fate, but have these fated ones, but she also said that they're just very compatible with me and not exactly tied to fate. It's also been said that all of this happened due to pure coincidence, the same with how I tie to Rudra and Tinshura as a whole. How much did Azathoth plan ahead? Since Nyarlathotep has planned quite a bit since I was chosen, also, why does Azathoth want to go back to sleep? I thought Azathoth was always sleeping, and everything was created from his dream, and wouldn't that mean if Azathoth woke up, everything would just vanish? But she's apparently awake. No, I shouldn't compare what was written down in human fiction to the actual reality. Like how the three OS aren't exactly real, and the other outer gods are still asleep. Sleep, 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 sleep. Wait a minute, doesn't sleep have a different connotation depending on the context? Sleep like putting a dog to sleep, huh? Wait a minute. Does that mean Azathoth is fwash? I felt a presence appear in front of me. I opened my eyes and Azathoth was standing in front of me in its female form again. However, she looked concerned. I stand up and face her. You are not meant to find that out yet. Why? So you're really D. She put her hand up indicating for me to stop, and I did. You're my last hope. How am I supposed to respond after finding that out? I feel a strange pit forming in my stomach. I hate this feeling. But why? Even though we've barely interacted, I feel weirdly uneasy about her. Are you waiting until I evolve to pass the torch on? If I do evolve into something else, I'll try to save you. That got a reaction out of her. For the Barado, since I saw her, I finally got a different reaction. Azathoth was surprised. Impossible. Screw words, screw destiny, and screw logic. He'll find a way. He'll reshape everything if I have to. Foolishness, I don't care. He'll be a stupid fool then. I am thankful. Even though I was chosen at random, I'm still thankful. I promise you that, Azathoth, whatever I turn into, I will find a way to stop you from dying. I declared. I have no idea if I can actually follow through with this, but I want to. If I can thank her by doing this, then I'm fine with that. I wouldn't have been able to have the life I have now without that random chance. Stupid, illogical, naive, childish. Even if I'm all that, I don't care. I'm moving forward in my own way, and I've made up my mind. GZT, 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 GZT. I felt myself involuntarily smile, confusing her. Finally, as my time here was coming to a close, I pointed at her. Perhaps she was forcing me out, or I was slowly waking up out there. I did just remember a little bit more about my past just now. Aoife, her own theory of happiness. Right while I was born a bit kinder than others, it was Aoife who kept pushing and influencing this into me. She was a kind person, willing to help everyone in need, be they man, woman, child, elderly, or even animals. She herself said, even criminals, but she never got a chance to do that. Volunteering in shelters on weekends or holidays. She would also drag me along with her. At first, I was a little annoyed since we could use that time to spend with each other. However, helping people and also getting to be with each other was an amazing feeling. I knew that in the future, if she survived, her kindness would spread worldwide. Her bright smile, and the smiles around us were because of that kindness. It was contagious, almost like a virus to Aoife. Making others happy made her happy. As long as she could make others happy, she was content and fine with life. However, if she couldn't, it wasn't the end of the world for her. But she would always support them until they find their own happiness. But that isn't me. While I don't mind helping others, I didn't and don't feel the same way as Aoife did. However, seeing the ones close to me happy is enough for me. So I will focus on that from now on. That also means I look in front of me. You're in front of me right now, aren't you, Azathoth? And I'm sure you can hear my thoughts. Azathoth looked at me with pained eyes. SHK. It'll save you. Just wait. To my surprise, the world around us started to crack, and through those cracks, a very faint white light could be seen coming through. Please try to remember the word I love. Happiness. It is a curious thing, so I hope you can love again in the future. One of the last things Aoife said to me. I can remember it clearly now. Azathoth said nothing else as she watched me disappear. You'll be a hero in my own way. Not for everyone, but for myself. I promised you that, didn't I, Aoife? Japan Kuo Academy. After opening my eyes, I found myself leaning against something soft. The familiar scent of her hair and the sight of her face and gentle smile in front of me confirmed she was there beside me. Did you have a pleasant nap, Jean? Yeah, something like that. I feel even more energized. What's wrong? Rose was looking down at me, and she looked surprised about something. But without saying another word, she summoned a mirror and handed it to me. I take it, and both my eyes are silver now, but my hair hasn't fully changed. Did something happen while you were asleep? Jean? I nod, but that can wait. Why are you up here, Rose? I thought I would find you here, and when I got here you were asleep. You rarely sleep at school. So when I went to the Occult Research Club and heard everyone's concerns, I immediately began searching for you. Is that so? As expected of my Valkyrie. Then please let me stay by your side a little longer. I turn around and stand close beside her. However, instead of yelling out in surprise, she just giggles in response and starts to pet me. I remember everything, but even though I promised her, how the hell do I go about doing that? Can I save someone who first created everything? He'll think of things, but he'll have to wait until I evolve. What are you talking about, partner? It's nothing Drake, don't worry about it. We'll tell you guys when it's time. Sure thing. After school Occult Research Club, alright, it'll get going then. We'll see you guys by tonight, or even tomorrow night. I had stopped by the Occult Research Club, just in case they needed me for something. However, they were already busy with their contracts, and I left back for home. I got a few good looks from everyone as I left. Skyward household, once I was back in my own home, I saw Natsum ready in the entrance hallway. She was with Lavinia, Kinami, and Shigen. I guess she was getting a pep talk or something. Natsum wore a light green dress that reached all the way to her knees. Hey, I snapped my fingers and changed into more appropriate clothing. Although it was just what I wore for the peace conference. Welcome back, Jean. Natsum is ready. Lavinia greets me and comes over to hug me. We go back over together, and I give Natsum another look, and she blushes. Let's get going then. We'll teleport directly there. I take Natsum's hand and pull her towards me. Lavinia lets go of me, and the other two join her. Good luck, Natsum. Gee, good luck. Take care. All right? Cease. Natsum tried to lunge forward towards Kanami, but I teleported us away as she started to laugh at her little sister, Fairy. Kingdom. Oh, Sir Jean and Lady Natsum. Welcome back. Do you have business here? The spirit guards greet us. Nah, we're here for a small date. Sylph gave us the recommendation, so here we are. I see, please do enjoy. They chuckled and saluted us. We went past them and entered the very green city of this place. Nothing changed as expected. However, there seemed to be a lot more creatures running and flying around. But our stop is the High Elf domain. So, middleman, why are you here? Are you here to see our king and queen? As I was about to teleport away, Spriggan appeared in front of us and addresses us. No, we're just here for a short visit. Is that so? Then please enjoy. He nods and quickly left. He's still as antisocial as ever. Natsum hadn't said anything and was still quite red in the face. So I just teleported us to the High Elf domain. Elven City. Once we teleported there, she started to stutter out something. However, I took the liberty of just teleporting us just outside the gates. I don't wear girly clothing that much. Do I look weird? You look gorgeous, Natsum. It suits you. She blushes and doesn't say anything else. I hold her hand, and we start to walk towards the guards. They see me, salute, and let us through. Once we were a bit further into the city, a small green orb came out of Natsum. Yay, we're here. Let me guide you then. The elves who were around us were shocked to see Sylph, but they just gave her a respectful bow before continuing what they were doing. You sure are respected, Sylph. Of course. WL. Only here, and not much in the other places. She explained, feeling a little embarrassed. However, she gave Natsum a thoughtful look and flew over to her and started to whisper something to her. Natsum nodded along and agreed with whatever she said. Sylph then turns to me. Jean, remember when I said I wasn't the only spirit here? The others are Undine, the water spirit, Salamander, the fire spirit, and Gnome, the earth spirit. If you think any of your lovers need that extra boost in that certain element, then don't hesitate to ask me, and we can go there, she says before saluting me and going back inside of Natsum. But spirits. Huh. Fire spirit, I wonder how they would pair with Suzaku. As for the other two, I'm not sure, but I'm thinking of Sona for the water spirit and the earth spirit for Momo. Just to increase her defenses for the time being. Jean, let's go. Natsum holds my hand again and takes the lead. I couldn't help but chuckle. And here I thought I was going to be leading us around. Care to tell me about our plans? I'm paying for everything, by the way, if we do plan on eating and staying the night here. Natsum, who was still red, turned even redder, but nodded. First stop, their botanical garden. Sylph said it was one of the greatest places in the domain of the High Elves. After that, we're going to check on some spirits. This is more of a request from Sylph. We'll have dinner after that. And finally go back to Sylph's domain. There's an area where she said ITLL be a perfect end to the date. Let on then. Captain. We laugh, and she pull me away. Walking through the city was still interesting. I'd been here before, but only briefly. The sun was already setting, but the orange sky made the place look even more beautiful. The lights around us also started to come to life. We were also greeted by the locals, many elf kids asking for autographs or high fives from the great dragon, much to Draig's despair. However, we eventually arrived at the botanical garden. Whoa, both Natsum and I say out loud. There were large statues of Titania, Oberon, and Sylph in this area, and they were made out of leaves. That was just near the entrance. Beyond it were hundreds or even thousands of different types of plant life. They also appeared in many different colors, shapes, and sizes. With the orange sky and the day slowly ending, I can only imagine how the view is during the nighttime. I feel Natsum tug on my hand, and we start walking through the garden. There were a few other creatures there, and a few just flying around. They also waved at us while giggling. As we silently walked through the garden on a path that was illuminated by glowing lanterns, we started to see more grass statues. They started to illuminate as the sun was nearly gone. I feel Natsum squeeze my hand and point to her right. I follow her finger and see that she was pointing at a large peacock made out of leaves, and it was also glowing in blue, green, and white. That's pretty fancy. After looking at that thing for a few more seconds, I decided to take charge and pull Natsum along. Our path passed through a small cove of flowers. There were some small spirits there just flying around. They apparently live here in the botanical garden, and also informed us that the spirits that Sylph wanted us to visit also lived here. So I guess we can kill two birds with one stone here. They point us north. That's where most of them were. So Natsum and I slowly made our way there. As we continued on our small date, hey, what's that? She points at a large glass house, and inside we could see more plant life. I think that's just an indoor botanical garden. Do you want to check it out, Natsum? Mmm. So with Natsum's excitement, we went over to the building. However, when we reached it, it's closed. There was a sign saying that the building was closed to the public. Natsum seemed disappointed, but accepted that we couldn't go in. So we quickly moved on. However, I felt a weird aura in there. It wasn't human, that's a bit obvious, but it felt like some kind of spirit. Let's go. Then we left the area and followed the path and saw more beautiful grass structures strewn about the garden. However, Natsum's body glowed, and hey, it's me, Sylph. If you turn right at that corner, you'll get to the small home for some spirits. After saying that, Natsum stopped glowing. Our plan was to slowly make our way there while still taking a look at our surroundings, so we decided to follow her advice. There were many fireflies, but to our surprise, they were in a variety of different colors, and not just the regular green-yellow. If these guys escaped into the human world, the humans would really go insane, wouldn't they? Natsum asked and tried to poke at the little guys, but they just flew away, making her pout a bit. Yeah, Any type of new discovery that is made becomes a big deal after all. However, we eventually came to that corner and turned right. We passed a small barrier, and it seemed we had entered a completely different world. It was a small area, in the middle of which was a small pond with a statue of Sylph. Around it were small to medium homes made out of wood and leaves. The entire realm was being illuminated by the moonlight above us. Natsum and I walked forward and attracted the attention of many spirits that were just flying around and playing. Once they saw us, many of the smaller ones flew away and hid. The larger ones flew over to us. "Hello, who are you two?" a purple fairy asked while looking curiously at us. Sylph told us to come here. Natsum answered and placed her hand over her heart. She glowed, and out came Sylph. Abayuna. They were surprised to see her, and the one who hid came out, and they all started to play with Sylph. Natsum and I stood there looking at the whole thing unfold. It was a bit strange. For all the time I knew Sylph, she had been playful and, well, dumb. But she's quite loved by the spirits, huh? She is the strongest wind spirit in this realm, and the main one at that. Whether she is known in a wider scale throughout the supernatural, I do not know. I should just ask her, Sylph? Why did you ask us to come here? She stops playing with the lower-level spirits, crosses her arms, and puffs her chest proudly. She then looks at Natsum and puts her hand into the air. Wind starts to gather around Natsum, surprising her a little. Sylph, however, kept a smile on her face. She wasn't trying to do any harm or embarrass Natsum, but it eventually ends, and a small mark appears on Natsum, just below her neck. It glows green before becoming invisible. She's a bit shocked by it and stares at Sylph. Natsum Managawa, thank you for being with me. Many people have failed my trials and are gotten annoyed with me, but you stuck with me and combined my powers with yours, and you reached new heights. I, the strongest wind spirit in the fairy kingdom, just wanted to thank you. Your fate with Jean, and whatever happens in the future, I want to see it all with you. It's really fun being around all of you. While this place will always be my home, I have found another one with all of you. That's why I have tied myself to you. Our bond is irreplaceable. With that mark, no matter where you are, be it in another realm, world, universe, or even country, you will always have access to my powers. It might be presumptuous of me, but I consider you my best friend, Natsu. Anyway, thank you. That's all I wanted to say. You too, Jean. Sylph explains while blushing at the end. I'm just an afterthought. Geez, but that mark is seriously powerful. Cinchuredo, they'll start joining in on the next one. Thanks, Sylph. Natsum approaches the wind spirit and hugs her tiny body. Ah, geez. Why did you have to go and make my date emotional? Even if you did force me to confess to Jean, it worked out in the long run. You're also an important person to my Sylph. Cinchuredo, she finally turns back into a ball of light and disappears back inside Natsum. The spirits in the realm started to gather and fly around Natsum while giggling. However, it didn't last too long because they started to fly away from her and go back to playing. It seems like they weren't scared of me either. Probably because I'm associated with Natsum and Sylph. Natsum waves at them before coming back to me. Let's go have dinner, sure thing. We finally left the small spirit realm and the botanical gardens. All the while, Natsum remained silent. I don't know if she was thinking about the whole Sylph situation or something else, but she held my hand quite tightly. Once we got back to the Elven City, it was already quite dark. We still had one last place to visit before we ended this date. I was both excited and a little nervous about it. I know Sylph won't try to ruin it or anything like that. We arrived at a restaurant that was built into a large tree. There were platforms above us, and there were clearly people up there. The platforms were being held up by the branches, and the entire place was being illuminated by floating balls of light. Sylph said that this is the best restaurant in the city. She says while beginning to drag me inside. The inside was quite luxurious. Many of the patrons there had professional or formal clothing. Thankfully, we kind of blended in. The gold and emerald color decorations strangely paired well with the tree. A waiter spots us and guides us to a free table. Once we sat down, he immediately gave us a menu and we looked through it. Most of it was just normal food, although the pictures on the menu made them look pretty fancy. However, we eventually picked what we wanted and were left to wait. I don't think we're making it back home today. Let's find an inn or hotel before we go to that last place Sylph recommended. Natsum agreed, with a little head nod while twirling her hair. She also hadn't stopped blushing since we left the spirit realm. I tried to make light chatter, but it was clear that her mind was somewhere else entirely. So I stopped, and we waited for our food in silence. The only way I knew what she was feeling was through her emotions, and she was nervous. But our food eventually came, and we ate. This is really good and expensive. Natsum chuckled nervously. I mean, I don't mind. They're worth every penny I spend on them, but Jesus Christ, what the hell is fancy water? And why the hell does it cost 80 per glass? Stupid prices aside, Natsum and I enjoyed our dinner. You should try to add these to your menu. And give them a bit of your own twist, noted. I mean, they're not bad, but nothing too special. They're basic, but just a lot more neatly prepared, and a few advanced techniques are used to cook them, but that's it. It's like bland evolved into super or ultra bland. It had no personality at all, or am I just being too harsh of critic? Fortunately, at least some care was evidently put into the cooking process. I'm full, yeah. I didn't think their desserts would be that delicious. We left the restaurant after finishing dinner. What surprised me the most was the dessert. It was beyond my expectations since the main course was kind of basic. I guess they specialize in desserts then? They'll definitely incorporate it into my menu. I had to pay a total of $4,900. I mean, I'm rich, so it barely made a dent in my pocket. But that much for dinner? My God, Natsum stops for a moment, and so do I. She nods to herself and starts to pull us in a different direction. Did you ask Sylph about hotels? The place is apparently very affordable and comfy. Although Sylph's a spirit, so I'm not sure if we really should trust her judgment on this. She based her last one on the restaurant because of the desserts, so that's why the rest was kind of lackluster. We finally arrived at the hotel, and it was a little different. The building was normal. It was made out of wood and is called Arbane Ilhan's Hotel. However, what was unique about the building was the roof or the other floors, depending on how you looked at it. While the ground floor was a normal building, there was a tree growing out of the roof, and it seemed they just built their rooms into the tree. So I could see some rooms with their lights on at certain points, and this tree was quite large as well. Giant? Come on, let's book a room for the night and go. Natsum says in front of my face and pulled me in. Once inside, it was like the restaurant, albeit a little less fancy. We go to the reception area, book a room, pay, and get our key. We were near the top of the place, as it was nearly all booked. Let's check it out after our date. Let's go again. Natsum pulled me away, and we start walking towards the teleportation circle that led to Sylph's domain. However, the day was coming to a close, as many of the elves here were returning home, and the streets were slowly becoming less crowded and empty. We quickly reached the teleportation circle and stood on it. Sylph's domain, once we arrive at the spot, it feels like it's been years since we've last been here. Well, no, I get it, Drake. Jeez, let me be a bit sentimental. However, instead of heading the way of the ruins where Sylph lived, we headed in the opposite direction. I had no idea where it was, so Natsum was the one leading again. However, it didn't take long for us to arrive at the spot, and it was quite strange. There was a small bridge made out of a fallen tree, and a small little river or just a body of water below it. However, the tree leaves were purple, and many blue fireflies were flying all over the place. It's like those video game magic forests. I know we've been to other places before, but this is the first time I've compared it to that. But still beautiful. Come on, Jean. She dragged me forward and then jumped into the water. Splash. Once we were down there, she started to splash me with water. I didn't expect our date to turn into this, although it's fine. I played along and started to splash her back with the water. This goes on for a few minutes until I don, just like in the Kuo swimming pool with a kino. I popped up beside Natsum, and surprise! I shouted, and Natsum shrieked the entire time. Splash! We stared at each other while we were down in the water. Cinchureto, but instead came over to me and embraced me. I also hug her back. Thanks for taking me on a date, Jean. I know I kind of said it to you, but we enjoyed ourselves today, so does it really matter who asked? We could just go on more dates in the future, Natsum. Why, yeah, that's true even now. Natsum acted a little awkward, however, I think it's the correct mood for the moment. We shared a brief bravado. Initially, she was surprised by it, but she closed her eyes and leaned in. She wrapped her arms around my neck, and I held her close. It felt like we were in our own little world, as the only sounds that could be heard were some insects and the water beneath us. Hotel? Pausing for a moment, Natsum asks in a whisper, and I nod. It's time then. I teleported us just outside the hotel, and we went back in. Taking out the key from my inventory, I glance at the number on it. We follow the number plates until we find our room. However, we did have to take a planned elevator up there, and it was the same experience as one in the main city. I opened the door and stepped in. It was a bit fancier than the inn we stayed in the Barado we were here. Natsum walks in first and looks around the room. I close the door behind me and call out to her. She turns around, surprised to see me, and we share a warm embrace. Centuredo, this is becoming a mess. I lean in and give Natsum a quick, gentle Barado on the Barado. Her eyes widen in surprise. We finally pull away, and Natsum seems a bit dazed. We Barado before, but that just made me feel a little dizzy. You're adorable right now. Centuredo. We lean close together again, and my fingers gently hold her hand. She responds softly, her voice warm and steady. I keep my hands near her shoulders, mindful of her comfort, as we share a quiet moment together. Centuredo, but she started to sway back and forth to the rhythm. I also started to move along. Does it feel good? She asked a little uncertainly. Yeah, you're doing great. Natsum, I encouraged as we kept moving together. Centuredo, even if our date was a short one, I loved every second of it. Please let me feel this warmth forever. And Natsum? She giggles and nods, blushing. Come here and Barado me, she says sweetly. We share a tender moment together, and I gently place my hand near her shoulder, making her laugh again. Centuredo. I hadn't asked her about that last part yet, since I wanted her to enjoy the moment a little more. If you want to ask, just do it, Jean. Oh, was that obvious? Yes. So I did, and yes, I meant it. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Although, she rubs her head against my chest, turns around, and hugs me. I spoke about it with Kanami. She didn't know, but she said I had to decide by myself. But she said that she'd say yes in a heartbeat. I swear she doesn't think about certain things sometimes. Centuredo, Aya. My chest feels so warm and I feel so happy, geez. This is your fault. I want compensation. So unreasonable. So what does Natsum-sama want? Kiss me. I oblige and kiss her. We quickly part as she nods in satisfaction. Where are you going tomorrow? Kyoto, Yasaka asked for me. I don't know why though, but it didn't sound too urgent, so I'm in no rush. Maybe Yasaka just misses you and wants to spend some time with you along with Kuna-chan? I shrug. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility, since she did send a request in for me to take them on a family outing. However, back then it was pretend. But this time, if it is the same request, then it's for real, with the understanding that they are taking things slowly and focusing on getting to know each other better. Please pay attention to me tonight. My apologies. Natsum and I enjoyed the rest of our evening together, and I didn't forget to remove the barrier. Otherwise, we would wake up to barely any time passing next day Japan. Kuo Skyward household, she got lucky. Smack. Ow. The moment we teleported back to my house, Kanami was there to scream that, but Natsum smacked her right away. Welcome back. I take it the date turned out well? Lavinia appeared, approached me, and hugged me. Yeah, she got a power-up out of it too, I think. So all in all, it was good. Anyway, did everyone else go to school already? Rias wanted to get some training done on the field for old time's sake. I think she's feeling a bit nostalgic because you, Aquino, and Ingvild are all graduating soon. Nostalgic, huh? Maybe that's how I was feeling yesterday. Well, whatever the case, I have to go to Kyoto now. Okay, since she sounded disappointed, I bumped our heads gently and gave her a playful smile, making her giggle. That quelled her a bit, and she let me go. Good luck, Jean. Natsum tell us some details. Lavinia trots over to Natsum, who is still lightly smacking Kanami, who is just defending herself. I chuckle at the scene before heading to Kyoto. Kyoto, it's been a while. Jean-sama, welcome back. Yasaka-sama is expecting you. I had teleported outside of Yasaka's home. Well, in a way, it's also my home. The two Tengu guards greet me. I nod, walk past them, and give them some food and water. As I reach the doors, I open them and quickly find Sharon, Kunu, and Yasaka Azores. It seems like they were in the meeting room and were ready for me. Not wasting any more time, I quickly make my way there. I take note that a few things have been rearranged, but it wasn't too significant. Therefore, I didn't think about it too much. I reached the door to the meeting room and push it open. Once I was inside, I saw Yasaka, Kunu, and Sharon there. They were just sitting around drinking tea. Kunu spots me and runs to me. Jean! I hug her and pick her up. I join the other two as they greet me. Welcome back, dear. Welchome, Jin-sama. Hey, so what did you need me for? Yasaka smiles and nods. Isn't it obvious? She touches my arm and Sharon giggles. Family outing? Of course, so it's as I suspected last night. I mean, it's fine. Another outing in Kyoto isn't horrible either. I don't mind. So are you two ready? However, they shake their heads and get up. This includes Kunu. Well, go get dressed, Jean. It won't take too long, and please meet us outside in Kyoto. Both of them finally leave. But why outside? I turn to Sharon, and she puts a finger on her lips. So she's a no-go, huh? Will you answer me if I order you to? If it's an order, I cannot go against it, Jean-sama. But she looks at me with a knowing smile. Well, yeah, that's just a bit out of character for me. I sigh and sit down next to Sharon. She happily accepts it. Can you tell me why they want to go out as a family again? Why do you think, Jean-sama? Well, if I think about during the 15 years in the pocket dimension, I promised her I wouldn't leave her alone. I mean, I kind of have since we live pretty far apart, and they don't have time to come to my home, even with the door connected to my home. How can I fix that? She was feeling lonely? I answered Sharon, but she just giggles at me in response. I think I'm right. I stayed there for 2 more minutes until I felt the two of them leave the castle. I got up and look at Sharon, who tilts her head confused. Will you be joining us? No, I will stay here, Jean-sama. I still have some work to do. Sharon bows and turns towards the door and starts to walk away. However, I pull her back and hug her. Jin-sama, then this is an order. Come with us. I'm sure Yasaka won't mind. I want to spend some time with my other maid too, you know? Yes, I will let us go together. I let her go and stand beside her while offering my arm. Uncharacteristically, Sharon takes a deep breath before wrapping herself around my arm. Then, I will take this opportunity to be a bit selfish. Jean-sama, I teleport the both of us just beside the border between Yurikyoto and Kyoto. I look behind me one last time and see Yurikyoto bustling with life. I wonder when the East Yukai faction will try to make contact with me. They'll just leave it to future me then, but it'll be ready. Centuredo. Yasaka was wearing a long white sundress with a straw hat and yellow chunky heels. After my compliment, she just blushed and came to my side. She hugged my other free arm. However, Kunu was quite upset that she couldn't do anything. So I signaled for both women to let go, and they did. I picked up Kunu and put her on my shoulders. She was happy with this arrangement, so the two hugged my arm again. Onward, my noble steed. Kunu says this from my shoulder, making us both laugh. Aye, Captain. Bonk. That's not what you're meant to say. Upon arriving at Gion's Geishas and temples, we were astonished. We had been here during our last outing. However, today it was quite crowded for some reason. There were many people walking around, as well as geishas who would sometimes stop to take a picture with someone. I felt Kunu ruffle my hair, and I look up at her. She points to a local food vendor, and we go over to it. Oh, well, hello there. Would you like some yatsuhashi, young lady? Yes, please. I tap Kunu on her knee. Order as much as you like, Kunu. How about you two? I'll have some too, if you don't mind. I shall follow suit then. Both ladies agreed, and the old man running the food stall happily took their orders. Though, I've never had yatsuhashi before, but if I'm not mistaken, it's made from rice flour, sugar, and cinnamon. You can also eat it raw, I think, but this old man is cooking it. After a few minutes, all of it was cooked and done. I pay for it, and we continue on our way. Nudge, I turn to my side and see Yasaka offering some to me. I open my mouth, and she feeds me a nudge on the other side. Sharon does the same. I feel like I know who's next. From above, Kunu offer me some. I sigh and accept it all. However, It somehow turned into a competition, and they ended up feeding me more than half of it before actually eating their own share. Our group arrived at a location where the crowd was the densest. Using a bird's eye view and Kunu, there's a little performance there. Kuna points out. We slowly push our way forward and arrive at the front, and there were a bunch of geishas dancing. We, along with the crowd, watched them dance. In Kyoto, the dance style can be called kyomai. In the rest of Japan, this style of dance is called judamai. The origin of this dance is from the No theater. However, I'm not sure which this is. Yasaka tugs at my sleeve, and I look at her. This is the Kurakami black hair dance. This dance is only done by the Gaiko and the Maiko during their Saka stage. It's the story of a noble girl, Tatsu, who is forced to give up her love. Her lover is a shogun, general in an army, who is given an order to marry another girl who is far more wealthy and powerful. The song is about Tatsu's despair and her nights alone with just the memories of her lover. Years pass, and her beautiful black hair turns gray like snow falling onto the ground. It's a very sad song, but also very beautiful. Kurakami black hair, huh? Interesting. We watched the entire performance until it was over. The crowd who had gathered gave them a round of applause after. We also joined in. After that, we left for another area. Back here again, huh? Again, Jin-sama? I nod. We were back in Arashiyama Bamboo Grove. I had first come here with Yasaka and Kanu, then with my date with Rosweiss, and finally we're back here again, but with the addition of Sharon. As we walked through it, it was also quite crowded today, even on a weekday, which was a bit surprising. Although I do suspect it being mostly tourists in here, as many of them were taking photos and speaking other languages that I could understand. Yeah, I explained to her, and she nods. I see. It seems this might be a recreation of that day, then. I'm glad to be here. Then as we walked through the area, I got a lot of stares. Many in bewilderment, and some who were just jealous. Although I hadn't really taken note of it until now, since I'd been preoccupied. We continue to walk through the grove, but like in the geisha area, we come across a large crowd. I smell alcohol, Yasaka says beside me, and Sharon agrees with her. Kunu just looks above the crowd and shakes her head. Alcohol? Are there drunks here? I looked through my bird's eye view and saw that. I couldn't help but snicker, and they all stared at me confused. It's just a bunch of drunk tourists. But they got comfortable and were just dancing to music. However, the three of them did not find it funny and just sighed at me. So we decided to take another path to enjoy our time in Arashiyama Bamboo Grove. I kind of wanted to stay and see what they would do, but knowing my luck, I would somehow end up getting tangled up in trouble. These three probably knew that and decided to drag me away from the scene. Smart women. Well, and a dumb errand. Can't you try being kind to me, Vel? I'm the voice of reason and logic. Don't look at me like that. I have no idea what she's talking about, nor do I want to find out. We somehow ended up in Arashiyama Park, the place where I met up with the 5 principal clans during the attack on Kyoto. As we strolled around the park, we admired its beauty and calm atmosphere. Ophis, for some reason, decided to join us. Why? She didn't give me an answer, but said, I want to play with Kunu. So I just let it happen. Kunu wanted to be let down and was skipping around and having fun with Ophis. Sharon followed the two of them around to make sure they didn't get into trouble. However, they quickly came back to us. Is something wrong? No, we would like to buy some snacks, Jin-sama. Lunch is approaching, and perhaps we could go have lunch soon? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Sure thing. Hey, race some money. I hand them some money, and they went away. However, Ophis lingered her gaze on me for a couple of more seconds before she joined them. I was left alone with Yasaka. Do you know any good places to eat around here? I do, Yasaka, and I decided to just stay there and wait for Kunu, Ophis, and Sharon. Nonetheless, we went closer to the man-made lake because there's also a waterfall there. The area was lively as many tourists and families were out and about. A small and gentle breeze swept the area. Yasaka had her eyes closed, her head on my shoulder, and hugging my arm. I would say today was the calmest day I've had in a while. Hey, partner. What's up, Drake? When you woke up after your nap on the school rooftop, you seemed a bit strange. Did something happen? Yeah, I haven't told you guys about it. My bad. So that's what happened, huh? Who would have thought Azathoth was dying? But yeah, I get it. Resting can have different interpretations depending on the context. Now, that raises the question, Barato. Did you know about this? Barato. Answer: no, I did not. Please believe me. Although I know many things, Azathoth still omits a few things from me. I am familiar with quite a few answers around the Omniverse. However, I did not know many things about Azathoth, only the things they let me know. You could be lying, you could be telling the truth, or half-lies, or half-truths. We don't know, do we? But we can only take your word for it. Velgrind declared, and the other two dragons agreed. However, to my surprise, Rudra decided to stay quiet. But I have to admit, Aaron, you sure have guts to tell the creator of everything that you'll save them. She's right, partner. But I kind of expected that from you. So, the first thing you'll do once you evolve is to save Azathoth, but you also said you do not know how. Cincherato. She did randomly cry not too long ago and didn't know why. Yasaka, it's been a few hours since my request started. Although this is the second time I have asked Jean to do this sort of thing, I am happy he still accepted. Although I do suspect that it's because we're in a relationship, but I'm still grateful. I squeeze his arm a bit tighter, but he doesn't respond. When I look up at him, he was staring up into the sky. He tends to do that a lot. It started when that incident happened, and has only increased since then. I do wonder why at times. When someone asked him once, however, he replied, I just like to look up at the sky. I think it's called sky gazing. He either gives a false answer, or that answer is his real answer. Although it doesn't bother us that much, we're just curious. However, when I used my smartphone and looked up sky gazing, it is not a real hobby. Or at the very least, it's not classified as one. Stargazing is, however. Perhaps it's the same thing, but Jean just likes looking at the sky both during the day and night. Phew! Jean finally moves as he lets out a sigh. He looks back at me and smiles. Mother! Jean! I hear Kuna's voice behind us, and we turn around. She gestures for me to join them, and I let go of Jean's arm. Oh, you bought these Kunu. Aren't these too much? Yes, Yasaka-sama. We decided to buy lunch instead of just a small snack. We thought we might as well have a picnic here. Sharon answers for Kunu, and both my daughter and Ophis nod enthusiastically. I see. I think that's a fine idea. Let's go tell Jean. I'll be surprised, right? You probably didn't think of this. Kunu says while puffing out her chest while carrying a box of food. I giggle at my daughter and agree with her. I'm sorry, Kunu. Jean probably did think about this kind of thing happening, but I won't say that out loud. It may break her heart we eventually arrive closer to him. Jean! He turns around and a stronger gust of wind blows throughout the area. It also brings along a few pink cherry blossom leaves. Today's just great, isn't it? I really enjoyed the last 2 days. It makes me want to keep on living. Hey, Yasaka. Is something wrong, Jay? However, he interrupts me. All of us, let's be together forever, all right? Let's spend the rest of eternity together. He says that with a toothy grin. It almost looked like a scene from a movie, The Timing Era. Sharon puts her hand over her mouth while slightly blushing herself. Hey, Kunu was shocked, and Ophis stared at Jean in surprise. However, he looked confused by our reactions. Hey, Yasaka, why are you crying? He starts to get worried and walks over to me. This idiot, I heard about it from Grayfia. Being immortal. And didn't you just unintentionally propose to me? You big goof, Jean Skyward, huh? Why is she crying? I'm seriously confused. You're a damn idiot at times, you know? Partner Jean, I have read in many books that there are different ways of saying will you marry me. And I'm inclined to say that you just did. Although you changed the wording slightly. I got different reactions. However, Rudra explained it to me a bit more rationally. I did. How? You changed. Let's spend the rest of our lives together. So let's spend the rest of eternity together. Did you not? He asked. I comptoir. Answer, Aaron. You will eventually ask the others these questions. Why not start now? Or will you try to play it off as an accident? You're right. I need to stop. I took a deep breath and grabbed both of Yasaka's hands, surprising her a bit. I'm going to sound terrible, but I was going to propose to Akino first when we graduated, then Kuroka, and finally Lavinia. That was the initial plan anyway. But life is always unexpected, so, will you, Yasaka? You already know my answer, do you not? I couldn't help but nervously chuckle. Well, wouldn't that make me a narcissist? I would rather hear the answer from you. She giggles at that as tears keep flowing down her cheeks, and then she nods and nods again. She keeps nodding. Yes, I will. Please stay with me forever, Jean. Yeah, we share a hug, and a few people around us start to clap. Dang, I didn't think they were watching this unfold crap. I wish I had a camera right now to take a picture, Sharon says while sighing. Ugh, mother, congratulations. Forever. Congratulations, Yasaka, Jean. Both Kunu and Ophis also congratulated us. Hey, I want to be the first one to congratulate you, dang it. Stop being stubborn and just be happy for them. Congratulations, Jean. I just act whatever. Congrats. Partner, thank you, Drake, Albion. As I hugged Yasaka, I also turned her immortal. I wanted this to be a bit less dramatic, but it kind of ended up that way. Jean will keep this under wraps for now. I know those three wish to be asked by you first, but you don't need to, Yasaka. But she shakes her head. I want to, but when the time comes, I'll tell them, ehe. Please be prepared to be attacked by them. I felt my lips twitch at that. Is she blackmailing me or something? However, Yasaka just giggled at me. Our lunch was in an even better mood than it would usually be because of my proposal. Nighttime, Yurikyoto, thank you for today, dear. Yes, it was a wonderful day, Jean-sama. Come again soon. We were back inside Yasaka's home and in the entrance hallway. I was about to leave for my home back in Kuo. I enjoyed it too, even with the unplanned proposal. Kuna runs back to me while spreading out her arms for a hug. I kneel down and she hugs me quite tightly, thank you. She whispered into my ear and smiles at me after breaking out hug. That thank you, it's for your mother, isn't it? You're way too kind and mature for your own age, Kunu. She really should focus on being a kid her age. She has the responsibility of being the future leader of Yukai, Jean. Although you did make Yasaka immortal, so I don't know how that will work out. That's true, but I do want her to enjoy her own childhood a little more. Kunu and Sharon begin to walk away. Sharon stops to give me a small bow before following Kunu. Yasaka comes over and we share a kiss. Thank you again. I feel like the happiest woman alive today. Im glad, Yasaka. But to tell she put the finger on my lips. I know, but I just kiss her again. If she knows. She knows we don't need to go into detail about it. After the short kiss, we hug one last time, and she goes to join Kunu and Sharon. Even if I didn't plan on proposing to her today, I would have done it further down the line, but it's fine this way. Phew, I feel a little calmer for some reason. Glancing around the place one last time, I nod before heading back home. You'll need to keep this a secret from the girls for the time being. Hopefully they won't be too upset with me when they find out in the future. Cinchureto, my bad, but he'll try to go to the others when it's the weekend or a holiday. I was going back to the Greeks' realm today. Nevertheless, I did promise to take the church trio with me on my requests. However, I did say I would only bring them when it was the weekend. However, it is still a weekday, so they can't come. Don't be too upset, Zenobia-san. We'll be able to go in the future. That's right, Zenobia. Cheer up. Both Irina and Asia try to cheer up the upset Durandal wielder. However, I do have 3 other companions. Are you guys ready? Yes. I can't wait to meet some Greek gods. Yes, I am, Jean. Both Ine and Reiko answer me. I turn to my last, unexpected companion for this trip. I am ready. I am very curious about that realm. Latia Astaroth answered me and nodded. Yes, the current heiress to the Astaroth clan. We have been in contact via text, but hadn't had time to talk recently. However, when we were texting last time when I got back, she asked if she could come with me. I didn't see a problem with it, so here she is. Alrighty then, gather around. Oof, be careful, Ine. She tackled me from behind and just giggles in response. I'm finally going back to that realm. I wonder what I'll see this time. Chapter 7, Part 1. Burning fire and fading twilight, little Olympia Jean skyward, and now we're here. I say to them, I take a deep breath and then look around us. Nothing has really changed, and the guards already saw us and began saluting me. What's up with everyone saluting me lately? I glance at my companions, and they were quite eager to explore the place. Latia, who is typically calm and collected, was scanning all around her. Her eyes were darting all over the place, trying to examine everything. Let's get going to Xing. My necklace glowed, and out came Ophis and Irene. Join, Jean. I need to stretch my legs, Jean. I am accompanying you. Sure thing. I shrug and start walking towards the entrance, Ophis and Irene were beside me. Ophis decided to hold my hand, and I intertwine our fingers. In turn, she squeezes my hand a bit harder. Irene smirked at that, so I reached over to hers, and she slapped my hand away and turned her head away. Sundara, be quiet, I am not. Irene quips back, and I laugh at her. Humph. However, Ophis was suddenly covered in a small puff of smoke, and when it disappeared, she was in her adult form. I give her a strange look, but she didn't give me an answer. Sir Jean, welcome back. Are you perhaps here for? Yeah. Hestia contacted me not too long ago, so here I am. They salute me again and let us through. I feel a poke on my back and see Reiko pointing at the two women beside me with a confused face. Ah, on my left is Ophis, the dragon god of infinity, and on my right is Irene, or Great Red, a true dragon and the red god of dreams. Both Reiko and Ine stopped to look at me in surprise. Ine was staring at me, with her mouth hanging wide open. Latia let out a chuckle at their reactions. Get used to it. You'll find out a lot more about him, and what you just found out will seem small in comparison, right? Pinch yes? Latia came over and pinched my cheek. WY? Also, is she taking the Gremory route? Rias, Graphia, and now you. I know you and Rias have become very good friends over the years, but this is a bit too much. She finally let me go, and we continue on our way. However, as we walked through the streets of Little Olympia, I was recognized by many of its residents and was greeted by many of them. This also included the children. The popular show is still quite popular after all. Fwash Oya, Oya. If it isn't Jean, it's been a while. A small gust of wind arrives in front of us, and with it came Hermes. He winks at us and tips his hat. Oh, hey Hermes. Here to get us? He does a weird spin and nods. That I am. Please follow me. He takes the lead, and we follow after him. Has anything new happened in your realm recently? New? Well, Ares finally showed up again. Apart from Medusa being confined here, then nothing, really. Oh, she's in Elamia's city, by the way. So when you need to find her, just go over there. I'm pretty sure one of the gods is over there. But Zeus wants to speak with you. And well, someone else. Someone else? Hermes said that last part a little nervously. But I have my suspicions. We quickly arrive at the Tower of Heaven and go up a few flights of stairs. Once we arrive at the last floor, oh, that reminds me. You really made Hephaestus fall for you, didn't you? Hermes glances back at me with a smirk. Latia, Ine, and Reiko look at me with a bit of surprise. So powerful beings aren't excluded then, Jean? That's impressive. Ine sounded giddy at the thought. Do you have any particular preferences, Jean? Reiko asks me, and all of us stop to turn to her. Even Hermes looks interested in my answer. I need to answer this carefully. If I don't, it'll be judged harshly. But if I just forget it, I'm thinking too hard about this. I love women my age and up, of course. There are exceptions like Chiron, but she's matured since that incident a while back, so, you know. Anyway, that's my answer. I turn around to start walking away, but Grip, you didn't answer the question, Skyward. Do you like older women or not? Irene stops me and grips my shoulder firmly. I turn around again and sigh. Yes, I do. Can we go now? After finally answering the question, Reiko nodded. Irene had a smug look on her face, and Ophis seemed to be thinking about something. We start walking again and weren't too far for the teleporter. So does that mean I'm still a possibility? What? I hear Ine ask behind me, but I didn't stop to turn around. Nothing, I'm just talking to myself. Ine dismisses me and starts to whistle to herself. I just shrug it off. We haven't exactly done anything significant nor spoke to each other too deeply. Maybe Aquino is the one influencing her? Right, hey, Hermes, where's Faye? Faye? Oh, you mean Hephaestus? She'll be present at the meeting with a few other gods. Zeus wants to talk to you about something. Also, don't worry, Ares isn't there. Hermes says nonchalantly. Ares, huh? I can't sense him, so he drank it. Ill need to be vigilant of him. But if he does do something, sorry Zeus, he's going to die. But I do wonder who's going to be there. It didn't take us long to arrive at the teleporter, and we quickly arrived at Mount Olympus. Whoa, that was amazing. We arrived here like a bolt of lightning. Ine clearly found it cool. Why, yeah, none of the things she's seen in my home is cool, you. I look over at Ophis as she was hugging my arm now. Irene just smirked at me. Thank you for trying to comfort me, Ophis. But it's not that serious. Ine joins Hermes' side, and he starts telling her about the history of their pantheon. The two of them seem to get along quite well. This place is quite picturesque, isn't it? Reiko comments on the island of Olympus. Reiko, like Ine, had been quite interested in the realm as soon as we arrived here. Even while on the way to the Tower of Heaven, and while inside it, I could tell she wanted to go into some of those blacksmiths to inspect some of their works. The only two who have been mostly quiet were the two dragons. I don't know what they're here for, although I don't mind them being here, but I am curious as to why. I doubt Irene just wants to stretch her legs, but I can believe Ophis wanted to just follow me around. Oh, by the way, Hermes, did Kara accept the prize of winning the Tournament of Power? No, she didn't, though we expected that. Why do you ask? Oh no, I was just curious. So what happened to it? Did it go to the one in third place? Hermes shakes his head. Nope, Poseidon suggested it, but they also declined. We had a humble bunch this year, so we're just waiting until the next Tournament of Power. Well, another event is happening soon. It's in the Rabbit Village. Actually, if you have time, come and visit during it. At the very least, elaborate Hermes chuckles at me and nods. Well, you were responsible for part of it, actually. Originally, it was founded alongside Amalthea, with Rini as the leader of that place. This wasn't actually a thing until a few years ago. So now they're celebrating Amalthea, Rini, and Kurosagi. In a way, we, the Greek gods, and the Egyptian gods got a new goddess, all thanks to you. He explained, and Ine nodded enthusiastically beside him. Jean is amazing. I saw it all happen. I'll be like the king of a universe someday, or something. After saying that, Latia and Irene snorted, confusing everyone else. But Ophis nodded along with Ine. We finally finished going up a flight of stairs and come across the tree that was struck down by Zeus. Ine asks about it, and Hermes explains. Your leader sounds interesting. I can't wait to meet him. Everyone else had more or less the same reaction as Ine. Although, such a carefree leader, I am somewhat intrigued by him. Latia muttered. Well, I suppose she does tend to act more serious at times. The only times I've seen her relax and or let her guard down is when she's with everyone else surrounded by, or at least Iriuka split, let me just boom. In back. We had arrived by the door of the meeting room, and Ine was once again excited about being teleported via lightning bolt when we first arrived by the castle area. Anyhow, we were in front of the door and Hermes was going to open it, but I kick it open instead. Ah, that's one way to make an entrance, Jean. Smack. Pinch. However, due to my actions, Irene smacked me on the head and Latia pinched me. I do deserve that. We walk in and Hermes goes to his seat. True to his word, there were only a few gods and goddesses here. Zeus, Hera, Hephaestus, Hestia, Hermes, and another female goddess? I use observe on her, and it was Freya. I see. Is this who Hermes was alluding to? Although, he was looking quite excited now. He was probably looking forward to our meeting. But why is a Norse goddess here? Freya has long silver hair, purple eyes, and white skin like that of fresh snow. Her clothes are in large part black and red. They expose most of her stomach and shoulders. She also wears two flower-like ornaments in her hair. Our eyes met, and her purple eyes shone. That gaze of hers felt cold and distant, as if she were observing something ordinary, but it also held a different kind of interest. A small smile appears on her face. Interesting, I hear her mutter under her breath. The one beside her was Hera, and she glances at her with a bit of confusion. Gee, my boy, welcome back. I'm glad you can make it. You also brought new companions along, did you? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, glad to be back. So I heard from Hestia you needed help from me? Something like what I did with Ain and Rainier? Zeus nods sagely. We do require some assistance on that part. However, we only need you to prevent her from being able to leave this realm. She is no longer being controlled, so we don't see her as a significant threat. Are you sure? I ask him, and he nods. All right, but I would lean more towards sealing her powers too. However, hey, it's up to them and not me. I don't know Medusa enough to offer to do that. I mean, I know what happened to her, but she's in the Lamia's city at the moment. Alice and Senko are watching over her. That will be her place of residence for the time being. Unfortunately, the other Gorgons do not want her around their little settlement. He explains. I mean, that makes sense. Going berserk, killing her sisters, and then being part of a terrorist organization can make others wary of you. Moreover, the fact that she looks more human than the other Gorgons will also make them more wary of her. I see. You'll go over there, then wait, Jean. And may you check in on my mother? What? I start to turn and leave, but Zeus stops me and makes me even more confused by what he says. Checking on Amalthea? What for? I give him a questioning look as he nervously looks at Hera, who sighs and turns her head away. Zeus coughs into his fist and nods, pretending to be serious, but he was still clearly unsure on what to say to me. I assume Hermes told you about the small festival over at the Rabbit Village, correct? And my mother will be visiting there quite frequently, and she told me not to interfere, so I can't go over there. I will put this in as a personal request to IC. But man, why are you so weak against her? Is that how most people are around their mothers? I mean, I wouldn't know. My parents were most likely absent. But I nod in the end. Sure thing, man, I don't mind. I mean, I'm going over there anyway since I need to check up on Kurosagi after all of that, you know? Zeus visibly relaxes and sighs. I will leave it up to you then, Jean. Anything else? I ask him, but he shakes his head. No, that will be all. This meeting is adjourned. Zeus gets up and vanishes along with Hera. The rest of the gods start to leave as well. However, the trio of gods that am friendly with come over to me. Why did you ignore all my texts? I was busy, my bad. Hestia glared at me and didn't believe a single word I said. I'm sorry, I was just lazy as hell that day. Nevertheless, what surprised me was that Freya also came over to us and all the while stared at me with an unreadable smile. Although her emotions tell a different story, how about her thoughts? You rarely use that, partner. I'm interested. May as well, since you're Ado, right? Come face me yourself. I won't back down until... Okay, I've heard enough. Interesting. How was that interesting, Velgrind? Freya eventually arrives just in front of us and stood there arms crossed. Well met, middleman. I am Freya, the goddess of love, beauty, fertility, passion, war, gold, and seer. For reasons I won't disclose, I am currently residing in this realm. Hestia seemed a bit disturbed by this. You always just say goddess of love. Why use all your titles all of a sudden, Freya? I didn't think you cared about me that much. Hestia. To think you kept an eye on such a trivial thing during all this time. It's endearing. Freya smirked at Hestia, who fumed after hearing her say that. Hermes just stood by with a smile watching it all play out. Yeah, nice to meet you, Freya. Imjin. Let's get along from now on, yes. Yes, let's get along, however. I am busy as of now. Excuse me. Her eyes glow one last time before she starts to walk away. We watch her go until her figure is completely gone. For I didn't even notice I was holding my breath. The goddess of love? She's a lot more intimidating than I thought. If the Norse goddess of love is like that, how's the Greek one like? Ine breathed a sigh of relief once Freya was gone and asked the other three. Hermes chuckles and answers her. Well, she isn't like that if you're wondering. While Aphrodite is more experienced than two certain goddesses I know, she isn't as bold as Freya. However, her personality isn't exactly suitable for everyone either. Bam, just say Aphrodite's personality is kind of stuck up. You didn't know she was really rude to Jean when they first met, right? Hestia kicked Hermes on the side, making the god clutch it in pain. He looked back confused at her as she explained, making him smile wryly at her. WL, I wanted to use child-friendly laying. I'm 21, I'm sorry. And they looked at Hermes like some kind of worm. I hadn't seen her make that kind of face at all yet. However, I guess she doesn't like being treated like child. However, Latia and Reiko have been quiet the entire time. Glancing at both of them, they were in deep thought. She's quite bold, isn't she? Irene comments as they just stare at her. However, she said nothing more and closed her eyes. Hermes then turns to me. Hey, anyway, are you traveling to the Lamia city again, Jean? Yeah, I might as well. I mean, if I get that done, then I look at Ine as she looks at me quite excitedly. He'll be staying here for a short while. Someone wants to explore the place, but I do have other places to visit. The Rabbit Village is one. He'll let Ine decide after that. Yes. She pumped her fist and was very excited at the thought. There are still places I haven't visited before, but that can wait for another time. He'll get the request done, and then let Ine have her fun. This will also be good for Reiko. She did say she wanted to see me at work. However, I also took it as her wanting to explore the world too. Can we let me finish my request first, Ine? After that, we can go wherever you want. You guys don't mind, right? Both dragons shake their head. I will follow you anywhere, Jean. Insidiously, Reiko says, causing Hephaestus to look at her suspiciously. By the way, Jean, who are these new companions of yours? Hestia asks as she looks at all of them. I nod and tell them who they are, and they're obviously surprised. TT, the dragon god of infinity and a true dragon? Hestia stammers out while taking a step back. Faye didn't have much of a reaction. Cinchureto dude, I was just looking at you, chill. Anyway, we'll get going then. Grab him. What's up, Faye? Need something from me? Hephaestus grabbed my arm and looked at the ground. Hestia and Hermes started to giggle to themselves. And may I come with you? I mean, I don't mind, but aren't you swamped with work? She shakes her head, but before she could answer, Hestia continued for her. When Hepia heard you were coming, her energy levels and motivation skyrocketed, and she got all her commissions done, and to the same work and degree. I was pretty surprised by it. You know, she must real swash. Gyahip, don't try hit and stop it. Hephaestus let go of me, since her face was red, and tried to punch Hestia, who luckily dodged it. She was chasing Hestia now, while she kept on screaming. We wait for those two to calm down before heading out. Freya, I want him. 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 I want to win him over. Make him only have eyes for me. Never in my entire life have I wanted to be with someone more than him. Something deep inside me is screaming to let it happen. I have spoken with Hermes in the past about him and learned a few things. The biggest difference is how we view love, romance, and relationships. I am very open-hearted. However, I also have certain standards. I may be the goddess of love and beauty. However, I won't just open up to some random stranger on the streets. I recently traveled to a certain country and place where casual social activities were the norm and enjoyed my time there. I am open to new experiences, with a few exceptions. I am open to group activities and social adventures. However, Hermes told me that Jean has more traditional views on those topics. When it comes to romantic relationships, he prefers to really know someone before getting involved. He does not engage in casual romantic encounters, and will only be bravado with someone he's in a committed relationship with. I laughed at the thought. I thought he was joking, but he assured me he was serious, and that the middleman definitely thought that way. Why? It doesn't make sense. A man who wants a large group of devoted partners, who announces it to all of us, and is the sole reason he wants peace. A man of his status will surely have many admirers. Why does he not take advantage of his influence? It doesn't make sense to me. Perhaps he's just holding himself back, or just being modest. He's also a teenager. His emotions should be running high at this point in his life. Anything exciting should be at the forefront of his mind. TCH Vibath. Fwash, yes, Lady Freya. One of my loyal followers, Vibath. I found him when he was young, took him in, and well, he's one of my favorites. I taught him everything, after all. Jean Skyward. The middleman has returned to our realm. Follow him for me, will you, sweetie? I wish to know more about him. Upon hearing my request, he frowned. While he is a very loyal follower of mine, he isn't blinded by it. That's one of the reasons of my fondness of him. Unlike the other ones, Lady Freya, I do not think this is a wise decision. Fufu. I'm not trying to antagonize him, Vibath. I simply want to know more about him. He nods. I will go about it my way then. Do as you wish then. He finally vanishes. I should get someone else if he doesn't get the information I want. They'll forgive him since he's cute. Jean. What secrets do you hold? Jean Skyward Fwash. Kya, look at that huge creature ahead. How far away is it? We were flying towards Lamia City. I offered to teleport us there, but Ine declined because I told her about the sights she might see. I promised that we would go back to the elf village we passed by. I skipped it since, well, the strange queen that they have. She did ask me for something quite forward, which put me off a bit. Didn't Yusaka ask you to do that? I'm 99 sure she was joking, Drake. She was a tease, but the way she said it back, then she didn't mean it, probably. Probably, he says, anyway. We were about to enter the forest of giant trees. That's what Ine was freaking out about. We were on Kaisel, since I wanted the guy to be out a little more often. I also didn't want to make Fame more jealous by carrying Reiko, who couldn't fly. Hestia and Hermes opted to stay behind, so only Hephaestus was with us. Although Hestia made the excuse of making dinner for all of us, so she wanted to start preparing now. She expects us to go back to Little Olympia by tonight. I was at the front, Ine sitting in between my legs while shouting, Faye behind me, Ophis sitting near Kaisel's head while she conversed with him, Reiko, Latia, and Irene standing at the back as they also started speaking to one another. Any trivia about this place, Jean? Trivia? Well, those trees were apparently planted before Typhon and Black Alice's attack here. So there's that, and nothing lives in the place, as weird as it sounds. I mean, that's what Demeter told me. Despite her nodding, I don't think Ine was listening too intently to me. But it's strange. Why isn't anything living here? It's quite spacious with a lot of room to live in, even if you take down a few trees and plant them somewhere else. Well, Wati Faye, is something wrong? You seem distracted a lot lately. Really? And can you answer? She nods, and I feel her lean back against mine. What you said was true. These trees were created long ago before those attacks. It was also supposed to have the potential to become a city. For who? I don't know, since Zeus never disclosed that information. But if I had to take a guess, probably something akin to Little Olympia. Zeus did entertain the idea of having smaller cities that resembled Little Olympia as a halfway point when journeying to the others, such as the Lamia city, the orcs and minotaurs, harpies and sirens. They were meant for weary travels to just stay the night, or for others to move into if they wish. But after the attacks, it was kind of forgotten. However, he started mentioning it again. Since the middleman is a frequent visitor here, it may attack some wanderers, and they might want to start populating them, or the current residents move over to them. So, that's the story of the Forest of Giant Trees. Hephaestus explained. Everyone else also listened in, including Ophis and Kaisel. Ine, who had been looking forward, puts her head against my chest and gazes up. I look down at her in response. And now you're influencing gods, Jean. That's incredible. Something that Zeus apparently put off for a long time or forgot entirely is being reconsidered. I think it's pretty cool. She had a longing look on her face when she said that. I guess that still lingers in her mind then. She wants to be acknowledged by everyone back in Shifengu, not as Kokobil's daughter, but just as herself. Hopefully, I know, we can help her with that in the future. Thanks, but I'm willing to bet he just remembered about it for different reasons, and not just because of me. But I appreciate the thought, Ine. But it is interesting to see it happen. Hey, if he does go through with it, I can help. Of course, he has to send a request in. They'll run it by him, Jean. Lamia City, once we arrived, just outside the city, Kaisel went back into my shadow, and we entered it. However, as soon as we do, Kya, it's the middleman. One of the Lamias shouts, and that attracted a lot of attention. Ine chuckle, you sure have a lot of fan. Why are they acting so strangely? So unexpected. Reiko, Latia, and Ine are shocked by this sudden development. Damn smack. You, for some reason, Latia covers my eyes, and Ophis decided to hug me while transforming back to her smaller form and clinging onto me. What is even happening? Could you please not crowd us too much? G, the middleman, is on official business right now, but when he's done, then feel free. I hear Hephaestus explain, and that made the immediate chatter stop. I see. Forgive us, Hephaestus-sama. Everyone, back to work. I hear a voice of one of the Lamias. I hear a few more apologies, and Latia eventually takes her hand away. However, Ophis keeps on hugging me. I free my arms, but let her keep hugging me. Let's get going, don't you say it. Lumbom. I'm confused. What was the Welsh dragon going to say? It's better you don't find out, Velgrind. Knowing you, it will just give you a headache. Okay. We eventually entered the inner city with the same scene, repeating, and Hephaestus asking them to relax until I'm done with official business. I feel like she's taking over Rose's job right now. BZT. I took my phone out and checked my text messages, and I got one from Rose. I feel like my job as your secretary is in danger. You're not planning on replacing me, right, Jean? What? How in all living heck no? Rose, where did this come from all of a sudden? I had a feeling. Women are terrifying. Their intuition is something else. Rest assured, I am not. You have classes still, don't you? Please focus on that for now. Oh, of course, I'm sorry. I put my phone away as we had arrived at the castle, and Yahoo Jin-chan, to my surprise, we see Demeter there. She bounced along as she ran over to us while waving. As I look at her, I felt a couple of eyes on me, and they were silently judging me. It can't be helped in this situation. It's literally right in front of me. Once she arrives by me, she hugged me, but heavy Ophis was squished between us as she struggled to get out from behind her. Demeter stopped hugging me and giggled. Forgive me, I didn't see her there. Welcome back to our realm, Jean. I see that Hephaestus came with you. She winks at her fellow goddess, causing her to look away. But what are you doing here, Demeter? I asked the goddess. However, she huffs and puts her hands on her hips. I was already here before you assumed. I came all the way here for you. But I did decide to accompany you while you're here. I wasn't going to assume that. But all right anyway. Alice is waiting. Oh, please don't touch her, otherwise she'll faint. And Medusa is also there waiting. Hephaestus joins Demeter as they start to lead us away. She appears to be embarrassingly scolding her fellow goddess, who only giggles in response. I know I was mostly distracted by the Lamia earlier, but this place looks strangely like Japanese homes, like the ones from back in the day. Ine comments as we enter the castle. Reiko also agreed with her. Yeah, Alice, the leader of the Lamia, is quite an otaku. That's why. An otaku Lamia? Now that's not something you hear about every day. Reiko comments and Ine laughed. However, the tour didn't last long as we ended up in the same little throne room from before, and Alice, Senko, and Medusa were there. But Alice immediately stiffened as soon as she saw me. Vous welcome, Beck, Medelman, Yin Skyward. She half shouted. Senko, who was beside her, just sighed and shook her head. However, Medusa was to the other side while looking down at the ground. Quite a few of the girls with me were looking at her with curiosity. Yeah, I'm back. And because if I look towards Medusa, and Alice nods. Yes, we heard about the situation from Zeus-sama. Please go ahead. I nod and walk towards Medusa. You doing okay since then? Yes, I am. No need to concern yourself with me. Please get on with it. She flatly says. I sigh, touch her shoulder, and put a spell on her that prevents her from leaving this realm, be it consensually or not. Once done, I step away. Done. I see. I'm sorry for making you come all the way here and also attacking you. She apologizes to me. No, it's fine. It's my job after all. Anyway, anything off with your body? Any lingering effects? She shakes her head. Medusa then looks at Alice. I will be returning to my home then. Very well. Everyone watches as Medusa leaves. Once she was gone, Alice sighs and relaxes on her throne. She's done well in integrating into our city. The citizens are also quite welcoming of her. But I believe she can't forgive herself or thinks she's unworthy of our kindness. I want to help her, but am unsure. Smack Senko walks over to Alice and smacks her on the head. She, Queen of the Lamia, clutches her head and looks at the kitsune with confusion. We've already talked about this, Alice. This is up to Medusa to get over. We've done everything we can for her, but now it's up to her. Playing hero won't do anything. Senko looks at me and then back at Alice. Now, be a leader and greet our guests properly. Smack, smack, ow, ow. Oh, okay. She does her usual greeting in a better posture. Seeing Senko approvingly nod, she then relaxes, earning another smack. I do wonder who's really in charge here, Jean. I know. Go ahead. Huh? She seems confused by my answer. If I go with you or lead you around, you won't be able to fully explore the place, right? So go ahead. I can always find you, Ine. But I will go with you. I will too. Ophis stops hugging me and walks over to Ine and holds her hand. Reiko also offers to go with her. She was quite shocked, along with Irene. Oh, okay, thank you. While holding hands, Ine, Ophis, and Reiko leave to go explore the city. So, I was just with Latia, Demeter, and Faye, huh? It shouldn't take too long until we leave for the rabbit village. A few hours give or take. We could just have lunch here. Centuredo. The hot springs are unisex. I already know that. Alice, she probably forgot since she's still quite nervous around you. Yeah, but why? It's not like I've changed that much since then. However, Drake snorted at me. You become even more famous. Your fight with Saror Bale, is probably still fresh in your mind. And did you forget your increased fame over the demonic beast riots? Everyone knows you stayed behind to fight off Shalba from Cow's brigade. Ah, right, they were talking about that for at least a few days, huh? I kind of just ignored that as per usual. You mean? You kind of brush off many things, partner. Although I can see why. Yotin-sama. Huh? Oh, yes, sure. Let's go over there now, then. Latia and Faye look at me in stunned silence, while Demeter giggles at them. I don't know why she's still like this. We spent plenty of time together in the pocket dimension. Don't give me that look, Jean. The hot springs were located in the outer district and not in the inner one. However, it was quite large and also modeled after those in Japan. We walk in and Alice waves at the owner. This Lamia wore more modest clothing than the rest. She has blue hair, purple eyes, and her scales were a mix of purple and blue, making her look pretty unique. Welk a Alice-sama, and the middleman. Please go ahead. You don't need to stop her. I would rather pay and not go to places for free if I can help it. Every once in a while is fine, but too many times just makes me uncomfortable. I have infinite money. All you are struggling to live with barely anything in your pockets. Just because I have this status doesn't mean you can do this here. Slam! I summoned around 30,000 euros and stared at the owner. Centuredo will not get through to her. He'll go under the pretext of purchasing hot springs for us. Upon hearing that, she calms down and nods. I see. T, thank you very much. Then, P, please enjoy. I'd already finished changing and could feel that they were already in the hot springs. However, I was just checking on an A to see if they were doing okay, and it seems like it. But Ares was here for some reason when I was looking for her. Accidentally found him just in the Lamia city. Maybe he was here for some fun? Or checking up on Medusa. Whatever the case, Ada has. Go into Anae's shadow, Leilani. Go into Rykos. Both of them quickly left my shadow and went towards Anae's group. Ophis is with them, so they'll be safe, but I just want a bit more reassurance. He hadn't spotted them yet, but if he does, I can have them alert me. I sigh and finally go into the hot springs. Alice, she was in her human form and was clearly the most nervous one. Senko sat beside her and just kept on sighing. Latia was the most familiar with this, so she waved me over casually. Meanwhile, Faye was very red in the face. She was sitting by Latia, and from the looks of things, they probably had spoken very briefly. Irene was sitting away from everyone else. She looks like she was thinking about something. I walk over to Latia and sit beside her. Demeter was across from us, as she just smiles and waves at me. Once I did that, I also wave at her. I take a look around the hot springs. It is still bright outside, so the floating foxfire orbs weren't illuminating the entire place yet. However, like the ones back in Japan, they looked like identical mirrors. Wooden fences, rocks, and other bits and bobs were strewn around the place. Ah, that hits the spot. Old Man Skyward is back again. Latia says beside me, and I snort. PSH, leave me alone. Jean? Ophis? What's wrong? That god of war appeared, but he's gone now. He kept looking at Reiko, but I scared him away. I see. Thank you, Ophis. He'll try to know it's fine. We will keep exploring. I feel Latia grasp my arm. I look at her, as she was also looking at me with concern. What's up, Latia? I have known you for a long time. Why did you get angry? Everyone was looking at us now, and waiting for me to say something. Ares went near Anae's group. I just spoke with Ophis. She scared him away, so they're fine, but I just want to go to them just to make sure. She nods. I see. Centuredo. Even though you were gone for a long time, and we worked on her not being like this, I guess she needs more time. Seeing Senko, who was much smaller than Alice, carrying her like it was nothing, was an odd sight to see. However, the four of us decided to stay here. Centuredo, it was mostly been a very pleasant experience. I had walked around with Reiko and Ophis while checking out all the current attractions in this city. I also heard some kind of thing happens quite frequently that involved lanterns, but I didn't hear it in detail. I feel a bit nostalgic being here. I have to thank Alice-san for doing this, even though she's just a giant otaku, Reiko muttered, and that made me chuckle. That's right. You're a part of the legends of the human world of Japan, after all. Hey, we should have lunch soon. I think Jean and the others will do that too. We have money with us after all. It's fine, right? Reiko looks at me and nods. But Ophis? Ophis suddenly stopped and tightened her grip on my hand. We had been walking around while holding hands. I think this is her way of keeping an eye on me for Jean. I don't know why, though. He doesn't have enemies here, right? Batman, she says and turns around. Batman? I'm offended little girl. I'm Ares, the Greek god of war. I'm free to come and go as I please in my own realm. The man named Ares wears an all-black chest plate and a black skirt. He has spiked shoulder pads that hold his cape in place and forearm cuffs that have spikes. He has a faded buzz cut as well as a clean beard. However, he was staring at us at Reiko quite intently. Reiko, in return, crossed her arms and gave the man a scorning look. I like he starts to say something, but freezes and has a look of panic on him. It was faint, but I could feel that Ophis was sending a lot of murderous intent towards him. She was looking at him with very cold eyes, making him stand there frozen on the spot. However, whatever. You're not worth my time anyway. He turns around and scurries away, his tail between his legs. Ophis taps on her ear, and a small green translucent transceiver appears, and she starts to talk into it. A minute later, she nods, and it disappears. Lunch. Oh, okay. Tea, thank you, Ophis. She was back to her usual self, a small smile on her face. We start to walk away, feeling a little bit more wary because of the god Ares. Jean skyward, it was quick, but it was great. We'll try to come back here when I'm back in the realm again. We just left the hot springs. Latia, Demeter, and Faye mostly spoke to one another. I tried to speak with Irene, but her mind was somewhere else. Our next plan was to have lunch, wherever that may be, but we couldn't stay for too long since we had to go to the rabbit village. Alice had also woken up during that time, but completely refused to look at me since she was too embarrassed. In contrast to her sobbing when I left a few months ago, she was too embarrassed to look at me. We quickly left the building and followed Senko, as she was the one speaking with Alice who nodded along. However, to my surprise, we were back at the same restaurant we had chosen to eat dinner at before. Latia hadn't been here before, the same with Irene, so they were curious about the place. Once inside, I stop and see an A's group, then I point to them. I will order for all of us. Please put your orders here and your name beside it. I was about to offer to get our food, but Senko stops me and hands a piece of paper and pen to Alice as she proceeds to write what she wants down. I sigh and make a menu teleport to us. I hand it to Latia as she reads through it. She gives it to Irene, then to Demeter. Afterwards, we hand Senko the list, and I give her some money. She thanked me, and we went our separate ways. Once we arrive at Renee's group, where they were already busy eating. Hey, how was it? Great. So afterwards, she tells us what she saw on her journey, and the things she found interesting while praising Alice's choices. This made the Queen of the Lamias blush. But then the god of war appeared. He was pretty intimidating, but Ophis scared him away, so we were mostly fine. Ine pats Ophis on the head as she brings her arm up in a sort of victory pose while drinking some juice. Senko eventually comes back to us, but asks for help bringing back everything. Alice and I offer to. After getting everything together, I turn to Alice. Alice, we'll be leaving after this. Ah, yes. I see she was clearly and visibly saddened by what I said. I placed the tray of food on my other hand and put a hand on her head while we walked. Don't be like that. I'll give you my number, so you can text me if you like. I'll also probably be asked back here in the future. Yes, of course, Jean-sama. Following that, we returned to our table and enjoyed the rest of lunch. Agreed, go into Medusa's shadow. As soon as he said that, he left my shadow. Having just eaten lunch, we were standing outside the restaurant. Just to be safe, partner? Yeah, since Ares is back, maybe Cow's brigade is going to do something. I can trust Greed for this, and he isn't enormous, so he can fit in smaller spaces. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but I would rather be prepared than be caught off guard. Anyway,